It's in the text chat.
Yeah, that's not a bridge, as you so mentioned. That's LIGO.
Well, what I actually said was a bridge or any other long structure, which this is a long structure.
Okay, how about bridges?
Why does it have to be a bridge? It's just a long structure.
Because you mentioned it. Yeah, but you mentioned a bridge.
Yeah.
We could talk about LIGO, but
Well, what I actually mentioned was any bridge, any sufficiently long bridge or other long structure.
okay. So
That is the long
since you have a bit of knowledge on this, since you have a bit of knowledge on this, can you tell us how they use that in this particular instance for LIGO? Can you articulate that? Whatever you just posted.
The arms have to be straight in the LIGO for the LIGO detector to work. So if they just lay them along the surface of the Earth, they won't be straight. They have to account for the curvature of the Earth, so that they can essentially build the end, if you like. If you have the two, because LIGO has two perpendicular arms, and if you're building one of the arms, and you start one of the arms on the surface of the Earth, then the other end of that arm, to account for the curvature and keep the thing straight, will have to actually be raised off of the surface of the Earth at a rate that matches the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, when you say curvature, do you mean land topography or the actual curving surface of the Earth being a globe?
Well, so they had to pick a very flat place to build it, or I think even possibly they built it underground. But the point is that they can't. In fact, yeah, I think it was underground. But the point is that they can't just. Oh, is it above ground? Okay. The point is that they can't just follow the surface of the Earth. Well, I don't really know why. Sorry, I'm just responding to someone in text chat. I don't really know why it being above or underground makes a difference to what I'm saying here.
That quote that you put in underneath that link, is that your quote or is that their quote?
What's their quote? Obviously, I put it in quotation marks.
Yeah, okay, can you cite it, please, for all of us?
I just go into the page and find the quote.
We're not doing your homework. We're not doing your homework. You have to cite it for us because it's your evidence. It's your evidence, dude. You gotta do it. If you're unwilling to, then you can't prove your point. That's the whole thing about this. This conversation exists that people can prove their point by citing their sources, and if you can't do so, if you're unwilling to, that just shows that you're just not able to.
You're just ranting.
No, I'm not ranting. I'm actually showing the audience that you can't prove your point.
You're ranting to avoid actually talking about the thing. So you need to.
You're not talking about it because you didn't cite it. Cite your sources.
This is pretty.
Yeah, cite your sources. No, what's tragic is that you're not citing your sources, dude. Cite your sources.
So I just gave you one.
You gave me a quote, but you didn't cite where it was, did you?
It's in that page, mate. It's not very long.
Then show me. Then show everybody here that you know what you're talking about. Where is it?
It's right at the end of the page. It's like the last paragraph. You know, you need to click like 3 buttons to find out where this is yourself. I gave you the quote. You can just use the find function. Like,
it's not, the find function isn't up to me. It's up to you. You need to find it. You need to post where it is. Yeah, you're laughing, but when you post evidence of anything and sources are to be cited, you need to point out exactly where that is, because I don't need to look for your stuff. You need to point out where it is. That's your job, not mine.
Yeah, your link doesn't even work. Your link doesn't work.
If my link doesn't work, it might be because I don't have permissions or something like that. But it works for me, so. So I'll read the quote in full, right? There's a bit more that goes on afterwards, so.
It doesn't matter if you read it, dude. You need to post it. People don't know where it is. So can you do this? I do this. Since you have access and nobody else does, can you take a screenshot and then highlight where it is? That would be easy. That would be the easiest way.
I'm pretty sure I can't post pictures here, but someone else has done it for me, so there you go. Yeah, it's a flat tube, Drace. That's what I said. It needs to be perfectly straight. What the fuck?
But it's curved, though.
What? What do you mean, but it's curved, though? Connect that to what we've just been talking about. That's how conversation works. No, but Drace, whoever you are, with your weird AI-generated looking muscly man profile picture, the point is that they had to account for the Earth being naturally curved to build the thing straight. That's the whole point.
You're talking about ground topography, just like Drace put it.
If you remember rightly, what we were talking about was no, it's not ground topography. It's the curvature of the Earth itself, because these arms have to be.
How do you know? How do you know the difference? I want to know. How you know the difference between ground topography and the Earth's curvature. You need to make the distinction to the audience.
Because the Earth's curvature results in, or at least if you accept the conventional physics, the Earth's curvature results in much more obvious differences in the direction of gravitational fields.
Yeah, that's ambiguous.
No, those stories that aren't proven at all.
It's not ambiguous, you fucking idiot.
No, you're wrong. Earth's curvature does not do anything about gravity. That's the mass distribution underneath the surface, and that's not going to change any of this. It doesn't change the fact that the LIGO is engineered to be flat, and when the ground shifts underneath it, which happens, it misaligns the tubes, and the laser no longer reaches the other side. However, this was built on land. The land has topography. That is what the tube is leveled compared to. The topography does not equal Earth curve.
Yeah, and try not to call people fucking idiots, because that's not how conversation works. We try to be cordial and nice to each other.
No, not all conversations have to be cordial and nice.
All right, well, this one.
Beg to differ, but it does not have to be. What does that even mean, to be level with respect to the topography? Do you mean like that they're building this thing so it bumps with the hills?
No, it means that they need to build this straight and level, okay? However, if the ground has a little bit of topography in it, like it curves up a little bit or slopes down a little bit, they need to account for that, because otherwise the thing is just going to stick out of the ground.
Account for the curvature of the Earth. They have to account for both.
There is no curvature of the Earth. You're begging the question of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so do you remember what?
Yeah, I was asking him to make a distinction, Drace. So he needs to make a distinction between whether or not they were accounting for land topography, or if it was actual Earth curvature, as you suppose it is. So I want to know how did you make the differentiation between whether it's land topography or it was Earth curvature? How did they do that?
I told you could do it by paying attention to the direction of the gravitational fields.
No. You're telling me. I'm asking how they did it. Don't tell me how did they do it. Since it's your claim. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Is the answer. I don't know, man. That's the answer.
So I can certainly tell you one way they could do it. They could use a.
Stop.
You're also just wrong. You're also just wrong. Like the supposed gravitational vector is down, and they claim that any mountain or anything, any mass that's big enough will deviate the plumb line from the vertical. So, like, it has nothing to do with the Earth curve. You're just talking out of your ass. And it's not, they're not using gravity for any of this.
You can't propose something that you want to propose right now. Well, maybe they could have done this, because you need to propose what they did, not what you think they can do. That's a very big difference. So the audience understands that you're going to propose either what they did, or you're going to say, I don't know. That you get those two choices. Post what they did, or say, I don't know. That's it.
You guys will never, ever read anything.
So the ladder's too hard. He wants to talk about the people.
Yeah, you guys ain't going to work. Either you post how they differentiated, whether it's Earth's curvature or not, or say, I don't know. That's two options, sir.
I don't know. It's so hard for them. Let's see if he can do it.
I could definitely. No, I've already told you. I don't know how they actually did it, but I could definitely find out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. No, then go do that. Then go do that, sir. Go find out. Yeah.
Can we just? Do you remember?
Yeah,
how
conversation doesn't work like that. You don't make a claim and not support it. You can go find the information to support your claim, and then you can make your claim and then support it.
Do you remember?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't know ahead of time what exact questions you guys are going to ask about it, do I? So, but
Well, you knew this one. You knew this one.
well, no, I didn't. But
Yeah, you made a specific claim, and now you don't know how it works.
well, if you remember exactly actually
Yep.
how the conversation started, someone was asking, you know,
Yeah, I remember the conversation and how it happened. We're talking about right now and how you made a claim and
life
couldn't explain it.
is the curvature of the Earth, or having to account for the curvature of the Earth, something that makes like a practical difference to their life. And my contention is that whoever it was that was involved in the laying of this precision leveled concrete at LIGO is one of those people.
Except for you don't have evidence of that. Except for you don't have evidence of that. So therefore, you can't make the claim anymore because the evidence is void, sir.
Well, the evidence that I gave was that page. However, you guys obviously think that all scientists lie about everything.
No, wait a minute. No, we examined that the page didn't make a distinction how they differentiated whether it was topography or if it was Earth curvature. So therefore, negating the fact that you think it's actual accounting for the Earth curvature. So you can't prove that they made a distinction between topography or curvature. You don't know that. So therefore, it's moot. So your evidence has been thrown out, sir. Sir, your evidence has been thrown out.
Here's
Yeah?
a question.
It's not evidence.
Here's a question.
It would also be easy to show if all you gotta do is get yourself a pool and build a long, thin pool right next to LIGO. Use that as your straight ruler. If the water starts curving in relation to LIGO, then you got your gravitational field curving water into water hills. Otherwise, you're just looking at the topography relative to the straight ruler.
Are you telling me that would be easy for me to do? Build a pool as long as LIGO next to LIGO and check if it curves?
That will be one way for you to check if your assumptions are correct. Otherwise, you're just looking at topography.
You think that would be an easy process for me to complete?
I'm not saying it's an easy process. I'm saying if you want to try to use this as an argument for your belief system, you would need to have it somehow validate your belief system, not something else.
You said it'd be easy. So, it's not easy. So I'm not going to do that, and I don't need to do that.
Okay, so you don't have anything then. You just have a baseless claim.
Well, no. Here's a question. Given the thing that I posted, which I know that you guys don't like and think is insufficient and so on and so forth, but given the thing that I posted and the paragraph that was kindly screenshotted and posted into the chat on my behalf, and given who it is that's posted and stuff like that, this is from the University of Caltech. Do you think that, given what they've written, do you think that one, there's two possible interpretations of this text. One, it's just all kind of made up bollocks and a lie, which I know is what you really think.
No. You're making a straw man. Stop.
No. Let's.
Yeah, you're making up bullshit. Nobody believes that.
You can't just keep making a straw man and then go on and on and on.
All right. Okay. I take that back. But I see there are two interpretations of the text, and I don't know which one you guys.
It's a false dichotomy.
Well then, okay. Let me finish listing them, and you can tell me what you think the third one is, or whatever, the fourth, whatever. So.
Well, they believe. Because they believe in the Earth being a ball that it was probably measured relative to the curve, and so they wrote that. That doesn't mean that's true. There's no evidence for that, and you would need to supply that.
So, do you think it's more likely that the whole thing is sort of hoaxed? They can't distinguish between the curvature of the Earth and like the local.
No, dumbass. No one said that. I said they believe, just like you believe. It's so common for people who believe things to be like, well, someone must have done this. It must have been done relative to this because it is a globe. But if you check it, I looked into the documentation for when they were building LIGO, and they didn't say anything about accounting for any Earth curves because they were building on a flat topography.
What documentation is this? Can I have a look at it?
It's been like 6 years since I found that online, and I didn't save it. Because it was irrelevant. They were building on topography. Topography isn't Earth curve, so it's not a proof for anything. I thought about using LIGO as a ruler to show you the Earth curve, or the absence of it, but it just wasn't in the technical specs.
So, here are the two. Well, I mean, I'd like to see the document that you're talking about, but in absence of that, here are the two interpretations of the text that I can see. One is that they didn't account for the curvature like at all, which is what I was saying. It was, this bit is kind of fake. It's a little bit of a hoax, or like someone is mistaken. No, you got to.
It's just a statement of belief, an opinion piece for someone. This is not a document that shows anything about the construction of LIGO. This is just an opinion piece to tell someone what to believe about LIGO, because that's just what someone else believes about LIGO. Stop talking over me, dumbass.
I covered that one. So I actually covered that one. I said that they're mistaken, right? That's what you're saying, that they believe it, but they're wrong. So either that, or
you didn't have to add the extra stuff, is what he's saying, basically.
Well, I'm trying to list all the possible interpretations of this text, all right? So I do have to add it.
Try not to add extra stuff then.
Well, no, but I do have to add it. I'm giving different options. I'm not saying that you're.
You don't have to add anything extra.
What the fuck do you mean?
We're not saying anything other than that, so you don't have to make up some straw man to try to attribute to us.
So here are the possible ways of looking at the text. Okay, you could think it's a hoax. You could think the person writing it is mistaken. You could think that, I don't know. I mean, I guess those are the two that I'm interested in here. You could think, on the other hand, that it's genuinely real, and the people writing it believed in it. Which I know that you're saying you think that they believed in it, but that they had good reason to believe in it, and that you could just then think, well, given that there are ways to distinguish between the actual curvature of the Earth and then the local topography.
No one said that.
Well, sorry, I said that though. I believe that. Then you could just conclude, oh well, they probably, given what's written here in this very short paragraph, there are probably details to be filled in about the techniques they did actually use to distinguish between the curvature of the Earth and local topography, such that they had to account for the curvature itself in constructing the thing.
Fantastic. Find that and bring it to us, because last time when I went looking for it, it didn't exist.
I'll have a quick little look, but I don't have ages. This conversation was an indulgence with my morning coffee. But I will have a quick look and see if I can find anything relevant.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That dude's gonna chase the ghost in the dark.
That's hard to hear you there, mate.
They never come in very prepared, do they?
I don't spend my life doing this kind of thing, is the thing. So.
Well, why just come in and post random things you didn't even know any of the specifics about? Now you're going to go try to do research on the spot, which never works out well for you guys. I don't know why you don't look something up before you come in here and try to present evidence for the Globe, because it doesn't make you guys look good on the recording.
Unlike
That's what I say.
This isn't really a full-time job for me, so.
No one said it is a full-time job for you or for any of us. Right, that's just another straw man and more fallacies.
I don't know, man. I've been in this.
All I'm saying is, like,
times.
I would have. Yeah, what's your question?
How does a non-binary person kill somebody?
Yeah, off topic.
Yes. Yeah,
They/them.
my friend. Thank you.
So the thing here with your problem is that you're coming into this forum, your own free will. You saw the channel. You saw Flat Earth 24/7. You thought you knew the Earth was a globe. You thought you could prove it, and you know why the Earth is a globe. Then when you come up in here, you show up deuces, and then wonder why people are telling you you don't have anything. Then rather than self-evaluate, you decide that you're going to evaluate everyone other than yourself. Simple logic and reason. You should know why you claim the Earth is a globe before you claimed it. You'll come, the first thing out of your mouth, Earth is a globe, and you don't even know why you said that.
That actually isn't the first thing that came out of my mouth.
Fundamentally, yeah.
Completely incorrect account of my thought process coming into this Discord. So
Fundamentally, is correct.
No, well, you said this was to go with your cup of coffee, so you thought you were going to come in here, do some smacking around, and drink your coffee and go. And you found out that you don't know shit about the globe, and you got smacked in the face with it, and now you're just rambling.
Like saving face, huh?
Real quick, it sounds like he's at a key point in his truth-seeking journey. Are you going to go with the story they told you, or are you actually going to investigate the subject? Back to you guys.
I think some people, when they come in here, like Crick said, they think they have the information, then they have to go look for the information, and that's when the research starts.
We
Yeah, because I
have a
don't want to
natural
speak for
tendency to
everybody.
think we know more than we do. And when we find out that's not the case, we think we can just plug the holes with a little bit of quick Google searching and fill in the gaps of knowledge, right?
Real quick, I don't want to speak for everybody, but like back in 2015 when I was in this position I thought I knew it was a globe and it's easy to prove. I figured it'd take me like an hour and a half. I'd have something to show the guy that was talking to me about it, and here I am 10 years later. You guys go ahead.
I worked in aerospace and defense, specifically the security side of it. Took me a while to get over some of this.
Yeah, it's totally true. I mean, sometimes there's a lot of, other topics, other things that are working into it. Like for me,
Yeah,
it was
the bias.
jingoism. Yeah, cognitive
It's
bias.
true. And the jingoism feeds that because you kind of think that you understand something because of how compacted and memeified certain concepts have become.
It's like a talking point that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I might be lagged. Go ahead, Grit.
Yeah, like these talking points that just reinforce someone's worldview. America the Great. We are 5 or 50, 60 years ahead of everyone else. How could any country compete with a country who's landed on the moon? I had to let that go. I had to realize that, no, America is not 50, 60 years behind other nations. A moon mission had nothing to do with that talking point whatsoever. It was fake. If anything, it shows that American propaganda was maybe slightly ahead of other countries due to MK Ultra, the more simplest explanation, and it took a long time to let that go.
This is where I like to bring up the founding of NASA, like a broken record. The Operations Coordinating Board under Truman. It was a psychological operation, open to the public. You can read all about it. And under the OCB, NASA was conceived and then founded. And before it was officially declared to be a government entity, before it had official funding lines, it was staffed by intelligence officers from CIA by name. And its purpose was to project an image of power, control, and authority and use space to psychologically exploit people and their fear of the unknown, and to say that the United States dominated that. Like, that is the reason NASA was formed, according to all of this. You want to read some documents? I can give you some document control numbers that are openly available in public. Maybe I'll get into that right now. I don't know if it's relevant to the topic, but Hold on, I got some DMs all of a sudden. Also funny.
You know, I think NASA won an award for just how good they are at installing 1970s ceiling fans.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's the subtlety of it. Really.
So is the guy still here that thought he could practically prove that somebody's using the globe in reality?
Negative. He left as soon as negative. He left.
Okay. Well, hopefully that's the point. I mean, that was the point for me when I was like, wait a second, I cannot prove this. I can't show any curvature. Like, what is going on here? My brain started short circuiting 10 years ago, you know? Anyway.
Hey, and Mr. Dave, how are you
Document
coming
drop.
along?
Sorry, real quick, guys. Just a document drop. Here are 6 documents from the catalog and chronologize showing over time how NASA was founded from the Truman administration onward. This has correspondence between CIA and Truman's psychological operations board discussing how they'll use NASA. I found all of these documents on archive.org. Like, there's nothing hidden about any of this. These have been, to my knowledge, declassified since the 1980s.
Well, the best way to keep a secret from the GT crew is to just put it right in open public. Yeah, but Dave, how are you coming along?
I'm good, Jane. Thanks for asking. I don't want to dwell on any of my issues personally, but I exist in whatever
Well,
this is.
to say you're doing good's not dwelling on them, so no, that's great. I'm glad to hear it.
I appreciate it. I mean, I exist in whatever this is for as long as whatever created it wants me to. Back to you go.
Once you get on that roller coaster, you can't get off till it opens, returns to the platform and the securement unlatches. So, yeah, no, glad you're doing well, brother. That's just what I wanted to hear. So,
Yeah, the last thing I'll say about it, Jay, is that we don't know when the ride's going to end. It's not up to us. We just got to enjoy the ride and try to do good while we're here, right? Anyway, back to let's getting busy proving this globe. Who's next? Go ahead. I guess at the moment we're fresh out of globe provers or people that think they can do it. So you guys continue. I'll shut up.
Hello, is anybody here?
Yeah.
Hey, I hate to interrupt if y'all are doing something, but
No, fire away.
Could one of y'all hop into the Christian chat and tell the Rami follower of Jesus Christ to server unmute me? I think we were having a debate. He kept server muting me multiple times throughout the whole thing, and he server muted me at the end, and then I think he's fallen asleep, or I think he's just sitting back listening to everybody else talk. He's not even he hasn't been talking for like the past 20 minutes. And
I'm like that's between you two. I mean, just work it out, man to man.
Yeah, but I can't even talk to him though. Like, I think he's falling asleep.
Well, that's what if he stopped talking to you, then that should be, enough information for you to use. I'm not going to get involved with some situation I don't know nothing about in a channel I have nothing to do with.
All right, brother. Just
what you could do is call your mom. You could call your mom.
All right, Cuck. All right. Anybody else want to help me out?
Yeah, call your mom.
All right, you're a dumbass. No. Shut the fuck up.
We don't have access to that. We are not server admins or server level mods.
He dipped out.
What in the world?
I thought I gave him good advice.
Burger King fired me. Can you tell Burger King to hire me back? McDonald's fired me.
I thought my advice was good. Call his mom. I mean, what the hell?
That was a guy coming in here with random stuff. That's just as good as anybody comes in with globe stuff. Just saying.
From a dump.
All right, guys. Maybe let me just read something from National Security Council Memo 5814, which I posted just above. This is just an excerpt of this golden trove of information I have regarding NASA's history and founding as a psychological operation. So if you scroll down in NSC 5814 to section 51, psychological exploitation. It's not that long. I'm going to read the page. In the near future, while the USSR has a superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. 52. Identify to the greatest extent possible the interests and aspirations of other free world nations in outer space with U.S.-sponsored activities and accomplishments. 53. Develop information and other programs that will exploit fully U.S. outer space activities on a continuing basis, especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall outer space capabilities, those designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities, and to present U.S. outer space progress in the most favorable comparative light. 54. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework which will place the uses of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. 55. At the earliest technologically practicable date, use reconnaissance satellites to enhance to the maximum extent the U.S. intelligent effort. And it continues after that. What do you think of them apples? That's NASA. That document was in 1958. 1958. What happened that year? Sputnik, Vanguard, and Explorer in response. The first self-orbiting satellites that did not rely upon balloon technology, according to them. Is that not weird?
Isn't that also like a year or so within the window of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yep, because while this was happening, the third International Polar Year event was going on, called the Space Race. and they renamed it the International Geophysical Year event. It's a multinational effort to discover what the world is. That was the third one. You know what the second one was? It ended in World War II, and all records were lost. The first one goes back to about the late 1800s, 1880s to 1890s, founded by the Habsburg Empire of Austria. Bankrolled everything, including United States, Canadian, UK, Russian, and other countries' leadership to explore the world. There was a fourth international polar year that took place in 2008. Did you know that? I bet you didn't. Thermopantor somehow thinks that if anybody doesn't understand what a geodesic is, that means they can't understand what the globe is. So, Thermopantor, why don't you come into VC? I invited you in text and talk to us. Can't VC, unfortunately? Okay, dude, you don't know what a geodesic is, do you? Why don't you define in text, in simple terms, one sentence? You basically need 3 to 5 words what a geodesic is. Go. Take your time if you need it. Still waiting. I know you're listening because you responded to me in text from my voice. What is a geodesic? 3 to 5 words. Go.
Amish, don't forget to look in your DMs. I sent you something to watch, and you can talk about it in there.
Yeah, got it. I'll check it out later today.
Yeah,
Okay, his
you're
response is
gonna
LOL
say,
when I asked him what a geodesic is. Dude, yeah, I think I know what this is about. I love it. A general straight line? No, a geodesic is a curving line on a curving surface. Okay, he got that wrong.
Now there's different types, he said.
Yeah, no kidding. They're all curved. They're not straight lines. You said a general straight line. You're wrong. A geodesic is specifically a curving line. Oh my gosh. Dude's posting links to Wikipedia telling us how we don't understand mathematics, and he gets the geodesic wrong by actually providing the opposite of what a geodesic is. Yep, so Thermopantor, you've been exposed. You're a pretender clown. We're recording this on live streams to 2 channels plus Rumble.
How shocking sporadic. He actually does not know what he's talking about, does he? What a
No,
shock.
a general straight line? No, it's the opposite of a geodesic. It's the shortest path between 2 points on a curving surface. So by definition, it's not a general straight line. It's a curving line. It happens to be the shortest path. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's the distinction between the two geometries.
It's extrinsically curved, but intrinsically straight. And intrinsically straight. Okay, so intrinsic to what? Like our lived experience? So what he's setting this up for is to say that the straight line path between 2 things on Earth appears to be straight, but because we've all been hoodwinked, it's actually curved. And sorry, guys, you have no way to measure that curve because you're just not in the right reference frame to do it. If you were only in the right reference frame, like in outer space, you'd be able to measure that curvature, but because you're not, you're never going to get there, folks. It's all going to look perfectly straight, flat, and level to you. Too bad, right? Too bad you can't prove this. This is called mental gymnastics.
Hey, bro, what the fuck am I I'm reading right now, right? Just in
I'm
my
sorry.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through. I'm sorry you have to read this, but go ahead.
Oh, man. In my feed right now, news feed, US researcher proposes detonating massive nuclear bomb under the ocean to save Earth. 81 gigatons. They can sequester 30 years worth of carbon dioxide emissions, the study claimed.
Dude, they're going to decimate the UAP alien spacecraft underneath the ocean. Just kidding.
Not the mothership.
They say it's above, so below. Didn't they try to blow up the sky back in the 60s? Allegedly.
So high, can't get over it. So low, can't get under it.
Dude, it's like Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Starfish, but under the water. That's crazy. You know, like, hate to say it, if it's Speculation Sunday, what if our realm is a 3 torus manifold? This means it's Cartesian space, XYZ flat, but it repeats itself in every XYZ dimension.
You better go watch that video.
Sounds Reddit.
That means that if you like jump high enough, you'll hit dirt or something, you'll dig through a hole and end up to where you started. I'll watch that video later. Thanks, Redmond.
You're going to say, this guy's onto something, just like I did.
Can't wait.
It's like that Hennessy commercial where they show what's the guy who went up and said it appears as the flat disc with an upturned edge. And then his brother went down to the bottom of the ocean. In that commercial, it showed that iron.
Picard.
There you go. Yeah, Augustus Picard. It showed him going up into the sky, and then he hit a layer of water. But as soon as he did that, it transitioned and flipped to him punching down through the ocean. So it's almost kind of like that, like a little weird subliminal.
I wonder if the University of Maryland and their speculative research is onto something, describing the plasma field above us as a gigantic medium of superfluid and plasma. It's bizarre. I don't understand any of it, but that's what they're saying. And University of Maryland is co-located with Goddard Space Flight Center, essentially. Same region. They trade brain trust, if you know what I mean. I mean, people from Goddard and at University of Maryland have said things like, I've got a quote from this from a cool document on double layers in astrophysics dealing with plasma. It says that plasma is like the dominant form of matter in space, occupying 97% of what we observe. We cannot entrust our space assets to these astrophysicists and cosmologists because they have no idea what they're talking about. They do not have a background in circuit theory, plasma physics, magnetophysics, and everything we need to make stuff work up there. You know, and one of the guys that was responsible for saying that was his name Henry Alfven or something, Alfven. He invented electrodynamic propulsion technology, which is used to move satellites around. Doesn't use gravity, folks. All that Star Trek stuff is crazy nonsense.
You know that one satellite path we have of Sirius XM satellite, which does the figure 8?
Yeah, like an analemma.
Yeah, go watch that video.
I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. I can't do it now.
You're probably going to come to the same conclusion as me. I mean, I had to watch it 3 times to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing. And sure enough, makes complete sense.
Yeah, Red, when I want to watch that too, is it linked in the text chat?
No. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you already posted it. Don't worry about it.
I don't want to post something like that for everybody yet. I don't want to be accused of pushing things.
I got you. You can put it in one of the other rooms that I have access to, but whatever. Sorry.
Check your friend requests.
Braddock, what's circuit theory that you mentioned earlier?
Got it.
This is
Thanks
in
for
relation. This is in relation to Earth's magnetic field. So, if you go look at like a NASA Spaceflight Goddard Center, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, you're going to read on their website how to query satellites and how to track them. They talk about that there are certain magnetic occupancy regions in the high reaches of what you call space. They can become too crowded with assets. And there are also magnetic field lines that connect not only them together, but connect to ground stations, which have been set up on Earth in order to properly track them. So, it's fundamentally goes back. I mean, you can bring it back to the law of thermodynamics, where every system has to be in balance. And if you have a circuit, it has to be inherently balanced with each other. And then any heat that gives off is part of that expression of what's being balanced.
Jesus Christ.
So what's happening is they say that they have configured devices up there that take advantage of Earth's electromagnetic field and can either cling to it or move through it. And when it's clinging to it, it's in a charging state. And when it's moving through it, it's moving perpendicular to the field itself. And they do this by simply reversing the polarity of the device. They did a lot of experimentation with this involving rocket-deployed satellites with tethers, and later the space shuttle program itself. This is their words, not mine. Basically, the shuttle bay doors open up and a gigantic telephone pole erects itself 90 degrees and then shoots off a pod with a tether that could go like tens of miles. And at the top of the tether is a pod, and the pod is a plasma conductor.
How do you change the polarity of something that's that far away from the ground?
I don't freaking know, dude. Ask NASA. I mean, I don't know what they're using, but they describe a lot of this. Like if you check their NASA technical reports server, it's open source, and type in like electrodynamic propulsion or Propel, PROPEL. It's an acronym for something. You'll read all about their electromagnetispheric studies of the upper reaches of the air. And it's weird, like sometimes you'll catch this stuff. Like Don Pettit once like mentioned this in an interview. Like these mainstream astronauts will talk about it. But then everybody thinks everything is happening because everything is orbiting around a globe due to gravity, some magical force that you just like fall into, and all of a sudden you're being carried away by a current. But the funny thing is there's no rotational vector that's required for this to happen that's ever been produced by any of the telemetry. At least not like if XY is a plane, not in the Z direction. So the curvature is actually happening in flat Cartesian space. Euclidean space, not non-Euclidean. Right. I mean, we've got the flight data recorder information from various flights going back to the 1960s from the National Transportation Safety Board. It's an open system too. You can check. You can look at all the flight recorder data information. There's no rotational vector being portrayed by any of the instrumentation on any aircraft ever throughout aviation history going back to the 60s. So that's a necessary thing that you have to have for the globe. You have to have that rotational vector. You have to maintain down with respect to the Earth below. You have to be like 90 degrees. You have to orient yourself 90 degrees to, I guess, vertically to the tangent of every point on Earth. So your horizontal reference plane has to rotate. Not a single piece of instrumentation has ever picked that up in the history of the world, and still doesn't to this day. So without that rotation around a ball vector, you don't have a ball vector. You don't have a rotation. You don't have a curve. It's flat, guys. And this is further supported by how electromagnetic wave propagation works, by how sound wave propagation works, sonar systems too that we've looked at. It's in the public source. It's confirmed by optical observation in infrared and in visual spectrum. Yeah, what is this place? It's not a spinning globe in outer space. Not at all. Nope. There's something else happening, potentially. But given that NASA was founded to be a psychological exploitation program to cement America's dominance in the world after World War II, it's possible that a lot of these technologies that they're saying that they've used with electrodynamic tethers in the plasma sphere and all this other stuff could just be a bunch of gobbledygook too. So consider them a hostile witness. Take them at their word and how they contradict themselves. And then ask us if we're telling the truth or not.
You know, real quick, sporadic, you just highlighted the key to this whole thing is we can tell you what it's not, but telling you what it is, that's natural human curiosity. We understand that, but can you verify it, you know? And the whole story we got about the globe cannot be verified, correct?
That's correct. I'm much more comfortable saying that. I'm much more comfortable saying 100% that this is not what you think it is. And what it actually positively is, I don't know. But I know what it's not. Go ahead.
I heard a debate last night. A guy named Mordwand said that the globe is not geometric. And I thought to myself, well, that's brilliant. That's the best way to describe it. It's not geometric.
Not geometric? So what? That doesn't make any sense. I need some more context to understand.
No, it makes perfect sense. It's whatever it is, it's not that. It's not geometric. Now, I honestly think it's the best way to describe the globe. It's not geometric. Oh, perfect. It's not the way we describe everything else.
Yeah, I mean, he might be telling the truth. I mean, that guy, I mean, for those who don't know, he's one of the king globers on the other side of this. I'd probably elevate him above Mattoon's status as far as how much he understands. He's a mathematics genius. He understands quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and cosmology. I mean, he could school most people on these topics. Absolutely.
I DM'd him and I said, "You killed it, bro. You proved the globe to not be geometric. It's not the way we measure things in reality. Perfect. You couldn't ask for a better representative of quote unquote globe."
Would you be able to go back and clip that and present it?
Yeah. No, he. Let me see if I think I have the clip. Here, one sec.
Yeah. That'd be great to have. I mean, that's one for us. Good find.
Well, I think it sounds like he's arguing for globe, though, sporadic. If I'm listening to him.
No, obviously, he's arguing for globe, but the globe he's arguing for a globe that's, I mean, for lack of a better word, not real.
Right, that has no geometric properties to it, huh?
Right.
Exactly.
So, what are you talking simulation theory now? I mean, this is basically he's abandoning any positive claim to geometry.
Yeah. So there's a problem, though.
Can we say we just can't verify geometry on it? Is that what y'all are saying? We can't verify the geometry.
Yeah, but he's abandoning the claim that the Earth is of any geometric consequence. So if that's true, if he's abandoning that claim, then what is he leaving behind? It's not just a simple like, oh yeah, it's not geometric. And then the globalist is like, good for him. That guy is very thoughtful in mathematics. Like, so what? He's abandoning everything that they've worked so hard to build, the Earth to be as in a conceptualization. So what are we going to do now? Are we not going to say it's geometric based on Mordwin's explanations?
I mean, that means they only have like simulation theory or something crazy and abstract like that to run to. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Right.
But you cannot say the globe is not. I mean, the globe is an expression of geometry. You cannot say it's not geometrical. Then it's not a globe. That's
So whoever thinks whoever
What's
thinks
a globe?
This is, like, yeah, hold on a minute. Whoever thinks this is better than what you have before is actually going into like a place where you can't even define what you're saying the Earth is. So it was it has always been declared as a no-blade spheroid, right? A globe. So that in and of itself is already. So once you start getting away from that and thinking that's better than what we had before, you're already in the wrong. You can't do that. There's no way that you can get away from the claims that have already been laid down. That right there is not being held accountable. That what you're doing, or anybody advocating for that position, is a person who doesn't want to be held accountable for what the globe has been proposed to be. That's what that is.
Exactly. You can take it. You can take that statement either as a concession that the Earth is not a globe, or as a double speak.
Or somebody that's trying to make it sound like, well, what do we mean by globe? Because really, that's not even defined. Let's just, everything's into question now. Like, nah, come on, dudes.
Well,
let's just get real here,
run into
right?
that
Like,
tactic all the time, right? They try to make everything so unfalsifiable and incomprehensible that they say nobody can possibly come to the conclusion of this. And somehow that's a solid defense of their claim. They always make it unfalsifiable by overcomplicating everything.
Dave, I sent that.
Yeah, that's a problem. Double speaking. They claim that the Earth is a globe and a sphere for sure, and then they claim all the time that you cannot make your mind about anything.
That's
It's definitely not better. Definitely not better than. Go ahead, Tito.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if he's saying it's not a matter of geometry, then it's not a claim of geometry. Then they're not claiming a globe. It's just crazy.
Posted it.
Exactly. I don't know.
Good, thanks. Guys, that's their biggest thinker, by their words, not mine.
I actually think he's a very, very bright guy, and I genuinely like the guy, and I genuinely enjoy what he's doing right now. I genuinely enjoy he's going with non-geometric. You have to. And
no, you
that's
don't.
what Einstein did as well. Well, yes, if you want to claim globe, you definitely have to go with non-geometric.
Yeah, but based on who? You? That's not the consensus. We're not going to get a unified answer to say that's right. You guys are on the fringes of like the idea of what the Earth is based on like this new idea. Like, that's not how it works. Dude, you have to go along with the accepted information based on something that has already been decided. You can't then come back around and say, well, we don't really understand because we got a mathematical genius that's saying a new idea, so let's go with that.
You're getting me all wrong here.
But bro,
Einstein did the same thing. Einstein did the same thing. He's like, yeah, it's, non-Euclidean, which basically means it's impossible to measure in reality.
I know that's what you guys want to.
I don't know who you're calling.
Dude, Alpha, he's not a glober, dude.
I don't know who you're saying what you guys do.
You're arguing with somebody who's not a glober, Alpha.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. But listen to this, right? Even if you think he said something that was profound, right? The reason why you think it's profound is because you're going to make it sound. Yeah, hold on. You just finished saying this, dude. Wasn't he saying that wow, I liked what he's saying, Mordwin, this guy. Is it not like what he was saying? This guy that's saying it right now. Am I getting that wrong?
No. I definitely like what he's saying about the globe because the globe can't be measured in reality. It's non-geometric. It's non-Euclidean. It's not that.
I know, but we
here
can't
in reality measure that. He's saying not that.
Yeah, I know, but we still can't.
I'm on the side
If
of
he's
Veritas.
hold on, Berserker, 1 second. But even if he's saying that means that he's already lost touch with the consensus. So we can't take what he's saying as something better than. In other words, he's speaking out his ass, right? Like, so if he's a guy that's purporting to say he's a glober and he's a math genius or whatever, or doesn't matter, but he's not claiming anymore what the mainstream narrative is. So we have to put him aside as like, okay, this guy, he's not a part of the globalist cult, right? He's doing something else. So we're looking for the guys who are adhering to that.
You're looking for guys who are adhering to a Euclidean worldview, a geometric worldview, but they claim that they have people living upside down from them. That is not the mainstream model. The mainstream model is the mainstream model is a non-Euclidean world with people living upside down from each other.
So based on what can be measured is what they're going with, and you're saying it's not. Yeah?
No, they're saying it can't be measured because it's non-geometric.
Really? So you're gonna say something even though there's no basis for it, because even if you're saying it's non-Euclidean, why do we have geometry for the size of the Earth?
Well, that's an entirely different. So
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's though.
Listen.
That's the Newtonian model.
Listen,
that's the Newtonian model, bro.
It doesn't matter. How do you know that? How do you know that?
They're
How do you know that?
models.
How do you know that?
Dude,
how do you
because
know
you have
that?
Newton and I. Stop interrupting me, bro.
No. I'm asking you, how do you know that? Like, you're not telling me. You're just like, dude, they're just merging the two.
Yeah, because there's a group of people that want to accept the Newtonian worldview. And the Newtonian worldview, frankly, isn't even a ball. But they want to have a ball in a Newtonian Euclidean worldview. And
so Newton came up with the size of the Earth, sir? Did Newton come up with the size of the Earth?
Oh, of course not.
Then why is it a Newtonian model then? How is it a Newtonian model then?
Because they want to have mass attracting mass. They want to have geometry. They want to have. There's a group of people.
Listen to me.
They're literally fighting with each other.
It's very convoluted. Listen, it's very convoluted how you're explaining it. It doesn't matter what theory of gravity they think it is, or even Newton's explanation. They still think it's an oblate spheroid. Either way, dude. It doesn't matter if you're trying to. You don't know what you're saying. If you're a flat earther, you haven't been in this conversation for a long time, and what you're doing is you're kind of putting everything together, and you're just mashing it all up and saying, I got a good way of explaining. No, you don't. Mordwin is talking out of his ass, right? Because he's not adhering to the consensus, so he's already off. He's off the reservation, dude. He's just doing what he wants. So we don't even have to take it. Yeah.
They're pushing him forward as their champion. Let them do that.
Who's doing that? The zealots that come in here or adhering to the consensus? They're adhering to the Earth being a certain size.
Lord, ask around. They are pushing him forward.
Really?
They are championing him now.
All right. Let's see the effects of that. Let's hear somebody coming in here and championing Mordwin. I haven't heard not one soul do that except for you. You're the only one who's doing it as a flat earther. Nobody's come in here championing that the Earth isn't. Just listen to what I'm saying, dude. The Earth size. The Earth size right now, according to how we understand it, as those guys coming in here saying it's a certain size, and we're talking out of our ass. Listen, dude. Listen. Hold on a second, because we don't have a model. They do, and that's what they're adhering to. So you don't know what you're saying by saying they're all talking about Mordwin. This is the first time I've heard of it.
Nobody has a model, bro.
You're saying that, dude, doesn't negate the fact that they come in here and say that. Do you understand? You saying that doesn't negate the fact that these guys come in here and ask us for a model because they think they have one. You don't. You.
They don't have a model.
Like,
yeah, dude.
What form are you coming from, dude?
And just so he's a Bevite. Just so you know. I was going to step in earlier, but I thought I was going to be. I can't really be impartial. Yeah, they basically. These guys kicked me out because of the.
Who's this calling me a Bevite? What's a Bevite? What's a Bevite?
This guy, they kicked me out of the server just for simply posting the news. This is how they're too far gone at this point.
Oh my God! This is the guy who posts double posts every day. These weird, obscure double posts.
Is it a Newtonian model or just?
Yeah. See, look at it was so triggering. Just posting the news of the day was so triggering that they have to ban that. They're so divorced from reality. Bevites.
Who's they?
You're so divorced from reality that even the mainstream news is extremely triggering to look at.
The mainstream news.
He's making it sound, Crit, like there's people that are championing this new guy, Mordwin. Nobody that I've heard of, unless you have in this room, has come in and saying that we're not claiming a model or size of the Earth. Are you kidding me? They're all saying that we know the size of the Earth.
Literally happened last night. Give it some time to percolate. Give it a little time. I guarantee you they consider this guy their new guy. Trust me on this.
Who cares? Why do I care?
There's debates that are lined up or something?
Yeah, as soon as the Bevites triggered over the news, that's all I need to know about all of you.
Are you all Critites? Is everybody a Critite? Who reads mainstream news? Critites? I'm going to call everybody a Critite here. We all Critites.
You can do what you want. Do what you want to do.
But
no one's required to keep a straight face.
Mainstream news and posting GIFs. It is absolutely the most tedious, annoying thing.
That's great. That's wonderful. Yeah, that's wonderful. Like, we're talking about your claim of this guy Mordwin have any relevance to do with why people think the Earth is a globe or not. The mass majority of people believe that the Earth.
What's a globe?
Up. Shut up, dude. Because you don't.
You're like, it's a globe. What's a globe? Define the fucking term, dipshit.
Yeah, you don't speak for the rest of humanity. People that we know that come in here,
define it.
They will all say, "Dude, you see, you don't want to listen, do you? You are a Bevite. You guys all act the same. You don't want to listen to when people are speaking because of the fact that you don't have all the facts. You don't have everything that we do. We are in here day in and day out. People do not come in here championing Mordwin, nor do they care about whether or not somebody's claiming the Earth doesn't have a size. They all make it sound like they have the size of the Earth with the model to boot. So they're claiming that they know what's going on, and we don't. And listen, nobody's going to come in here and say, well, we now don't know the size of the Earth because of Mordwin. Nobody's going to say that dumb shit, except for you trying to make it sound like someone's going to. No one's going to, dude. Yeah? That's just the facts of the matter are, people come in here, they make a claim for the size of the Earth, and they want to stick to that and tell us, okay, Flat Earther, now it's your turn. Now, when we don't have a model like they think they do, then they start, putting it over us. But that's what they do. They're not going to champion Mordwin, who's saying, well, we're now the true globe is that we don't even know what it is. That's what Bev thinks. That's what he says. That's why we know that you're a Bevite. Yeah. He says the true globe. Yeah, he says the true globe is unknown. The Earth you can't measure it. So of course, Mordwin. It sounds like now he's hit. He struck a chord with you guys.
He's literally said it's non-geometric.
Yeah, but you think Mordwin's got something to say?
Why do I care? Why would
you give a shit?
Who gives a shit what some dude says?
Make them hold whether it's geometric.
They can do what they can say what they want. Say what they want.
So none of them have a model then. It's either geometric or it's not geometric.
Dude, that's not mainstream. Mainstream would dictate they do. Mainstream would who gives a fuck about Mordwin? He's just some guy on the internet with some fringe idea. Yeah, with some fringe idea. And you're making it sound like he's some dude relative in science. What in academia is he contributing to that he's changing the narrative?
Thank you.
Is he changing the narrative in some way?
Relative is the perfect word.
Yeah, see, he's running away. You're not saying how Mordwin's changing the narrative because he's not doing that just by having some
trying to have a non-geometric. He wants to have a non-geometric worldview.
So
Yeah, and
so what?
So what?
Great. So that's the current mainstream model, is a non-geometric worldview.
So what? So
No, dude. No, it's not.
Let
Dude,
them have it.
They claim geometry. You're not going to win with their talking point of that they don't have
Well,
a
then
size
they're
of the earth.
claiming
They
a
do.
contradiction. You can't have geometry and not geometry simultaneously.
So what?
That's why they have refraction. Have
Just
you
go
not been-
fuck off to your safe space and just go hang out there and talk about how you're triggered by the news.
Okay, Crit.
You'll
Just
be
pull
okay.
some more mainstream news, Crit. Pull some
I do.
mainstream news.
Yeah, I
Because
do.
the
I
mainstream
post every day.
is so important.
Every day, yeah. Every day. Multiple
It's
servers.
mainstream news.
Multiple servers on, and multiple people
What's
get
going
them.
on CNN, Crit?
Only one triggered out. The Bevites.
Yes,
I can't wait to hear what CNN has to say again tomorrow, Crit. It's so important.
Same. Keep up the good work, Crit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
it's a great litmus test to
Post
see if these people
MSNBC
are even
next, Crit.
able to have
So
a functional, normal conversation. Like, once they leave the internet, are they able to talk to anybody? Anyone else?
Yeah.
Like, inside this forum, it's one thing, because they're kind of playing a gag, maybe, or they're playing an act. So if you bring it back to just what the functionally normal people are talking about, like at the water cooler, could you go to the water cooler and have a conversation with these people? They couldn't.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be
Yeah, and
able
the
to
problem
even. Oh, look at gas, fart found in ancient, whatever. I don't know, some random, AI generated headline, and they wouldn't even be able to talk to their coworker about it.
Yeah, he says that he's not accepting anything from the mainstream because he doesn't listen to all that stuff, like the things that you're showing him. Yet he's over here on the debate side for Mordwin, but yet anything Mordwin says, but Mordwin said this, and he's going to run with that.
Who the fuck is Mordwin anyway? What the hell is that? What's a Mordwin?
He's this guy. He's this guy's CNN, basically. Whatever Mordwin says, he's going to come and run in. Oh, do you hear, guys, hear what Mordwin said? The latest Mordwin news. Who gives a fuck about Mordwin? Who gives a fuck about CNN? And Crit's only showing you this is what mainstream narrative does. It gets people to think about these ideas that are nonsensical, which is what Mordwin's doing. Giving you a nonsensical idea, and you're running around talking about it's the best thing since sliced bread. You're making an absolute ass of yourself, dude.
Is like a pet name for Nathan or something? Is that what he's doing? Is that their new name for Nathan Oakley? I was trying to follow. I was just sitting back here listening because I didn't want to blurt right away. This guy's a Bevite because I knew it would poison the well. But I was just trying to follow what the fuck are they talking about? What's he even talking about? They lack basic articulation. Simple, basic articulation. Who, what, when, where, why, and how.
Supposedly, Mordwin's a mathematical genius, and he said some words about the Earth being non-Euclidean, which means that it wouldn't have a geometric shape. And these guys, of course, they want to jump into the idea that the true globe, right, in quotations, because I've seen Bev put this in some of the social medias, true globe, right, is defined as what the Earth actually is versus, what people think the Earth as a globe is. So Mordwin is kind of basically championing one of their points. So it's probably why he's all giddy about it, because he's all like, "Oh, Mordwin, he's siding with us. He's saying the true globe is not known the size of like," and so that's what he's all about, right? This mathematical genius, right? But fuck a Mordwin because we're talking about consensus here. We're talking about narrative, and the agreed upon narrative based upon what we've seen has all been about describing these models and size of the Earth and all that shit. So this guy, he's got a fringe idea. He's off on the internet, and these other guys were on the fringe also, where they're talking about, well, the Earth's not flat because we have mountains, right? They're on the fringe too. So they're just all circle jerking each other to oblivion. Meantime, people coming in here are exclaiming how the Earth has a size based on what we already know. The Eratosthenes is measured, and so forth. So we already know that's the narrative. This guy, he's not speaking any of that. He's just agreeing with some talking points that some, lunatic is saying off on the fringes.
Is this claim basically a concession that all geometric presentations of the globe have been fabricated thus far?
No, it's some random server with like a couple hundred people on it that no one pays attention or cares about. It's basically the Bev drama playbook. Hey, this other server that you guys don't go to, that has nothing to do with you, with some people you don't talk to, said something. Okay, so what? Okay, and? Well, you should go challenge him on that. No. I don't care.
Do you think politicians are space alien reptiles? Because plenty of Globers say that. Don't you think that? If you don't think that, then you're not a real Glober.
Yeah, or
like
you know what?
Booger eaters. Booger eating schmucks, like whatever, like Huey says. Yeah, I don't. If I would spend the whole day just going server to server, challenging dumb shit that people say, that would be it's not enough hours in the day. There's not enough daylight to do that.
Crit, think about this. And he's talking about the Earth size not being known and shit like this. I'm like, okay, well, check this out, homie. Then ask fucking NASA to redact all their fucking images of the Earth looking like a perfect sphere, in by which you could probably ascertain a size based on a radius, diameter, and circumference. You utter moron.
That's what I was getting at. It's like that claim is going to have to be tagged along with that.
Yeah, no, what I'll add in is, I think that Bev has spent a lot of time reading about Korzybski's general semantics. And so what I think he's doing is, I think he's having fun with a lot of the not really experiments, but some of the tests that Korzybski put in his book, Science and Sanity. So if you read that book, which I don't encourage you to because it's about the size of the Bible times 3 or something, written in about 1890, something like that, I think it was, or maybe a little early 1900s one. And so everything that I see Bev doing comes literally from that book. As far as Korzybski's big thing was that there's an unspeakable level to where we all can't describe certain things beyond a certain level. And so I think that what he's just sitting back is laughing, getting these numpties all worked up over, well, what's a globe? Okay, well, what's that? Okay, well, what's that?
Yeah. And that's the problem, right? It is a problem when these guys come in here and he's trying to paint a picture, right? Well, they're going to come in here and just give it a wait. Just give it some time to percolate. I'm like, dude, we don't have to wait. The Earth as a globe has already been propagated for hundreds of years, and it already has behind it a narrative. Now, your little guy Mordwin over here on the internet somewhere is claiming otherwise. Well, we don't know the size of the Earth. Well, that's some bullshit, because then you're going to have to go back to everything that they've been saying and look at why they've been saying it. And no one's going to go with that. Go and challenge, take your little information and go and challenge the narrative. Why don't you guys go do that? Don't come in here telling us the obvious truth that there isn't a size of the Earth. We know that. They are claiming it, not us. Like, what the fuck? Go challenge those guys. Go take it to their forums.
Yeah, leave me out of whatever meth-fueled panic mode, shields up, red alert. Somebody said something that triggered you. I don't care. Go take it up with them. Whatever they said, whatever they did, I don't care. You do you. You do you in your own space, doing your own thing that has nothing to do with me. Freedom of association. Simple as. God-given right of freedom of association. That's why they made their own server, so they could say and do the things they wanted to say in their own space and not be challenged, not be questioned. They would need their echo chamber. They need their safe space. Let them have it. Duh. It's neighborly. It's neighborly to let them sit in their own spot and do their own thing. Going over there and bothering them is going to increase their victimhood. They're going to feel like they're under attack and they'll want to retaliate. Just let them sit there until they get bored with life, they get bored with the circle jerk, and maybe then they'll leave their safe space and come out and talk to other people.
Yeah, and then some people are saying, well, he's a flat earther. Like Sporadic was saying earlier, he's a flat earther. Well, that's the fruits of somebody, like their behavior and how they conduct themselves in their arguments. I don't know that. I don't know him from Adam, so I wouldn't know if he is or not. But just by what he presented, somebody that's a critical thinker would have examined what he said and would have been like, hold on, man. Like, well, yeah, you want to make it sound like he's got something to say. Did you examine what he said? Or did you just take it because it's something that confirms one of your bias? Because that's what it sounded like to me. Like, what are the group with the Bev, guys, they want to agree that the true globe is something that cannot be known and stated with, certainty, like with the size and such. So that's what he really wants. So now this guy was kind of saying exactly what he likes. So it fit in his narrative. So now he wants to use that. And no, as a critical thinker, you have to examine every claim that gets put forth. So somebody who's a flat earther would understand that. They'll be like, oh, well, yeah, let's just hear what he's got to say. If he says anything, let's listen to him for a little bit. Check him out, right? What is he saying? Does it have any consistency? Because if there isn't any, then how are you going to propose to say that would, ring true? Because Mordwin just might have some ideas that are different from the narrative, but the narrative is what we're talking about. We're going against that, challenging people on those terms, not on what Mordwin's saying, on basically what the consensus has been saying thus far.
Yeah, I agree completely with the Veritas. I thought also the guy who is called Horizontal isn't sloped. Yeah, I thought he's a flat earther, but then what he said gave the impression that he is a glober. So I was confused too.
Well, it's definitely a room for examining what people are saying and at least putting it to the test. So if somebody makes the claim, right, we're all listening to him say what he's saying. If it has any validity to coherence to say like, yeah, this goes along with the mainstream narrative, or it goes against it, which it sounded like what he was proposing goes against the narrative. But he's then therefore saying that then this guy got it right. He has it. Mordwin has it right. I'm like, dude, wait a minute. Like, no, you're jumping the gun. You've already said he got it right because he's saying it's non-Euclidean. So, and by that meaning that there's no way to define the geometric consequence of an oblate spheroid. But that's not what the others are saying. So you're in conflict with what they're saying. So if he had that kind of a beef, well, take it to their forums. Go over there and argue with those guys about it. It's a well done to us, right?
There's a difference between whether or not the surface is non-Euclidean and whether or not the space it's embedded in is non-Euclidean. Because we can take Euclidean measurements, azimuth and elevation, and apply it to a presupposed spherical surface to see any deviation, which we've done. So if they're going to claim that space-time itself, that our reality is non-Euclidean in a way that can not be tested, in a way that requires extracting yourself from this frame of reference to another, then the burden is on them to prove that which they're claiming is unfalsifiable.
Yeah, look,
it's a huge burden. It's a huge burden to carry, right? Like, I mean, who's going to champion that? Go ahead.
Just two simple questions. When someone says the Earth is a globe, doesn't he say in the same time or imply that the Earth is a sphere?
It's the
yeah, okay.
I mean, it would have to be, if they're implying globe, then yeah.
They mean a sphere, right?
Oblate spheroid. I mean, you can put it to whatever way that they would exclaim it to be. But yeah.
Yeah, a plate sphere is still non-perfect sphere, right? But isn't the sphere a geometrical expression? So doesn't that imply that the person is exercising double speaking? Because when he says the Earth is a globe,
Oh yeah, but that's what Sporadic was just saying right now. That's what he was saying.
yeah. So you can see immediately that he's practicing double speaking, or he's dishonest, and yeah, it's
No,
not
but nobody's challenged Mordwin on these points, right? And I think that's Mordwin, if he's coming up with this information, hasn't challenged the narrative, whereas the narrative would have probably pushed back on and probably told him what Sporadic did. So it's like duh, we and I don't know who he was speaking to in a debate, so it could have just been some.
It was Shane St. Pierre. I'm in a back chat with Shane right now about this. So Mortawan is basically saying that all your straight line propagation of lasers, of infrared observations, is actually curving, and you have no way of telling whether or not it's curved or straight in reality.
Fuck's sake, dude.
I'm totally serious. That's what he's saying.
Right. So no one knows how.
May I say something?
But that's just pushing. That's just pushing the claim to be not verified. And on there, like, even if he's trying to do it, he's trying to make it unfalsifiable. So now what? You can't. You're not able to find out. Like what the fuck? We're just gonna leave it to a big question.
How does he substantiate this unvalidatable claim? Like,
exactly.
You can just make up stuff.
It's done through relativity and statistics, probability.
Oh my god, bro!
I'm totally serious, guys. I'm like 1,000% serious. Yeah.
Yeah, let's remember, you guys, the ether cosmology people. They got their own framework too. So it's like, don't try to like marry it into where the globe is or where flat Earth is. Just like kind of meet them at their own conclusions. I guess, okay, what I'm trying to say is I'm on their server, and it's delightful. They take care of trolls, and there isn't a lot of anti-flat Earth content posted there, but they go into a lot of what we would call speculation, and it's just how they want it. They think from their point of view, the surface of the Earth is settled. That is settled. The surface of the Earth is flat. Now they want to move on to bigger and better things, like exploring the heavens and demonstrating how the sky works or how the sky doesn't work. And they're working through it. And it might seem counterintuitive from our point of view, but from their point of view, enough is enough. Okay, the surface of the Earth is fully measured, adjudicated, mapped, measured, everything. It's like, okay, we know that's a banana on the table. Okay, now how did I get such a great photo of the banana? Tell me how the light. Okay, go ahead. Was that Berserker?
No, Dreamer. Remember last night? If you're not talking, mute up, Dreamer. Stop making noises through the conversation, Dreamer.
Yeah, so I mean, simply put, the people have their own ideas and their own servers that when you take it out of context, when you pull just one screenshot or one idea out of the context of that full server or that full community, it might be off-putting. It might not match very well. So if somebody, okay, not you, but if somebody wants to really know what this, what was the guy's, Mordwand or whatever, if you really want to know what he's saying, you don't need it third person. You don't need it filtered through Bevite. Go to that person and ask them, what are you talking about? As soon as you filter anything through a Bevite, it's going to get even worse. Just even basic science and space news filtered through the lens of a Bevite turns into an extremely triggering event. So obviously anything at that point is going to be like filtered through that is going to be utterly worthless. Hot garbage. Just a playbook. Oh, go ahead.
My problem with like, I like that we got these other communities that are going out and speculating about things. It's fine. I love that. but I have a problem when you start building on that speculation and you get really far into that speculation. Like, sure, this one thing looks really weird to us because it's deep down in the speculation chain, which they cannot verify certain aspects, or they have certain modeling or the ways they think about things that make it seem like the rest of the speculation works. That kind of problem I find a problem with, because it's the same thing that got us into the mess with the globe. It's just a stacking of assumptions and different ideas just because you like this idea more than another idea.
Yeah, it's basically at that point, what pizza toppings do you like? It's just their flavor, their preferences, rather than what is actual, like, demonstratable reality. Physical measurements, observations. It's like, I prefer. Okay, who gives a fuck what you prefer? I mean, is this like share, like your cake decorating, like QE says, your cake decorating forum? That's what this has turned into? When you get these people come into the community and no one's ever heard of them, they start talking about all their degrees and all their acumen and everything, it's bullshit. Experts don't need to tell you they're experts. It will be obvious when they start talking. An honest person doesn't tell you they're honest. A brave person doesn't tell you they're brave. It's obvious. Actually obvious. So when someone's first comment, they come into this forum and be like, what's going on in here? You guys talking about the surface of the earth? Well, guess what? I'm a mathematician. Yeah, stop the cap.
Even if he is a mathematician and all of his credentials are correct, that does not mean that he is right. That does not mean that he is some authority that needs to be bowed down to. It's just annoying. Like, we have plenty of people with credentials within our community. We don't push that forward because that doesn't really have any effect on the arguments or the evidence. So yeah, it just makes me more sus. Like, if you have the expertise, you can just show it. If you want to try to cloak yourself in some kind of authority, that's when you try to pull out your credentials. So it just already makes me sus.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I at one point, I had talked, years and years ago, I have a degree in legal process, like, not a lawyer, okay, just like a paralegal. And I had talked about some people about some legal stuff. And one of the things is like, oh, what, do you have a degree in this shit? Like, well, civil law. And I'm like, well, yeah. And it just turned into, no, you don't. So at that point, it really doesn't matter. Like, you can give someone advice and say, hey, this is how I've handled these things professionally in the past. And they don't care. They really don't care. They've already got their preset idea that they're wronged, that the legal system failed them. So when you tell them, like, oh, that's basically how it's going to work. The same thing with this like so-called mathematician. AI or whatever chatbot or Google search said something that he thinks sounds right, and then now he's just playing some kind of role. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. I mean, there's people who are self-trained in things. I mean, like, Abraham Lincoln, self-trained himself in law. Like, when people go to school, they sometimes come out dumbasses. They really don't understand what they're doing or what they're talking about, especially when they go outside their career field.
Yeah, it's also part of that problem is how they're taught things, and like, if you don't keep up your studies after you quit schooling, you're just going to be stuck at that level. And part of it is also like you get graded on how you fulfill the answers to the previous answers that they have set. So if you were good at memorizing stuff, you have a much easier time getting through the entire schooling system. But that doesn't mean that you're intelligent, that you're good at figuring things out or pattern recognition or other things. It just means that you're good at memorizing things. And so there's a big spectrum of how you can be intelligent, because it is intelligent to have a really good memory, but that's not the end-all be-all of intelligence.
It's like you get these biologists who then start talking about theology. You know, on the globe side, they say it too. Like sometimes they'll have those people who live the Nobel Prize. They win the Nobel Prize in X, and suddenly they start talking about something other than X, or they go batshit crazy. Like they got a Nobel Prize in X, and then they go into like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs land. Yeah, that's why you don't appeal to authorities, because authorities are wrong. I mean, Voltaire said it best.
It's just easy to fall into that trap and forget that the experts are also fallible, they're also human, they also have biases and beliefs, and can be manipulated. It's easy to be manipulated without realizing it, just because of cultural influences, the movies, things you see, things you hear. All of these things shape how we look at the world.
Hi everyone, I missed most of what Crit said. Crit, I missed it about the legal system. I just caught the end, but I just want to cut it short. I mean, let's handle it logically. I mean, when the guy says, okay, the laser beam in the test, which implies that the Earth is flat, how you cannot know that that laser beam is, if it's curving or not curving. Just like it's a sphere, but not geometrical sphere. I mean, if we cannot know that if the laser beam is curving or not curving, how does he come to know that the Earth is curved? I mean, when he says it's curved, but you cannot prove it, and you cannot detect it. I mean, can't we just say immediately, "Oh, stop there. Yeah, we got you," because that's double speaking. I mean, you cannot say in the same time the globe is a sphere, but it's not geometrical sphere. This is like desperation. This is like conceding that they cannot prove that it is a curve, that the Earth is curving. Why don't we just say stop there? Then you cannot prove that it's curving. When you say it's curved, but I cannot prove it, then it's curved. Then how do you come to know that it's curving? How did you come to that deduction? To that yeah, acknowledgement, or sorry, because of the language barrier. Do you get what I mean? At the same time, they say you cannot know. In the same time, they say we cannot know if it's curved or not, but it is curved. So simple. Isn't that stupid? Isn't that?
It's a self-defeating idea. He defeats himself. Like, if you cannot
That's why we
measure it to be curved, then you cannot claim it's curved because you have no evidence that it is.
Exactly. Then we should tell them stop. Then don't claim that it's curved. When you are saying no one can detect the curvature, no one can know if it's curved, or no one can measure it, if it's curved or flat, then you should stop claiming that it is curved. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. It's just, shouldn't we stop them there and tell them then don't claim anything. Don't claim that it is a flat or not flat, and don't claim if it's curved or not curved. When you say that we cannot detect it, so how do you come to the knowledge that it is curved when you are saying in the same time that no one can know and detect it?
Yeah, you went in a few circles there saying the same thing, but yeah, we agree. What I want to know is what's the mechanism he's proposing that's causing all of this light to bend to hide his ball?
Yeah, for Berserker, like earlier, yeah, I was going to say that there was some legal brief. The context was some legal briefs that were written about flat Earth. There's three major ones I like to bring up. One of them was basically the lawyer wrote up about how to argue from a losing position, and had used flat Earth as the framework for that legal brief. That you're able to basically, it says in the brief, the long story short, is that you recognize certain things and also recognize them as equally as irrelevant. People say if the other side brings up people have been to space, okay, irrelevant. That sort of thing. Like you bring facts into evidence and say, okay, we're talking about the flat Earth, like this concept. We're not talking about that concept. And then the other one was the over-reliance on scientific, quote-unquote scientific evidence, and the prohibitive cost of bringing scientific evidence into a courtroom. And that these are generally like, DNA evidence and whatnot. This stuff costs thousands and thousands of dollars to test, and thousands of dollars to present. And then even more when you get an expert witness on the stand. And just the court, just the prohibitive cost of bringing this stuff to a courtroom, which is why it's mostly reserved for capital crimes, murder and whatnot. So like you won't see someone bring DNA evidence into like a fraudulent check or something like that. And then I just lost it. Okay, I remember now. Okay, the last one is basically a lawyer had talked about. Cases in court aren't won on the evidence. It's won by the jury. Which side persuades the jury? I think it's called like telling the best story. Like if your side can give the best story, you win. So when you've got, from a flat Earth point of view, our story is like the systems of power and control about 200 or 400 years ago radically diverted from your lived experience and started presenting a heliocentric model. Since then, things, whatever, you tell the story. The Apollo program, you tell the story about, how that stuff was faked, and people who think the Earth is a globe agree. Meanwhile, the globe side, they really don't have a story to tell. Their giant leap forward for mankind, they're switching to a heliocentric model. All these things are basically, at the end of the day, not even a just so story. They're like, they don't have anything to go with it. There's no cowbell. There's no therefore Star Trek or therefore something else that should matter. They don't have, so like their evidence requires them to say we're the majority, so we win. Okay, well, no, the minority is right. You can argue from a losing position and still win. Their evidence requires science, which they can't present. And their story is not even worthy to believe. They tell you, hey, believe my story. And then they tell you a story that no one really cares about or really understands. So that's what I was talking about earlier. I know that was kind of long-winded, but like from a legal framework, that's why Flat Earth keeps winning in the courtroom. That Zen Garcia had won like 3 times and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember Zen Garcia.
The judge had to order him to pay the guy.
Yeah, it's like that. I remember a meme from back then. That face you make when you try to sue a flat earther, and you have to pay the flat earther's legal bills.
Oh, humiliating.
For the audience, these are facts. You can look this up. Flat Earth won in court 3 times.
Yep. Yep.
I think I have a picture reference.
Till now, I thought only once. Okay, now you're saying 3 times.
Yeah, it was one. It's kind of one court case that was adjudicated 3 times.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Like
on
the first time, he basically presented nothing. He just showed up and said, come on, Judge, Earth is a globe, come on. And the judge is like,
really?
You got to present something. Like, you just can't come in here and just be like, give me a secret handshake or some shit. So it's like, case dismissed. Then the second time, he brought some really like pared down version of Google Earth or something. Something like that. Some mathematical early construct of Google. And then it says this doesn't meet the criteria because it wasn't your individual work. Like the contest was, something new, something individualized and new. And even still, if you read the program, it was supposed to be a manifestation of this model. It wasn't Earth. And then the third one, I'm drawing a blank on how it went down, but basically it was dismissed like with cause. Like, you cannot sue. Like, do not bring this to my courtroom again. Like, you're a host. Like, this is it. You're done. Okay, with prejudice. This is dismissed with prejudice.
So basically, Crit, what you're saying is that he drew a really good cartoon about the globe, and the judge said this ain't shit. Basically.
Yeah. For the second one. The second one was like, I don't know how you're even connecting this to the globe or how you've connected this evidence to the whatever the event was, a contest. It's like, you're coming in here to talk about this one individual topic, and you're talking about how you dunked on some 10-year-old in the park. Like, what the hell are you doing, dude? Like, this isn't related. This is like the textbook definition of a non sequitur.
Real quick, one thing I wonder if that made the judge take a step back and like, wait a second, do I live on a globe? I'm just speculating, but he had somebody in front of him trying to prove it, and if he was honest with himself, which obviously he was, you didn't prove it, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, the quote from the Globe side at the time was really glorious because they said the judge didn't rule on flat Earth, he just ruled on this contest. And we're like, yeah, the contest was prove your globe.
One question, I don't want to digress, but once I heard that a flat earther told a globe that refraction bends the light upwards. So how it come now, it's bending the light downwards. I just wanted to ask if it's true. I mean, does it always bend the light upwards? I mean, the flat earther said when the light goes from a less dense medium to another denser medium, then it must bend upwards. So how it comes that it's bending downwards, that it will bring the oil rigs, into sight. Is that true? That light bends upwards in refraction instead of downwards?
Depending on the angle and the medium change, if it's going from more dense to less dense, it can refract up or down. It's not just down or just up. It's also, it cannot refract even though it's going into a different optical density if it's normal to the surface.
So we cannot claim that refraction cannot do that because refraction bends always upwards. So we cannot use that argument, right?
Yeah, we can't claim that refraction bends always upwards. It's completely dependent on the boundary conditions and the incident of the light.
And the optic.
Not the
Well,
ones
not
that
the
need an
refraction
argument.
itself. Like the refraction itself.
Berserker, I'll help you out. If you look what I posted, it bends up and down.
Thanks. I saw it.
That's all you have to present. You don't have to talk. It does bend around the ball. It doesn't bend up into the moon. All that. It's just show them that picture. Say now you're debunked.
So remember, real quick, you're not the one making claims about refraction. They are. It's up to them to prove what it's doing. Anyway.
Yep. They're making
Yeah,
a
you know,
positive
bro,
claim that refraction is happening and causing you to see further, but they have no evidence to prove that is the cause of you seeing further. That's just an excuse.
We all know that. And it doesn't make sense that refraction can shove the horizon, which should be in front of the oil rig, suddenly behind the oil rig, which is at 9.4 miles distance. That's not logical. So, bro, everything that they are saying is just nonsense because they have lost the plot. They just don't want to admit it. They are thinking in desperation. That's the problem.
It's so obvious that they're desperate and they have nothing because, first of all, white light would optically disperse if it were refracting for miles, and we would see all white light start to separate into rainbow colors. The world would look gay if the world was globe. There's also the issue with if you imagine
That's nice.
light.
Glober pro LGBT.
Yeah, it's very pro LGBT. But if you imagine the light is bending around the globe and you're seeing that light. If you're seeing that light and not the light that's coming off the bottom of the oil rig, for instance, and that light is actually bent down into the ground and you're losing that light, the angle to the oil rig should change. It should be looking like you're looking from above onto the oil rig, and that would be observable in all the pictures. We don't observe any effects of their claimed refraction, so they're just liars.
That's what I'm trying to say. They are liars. They are lying all the time because they have lost the plot, because there is no evidence for the curvature. And we say that, we begin with that. And they go into complicated elaboration, blah, blah, and digress and confuse. And that's it. That's all they have. There is no evidence of the curve. There is no curve. There is no observation of the curve. There is no detection of. There's nothing. And there are a lot of observations which provide evidence for the flatness of the surface of the Earth. Definitely, when it's being experimented or measured on a flat, large body of water. They have nothing to present. Nothing. Literally nothing.
What the fuck?
You didn't know that, Honorable Prince Abdul?
No.
Yeah, the ground measures flat. We use the Earth as flat and stationary for practical purposes, well, for navigation and building on it.
To me, that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means, bro.
What does that mean, bro? That's a tautology. Tautology.
Are you saying that just because it measures flat and just because we use it as if it is flat after we've measured it flat, it doesn't mean it's flat?
In the words topography, yeah, we factor that in, so it's measured flat with topography. Not topography.
What does that even mean, bro?
Yeah, topography is relative to a flat baseline and sea level. So, like, the water is level.
What you see out there is not necessarily what is real, you know?
So don't believe your eyes.
Oh, that's
Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe the lasers, the infrared, the microwave. Don't believe anything. Apparently,
right?
Like just accept what you're told.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Okay.
Yeah, but believe in your eyes when you look at the photos from NASA or photos from this.
What was for Copernicus the major difference between the Ptolemaic astronomy and his astronomy to choose his own astronomy over the Ptolemaic astronomy?
And 60 years after Copernicus' theory was posted to the world, only 15 astronomers in all of Europe espoused that nonsense. So what?
No, again, the question. Why did he choose?
No, that's what happened, though.
I don't care, bro.
The Catholic Church pushed him to. That's why.
You don't know, right? I can tell you. He said, we can't develop Ptolemaic astronomy with epicycles ad infinitum. We can develop more and more
but what you
complex
see isn't necessarily what's real. What?
Yeah, you just told us that everything they're looking at isn't real. What are you talking about? You're contradicting yourself.
Bro, I didn't even say anything.
You told us we can't believe our eyes. We can't believe their eyes.
Exactly. Catch him where he made double speak.
You're the best example of the history of science that actually science is about hierarchies and not truth. Right? You're the best example. Because I cannot make my sentence.
Science is about hierarchy and not truth. Is that what you said?
People get silenced in universities only because they're following the truth, sir. And that's everyone knows that. Everyone. I seek for the truth. I don't care about money. I don't care about reputation. You know. I don't care.
You're insulting those people out there who dedicate their lives to trying to solve cause and effect relationships and making medical breakthroughs. You're an insult to those people. Shut up.
You insult them.
Yeah, he ran away.
So I think Yui has a question.
So basically, he was saying it's a globe, but you can't prove it. Basically, right?
Basically, he was saying you can't trust your eyes, but you can trust the eyes of some other guys who he can trust his own eyes, but you can trust his eyes because I don't fucking know. It's fucking circular reasoning and retarded.
Yeah, exactly.
Nonsense.
Exactly.
You are a handsome woman.
Just another of the many epic fails of somebody trying to prove that the globe exists in reality. Who's next?
Yeah, completely threw himself under the bus and it's a whole belief system.
Hey, Globers, we're sitting here on the dock with our fishing lines in the water. Where are you?
I mean, like, people like that say that, well, you don't know if what you're looking at's real, are going to make more flat earthers than anyone.
It's just hilarious to me. How can you start with the premise that you can't trust your eyes, but then try to use your eyes to determine it?
Because, Drace, they're meaning to say, I can't trust my eyes, so I trust the guys that figured it all out, right?
Yeah, you trust their eyes, but they can't trust their own eyes, so it's like, what?
I think you have to throw some imagination in there somewhere.
It's just all about faith. Like, you gotta have faith in those guys, and that even though their eyes don't work and they can't trust them, they somehow divined that information. problem is when you start looking into it, like they didn't think that their eyes didn't work, and they didn't like assume that. They assumed completely different things, and we've looked into those things.
Exactly.
They don't really have.
They looked all the time. They used their eyes looking through the telescope all the time. Galileo and Copernicus. And now suddenly we are not allowed to use our eyes. Right? Didn't they use
it's
their
okay
eyes?
to do it when they do it, but it's not okay to do it when we do it. Like they can call anything science, but when we're hyper specific about actual scientific method and how to do natural science, they're like, no, I don't believe in science. What?
Yeah, how's it called? Rules for thee, not for me, or laws for thee, not for me.
It's not that you can't trust your eyes, it's that you have to acknowledge that the perception of your surroundings with light does have limitations.
I love that, because the Globers don't do that. They don't account for optics and perspective when they reify into existence the Earth curve with Earth curve calculators, and when they look at the horizon, for instance, they just imagine it is. There's no optics, there's no perspective, and that's how the globe exists. Just like when they look at the stars, they think all the stars are like going down towards the horizon because they're on a globe, but they don't realize they have perspective, and the ceiling appears to come down towards the horizon regardless. Like, it's not globe caused by globe, and so if you start trying to bend things with globe and perspective, the reality wouldn't look the same. So, like, now you got gay rainbow shit in the distance everywhere because it's a globe. It would look all fucked up in the sky and on the ground because it's a globe. It's so retarded. But they just look out at the world, they see it flat, stationary, and they're like, well, I imagine it could be a globe, and I'm just a tiny little ant on that globe. It would just be so flat that, like, I wouldn't be able to detect it's a globe. You said it was X big, so it's not that big. It's much smaller than that. So we would be able to see the curvature. We would be able to measure for the curvature. No, they can't do that. They don't want to do that. They believe, well, the light must all be bending to hide the curve. Like, the eyes are not just fooling me. Like, the measurement instruments and everything is fooling me, regardless of the wavelengths I use. And what's the mechanic for that? Well, they don't really have a reasonable one. They have a refraction ad hoc excuse, or like light must be bending to explain the observations. But do the conditions exist for that much refraction? No. Would the conditions that much refraction requires create unlivable conditions on the Earth? Yes. They have no idea what they're invoking, and it's just ad hoc to make it match. And that's why the refraction, terrestrial refraction, for instance, it doesn't bend the light rays; it blows up the Earth, makes it that much bigger. They hide it all in the math, while they ignore optics and how we actually see the world and experience the world, and then convert the optics or perspective into Earth curves, either for the celestial sphere or for the Earth. And then when you bend both the sky and the ground, of course, you need your systems to apply to that. If you flatten both out, then everything works. If you only flatten one, not the other, then you got serious problems. So that's why we're in the mess. We're in this mess because people look at the sky and they don't understand how vision works, and they think the hallway is coming together into a point, and so they cannot escape the hallway because it's clearly, if they look at it, it must be coming together into a point, and there's no escape. The problem is you're not thinking about optics. They're not thinking about optics. We're thinking about optics because we're looking at things and we're measuring things in reality compared to optical phenomenon.
Yeah, but concerning what you said, that they said that you cannot detect curvature, and what you now said that, yeah, they're not even looking critically at what they're saying. I mean, let's go back to the you cannot detect and you cannot measure the curvature because it's too big. It looks flat, but it's curved. Okay, you cannot detect the curvature, but in the same breath, in the same time, they both go behind the geometrical horizon, and that implies
Yeah.
a detectable curvature.
Yep.
But they have no problem with that because they have lots of plot. They cannot argue logically anymore. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. They're begging the question with the curve on the boat, and they're begging the question of a geometric sphere edge that's going to be blocking things, which should
Yeah,
be
sorry
should be consistent.
sorry if I interrupt you because I don't want to forget it. I forgot it a couple of
No
minutes
worries.
ago. And yesterday there was someone who listened to one of the flat earthers mods who's talking about laser beams and tests, and that they are straight and flat, and they are implying that the Earth is flat. And then the globe, when he has no other argument, he said, how can I know, or who can tell me, how can I know that that laser beam looks flat, but it's not bending? How can I know it's not bending? So immediately I saw how they always think. This is how they always think. It has to be curved. Even when someone presents them with evidence that there is no curvature, they think, what can I argue so that I prove that the curvature is there, but we cannot see it, and you cannot see it, and I don't care about your experiment. So
Yeah, but then that's when you ask them, by what mechanism is the beam bending? And then they'll try to say, well, refraction. And then you'll be like, okay,
that's it.
what's the conditions required for the light to bend like that around the globe? Draw me a diagram. And they cannot do that because it's insane.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. They just don't let go and don't like to concede. And don't like to concede that they were lied to, and it is not shameful for them if someone lies to you, because we came to the point where we overcame the fact that we were lied to, and we were not ashamed to admit that we were lied to, and it is not shameful thing for us to be lied to once. It is shameful for the authorities and all the globe theory talking group that they were liars. So I don't know why are they so afraid to admit that they were lied to. That's why they go around and try to weasel themselves out because they have no logical base for an argument. There is no logical base for an argument for their side. It's very sad. It's very sad to see that someone. I'm sure they see that they were lied to. They don't have the courage to admit and overcome it. Or they are part of the lying machine.
Yeah, I think majority of them just believe it really hard, and then they start like making small fibs to try to win an argument, and then as that builds up, they lie more and more, and then they expect you to be lying because they lie so much, and so they project that onto you, and then become more and more malicious, and it's just it's a downward spiral for them.
The sunk cost.
Yeah, they're invested in thinking that we're dumb because otherwise it proves that they were acting dumb. They could just reconsider and stop making claims that are not founded on anything or just assumptions, and we would not consider them as dumb anymore. Like, you are as dumb as you act, and you can learn to be better?
Yeah, you said something very, very, very nice, very wise. It must be very painful and hard for them to admit that, after all, we were not the ones who were dumb. Rather, they were the ones who were dumb. I can imagine that that is painful. But nevertheless, I would have the courage to say that, yeah, if I was wrong, yeah, I would have the courage to say, man,
You guys are hitting a key point because the human being that's actually examining this subject for themselves about what is actually true, they got to get past that pride spark. How could I have been so gullible? How did I believe all this shit? You know, if they can't get past that, they're not going to get very far.
It took me like a year to fully get over that. And over the course of that year, I would regularly think, like, how dumb I was for thinking this, or how gullible I was for just accepting that. And the more I looked into it, the deeper that feeling got, until eventually I was just like, okay, I can't really blame myself. I was a dumbass. We were all raised in this. We can only just try to move forward based on what we can establish to be true. And you just have to do that one step at a time.
Well said, Drace. I mean, comes down to swallowing your pride and just accept reality as it's presenting itself. And a lot of people can't get there, you know?
Yeah. It's so much easier when you're in that cognitive dissonance state and you don't want to believe that the evidence is true, and you want to hold on to your old beliefs. It's so easy to just be like, I'm just going to believe my experts. I don't need to check that. It's probably what I believe it is. It's the easiest thing to do. The hard thing to do is to stand up to your dissonance and go like, okay, why am I not feeling comfortable with this? Let's try to find some foundation so that I can stake my claim here, and I can stand on this with a firm foundation. They're too afraid to do that because deep down, our conviction and our numbers make them go like, oh, maybe there is something there, but I don't want to go there because if there were, I would have to face the consequences of that and what that would mean about everything I've said and how I've acted. And it has such far-reaching complications, and especially if they're an atheist and like a materialist, it doesn't feel good for them. So the automatic response to defend the ego and protect the self is just like, they must be wrong. I'm not going to listen to this.
And what you just said there, Drace, so many people do. I don't know why, if those guys are wrong, I'm just going to ignore it. You know, it's got to be a globe. I'm not going to look into it, blah, 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 you know.
That's one, but this is one of the problems I think that happens in this discourse is it oftentimes becomes an us versus them situation when the people who are talking to us, they're not them, they're not that guy. they're not the guys who made the globe model. They don't have any dog in this fight. Not really. They just don't realize it because it's so tied into their identity and ego. And I think part of the things that we need to help them realize is that it is not their fight. They don't need to defend this. They don't need to believe it. They can believe it, and they can be honest with themselves and admit that they just believe it on trust in the mainstream. And like, we're not going to force them to believe something. We just want them to look at the evidence and look at reality and see if that conforms to their beliefs. Because then they could falsify and know that their beliefs are wrong.
Sorry if I digress, but a question. Do you think this feud between Trump and Elon is a way of shutting down the space missions without...
Good morning, Pancake Earth.
Morning.
I don't think so. I think it's just theater.
Yeah, but they are shutting down somehow the space missions, right?
Yeah, it's just an excuse like always. Like, we were supposed to have moon bases by 1978, I think. And every year...
That's exactly what I meant.
Or every
That's exactly what I
5
meant.
years... Every 5 years they'll be like, oh, well, we plan to do it this year, but we're pushing it back 5 years or 10 years. And then everything gets pushed back, and then it eventually gets replaced by a new mission. We're going to a new place. And you just forget that they promised you they're going to make a base on the moon since before the 80s started.
That's what I meant. It's just an excuse.
Yeah,
I remember in the
90s. It's theater. Now they have an excuse like, well, we didn't go to the Mars and the moon like we planned to do because Elon shut down the Dragon rocket.
Exactly, decommissioning the Dragon rocket because he's not getting the finance for it.
Are you sure about that? Didn't they redo that?
No, he's saying that he's decommissioning because he's not getting the money from the government.
Huh. I thought Trump walked back on
Look at
that.
text chat. Look at text chat.
Yeah. There is on Twitter. He has a post.
Yeah, I don't think he walked back. I don't think he walked back canceling the contracts and all that. I think Elon walked back his claim about Trump, which was pretty spicy.
I'm almost sure that the decommission of the Dragon rocket was walked back. That it's not being decommissioned. I'm almost certain that that's the case, but I could be wrong.
No, that'd be cool. If you could find a link to an article or something, that we would appreciate seeing that.
All right, I'll see if I can find it.
But decommissioning the Dragon is a consequence of not getting the money. So it's not a personal decision. He cannot go forth with it if he doesn't get the money from the government.
Yeah, but the money from the government is not necessarily being redacted, right? They're not being canceled, the contracts.
They are cancelled.
You're making claims, but you're not proving anything. You're making claims, you're not proving it. Prove it.
I'm signing into X as we speak. Wait, what do you mean? You didn't prove anything either.
He posted it. Yeah, he posted the post from Elon Musk.
Link. I showed a post from Elon Musk that shows the contrary to what you were saying.
Exactly. Alpha posted it in the chat box. You can see. In the light of President's statement about the cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately.
Wait, no, it literally says here you're wrong. Look, I'll fucking show you this. Elon posted himself, "We're not okay. We won't decommission Dragon." Like, Yeah, you guys are wrong. I don't know why you're like spreading misinformation. I thought that was only.
He posted it,
like,
dumbass.
Elon, the fucking owner of the company. What?
He posted that fucking little snippet that I put up there. What, you an idiot?
Yeah.
Like, he's the one saying that. So, did he say something different? Then he would be saying something different.
So there's a timeline, and if your event happened before this event, you'd be wrong, right? That's how it works.
It doesn't matter. He said it. So it doesn't matter. He said it.
The reason why it matters and your logic is not logicking is because I'm saying I'm pretty sure right now it's not being decommissioned, and you said no.
Then show the evidence. Show the evidence that he said anything to the contrary of what that social media posting did. Show the contrary.
I posted it in chat. What? I literally just screenshotted X right now. You can fucking go to X and search Elon Musk. You can find this tweet.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean,
Does he still have the funding?
I don't think it's been taken away. I haven't seen that yet.
You don't think doesn't work? You have to post that he didn't have the funding taken away.
But technically, you would have to post that it was taken away since you were making claims, and your first claim was wrong.
That's just.
Yeah, and your first claim was wrong. So,
That's just him.
So it would only naturally follow.
Hey, don't lie. The first claim was not wrong. The first claim was factual.
You said it was being decommissioned. And that was wrong.
Yeah, that was what Elon Musk said. And then later he said something different, which we had not seen yet.
Yeah, you weren't up to date. I even said that. I'm pretty sure they
How is that misinformation if we don't know something and then you show us something and we correct it?
Because this is like me saying, "Oh, there is a war. There is a war in Europe right now, ongoing, right?"
Yeah, and then someone shows you, like, if there's a war in Europe, for instance, when you get that information, and then you don't know that, like, 10 hours later the war ended, then you say, well, there's a war in Europe, and then somebody says, well, no, here's evidence that there isn't a war in Europe, and you go like, oh, that's cool, I guess there isn't a war in Europe. How are you spreading misinformation, dumbass?
Nice how.
By the way,
how Trump is saying,
look at text.
rocket's going nowhere. That's great. But Trump saying a rocket's going nowhere. Yeah, Nate, the point is, it is irrelevant what Musk says. The only relevant thing is that Trump said that he's canceling all the money to SpaceX. So you have to show us that Nate has to show us that Trump retracted that decision that he's canceling the finance to the SpaceX. That is what Nate has to prove. That Trump has retracted his decision to cancel the financing of SpaceX. It's irrelevant what Musk says.
I don't, respectfully, I don't think you're tracking. I'm not talking about Trump. You're saying the Dragon from SpaceX is being decommissioned. And I interjected that. And I said,
the money's coming from.
No, you're not going to lie.
It's coming from the government.
Stop. You're not going to lie about it. We're not saying that it's still being decommissioned if Elon is saying he's not decommissioning it. We based that on what Elon said he was going to do. Are you dumb or can you not understand this?
I'm happy you're caught up. That pleases me a lot.
What? It doesn't change the fact that we were just laughing at the news. And
yeah,
you're panicking.
I'm laughing at you being out of the loop. But now you're caught up.
I don't follow Elon, dumbass. I don't follow him religiously like you faith boys.
But you talk about him, though. That's kind of weird.
No, I laugh about the news and the
so it's all a joke.
Happening related to us.
It was all a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, I was laughing at it.
That's a pretty good default. So when you're caught in a lie, you just say it's a joke.
I didn't lie. When did I lie?
You obviously didn't, right? You're
Where
not
did I
up to
lie?
speed.
Dumbass, where did I lie?
Well, I mean, a lie would be spreading a non-true or an untruth, right? And you did that.
No, I said exactly. We quoted Elon Musk with information that was up to date.
You're
last
not
night
going to
when we got
convince
this
me.
information.
Listen, you're not going to convince me because you're wrong. If you want to keep talking, that's okay. But you're not going to convince me.
Bro, I don't care what you believe. Delusional idiots don't matter to me. We told you exactly what happened. I asked you to bring us evidence for it, for your claim, which contradicted Elon's claim. You showed us a screenshot of Elon's new claim, and so we were like, okay, cool. Nothing more than that. You're too dumb to take part in this conversation.
Grace, may I say something? He posted that Elon on the 6th of June said he's not decommissioning. We have to be fair that in that point he is proving that Elon retracted the statement that he is going to decommission. But we can get him there.
I agreed to that
Trump,
immediately when he showed us.
Yeah, may I finish? But we can get him. We could get him with another argument that Trump did not retract his decision that he is going to cancel the finance or the subsidies for the SpaceX, and without the government money, it's irrelevant if Elon says he will continue with the Dragon project when he has no money from the government.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the idea was that Nate was saying that he never said that. This came from Elon's mouth. So if Elon changed his mind, he must have found a way to get funding another way, but it's not going to be through the government. So nothing that was said here was incorrect. He just wants to paint a picture like he's saying that all of the information we're saying is incorrect. No, because Elon fucking said it. So if he walked it back, that's up to him. He fucking walked his own words back. Who gives a fuck? But he did say that.
Or it could be obtained through classified means. And money.
I mean, I appreciated him posting Elon's retraction. Like, I asked for it nicely. I got it. And I was like, yeah, cool. So he retracted that. There's nothing more.
Now, did he retract it, or is that bluster so that Elon Musk doesn't lose any share value at this point?
Well, that remains to be seen. Like, he's taken Elon on faith, like the faith boy he is. I'm just reporting what Elon says.
Yeah, fair enough. And I have no dog in the hunt. I have no issue one way or the other.
Yeah, it says it's just him replying to another guy. So there's the evidence of the thing being said supposed to happen in the government, them defunding IE, and then there's him replying to a guy on Twitter saying we won't decommission the post. Okay.
And it's an interesting choice of words to say you're not decommissioning it, other than saying we're not going on a mission or whatever else. So just because you're not decommissioning it doesn't mean it's not going to sit in mothballs anyway. But regardless, the pyrotechnic shows are pretty cool.
Yeah, I still hold by my prediction no matter what Elon says. They're probably going to use this as an excuse to be like, oh, we couldn't go. We lost the funding. Oh, no.
Of course that's what it is. You know, our ship's on standby. We're just waiting for the funding. And as the funding gets there, oh, well, it's been on standby for so long, we've got to retrofit it. So it's going to take 10 to 15 years of retrofitting.
I mean, we've seen it happen so many times throughout the past that at this point it's just a common pattern. So that's why I'm expecting it. That's the only reason.
Yeah, you know, have you heard me talk about UFO Phil and his time machine?
I don't think so. Your audio quality is a little bit off as well.
Yeah, so the UFO Phil's a guy from Portland, Oregon, I think is where he's from. And he's been on several comedy shows and other places. And he made this time machine that takes you 5 minutes into the future. You get inside of it, get strapped in and everything, and you sure enough get 5 minutes into the future, but it takes you 5 minutes to get there. So he's still working on getting to get there a little quicker, but hey, it does work as claimed.
Here's another thing the globers never think about when they think about refraction, is that on the globe, when you're shooting the laser straight out horizontally across the lake, because of the globe falling away from the laser, that means the density gradient is also falling away from the laser, and the laser is going up into a less dense gradient. It's not going down into a more dense gradient, dumbasses.
Right. The density gradient, if it's going to be a globe, would have to increase at the same elevation in order for the laser to have a reason to start curving down or bending down incrementally over distance. Right. So in other words, the density gradient from point A to B has to increase by the amount that the Earth is curving, just magically, for the path of the laser to go from A to B and to hit a target at the same height from A to B on a curve. Does this also mean that the gradient is going the opposite direction from behind the laser? Like from its origin point behind it, is the density gradient decreasing? And would it curve up? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. This could mean that if they're right, then potentially in one direction, Earth would look flat. In the other direction, Earth would look hypercurved. But if it's the same density gradient along the surface, then it has no reason to be bending downward.
Yep. And if you have a uniform temperature and a humidity gradient along the same line that you're shooting the laser through, that's a constant medium for the most part. It of course is inhomogeneous and anisotropic, meaning there's wind and other slight variations in there, creating turbulence, which does affect how well you see.
Yeah, that's something I think about, like with the black swan. Let's say you're looking at what appears to be a flat 10 by 10 mile square. This means all the light reflecting off the surface from what people think is curving on that 10 by 10 mile square. Every ray path, every ray arc of light is bending at a different rate, such that when it terminates at your eye, it's able to produce what appears to be a flat image from near to far. Those are all different rates of bending. It's almost as if the whole Earth is conspiring with the weather, such that trillions and trillions of rays are bending at independent paths, taking independent optical paths, but working together to produce a coherent, flat, and stable image. It makes no sense. Talk about conspiracy theory.
The problem is the conditions can't possibly exist for that because different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so we see different colors add range, and those colors aren't shifting around like crazily because of some refraction causing the different wavelengths to misalign with each other. We don't see any of this.
That's right. There's no evidence of those physical conditions present in the weather, meteorologically. Nobody's been ever able to substantiate or prove that. And it's a statistical impossibility, if you ask me.
You just look at the time-lapse videos. Like, the image isn't moving in like all like small pockets going up over here, small pockets going down over there, making like the horizon super jagged and retarded. Like, it doesn't do that. It goes up or down, squishing, stretching, mirroring. Like, it's a plane that you're looking through, a field of view, and that slight variation in that field at a large distance can cause these slight deviations in as it enters your eye. But there's nothing there that could make the light bend around the globe to completely hide it. They can't use refraction because of the wavelength differential. They need to invoke some kind of magic that's like trying to hide the globe. Like, it's a conspiracy theory on the level of like a cosmic conspiracy.
Yeah, it gets worse for them when we have infrared footage. They hate that, and we have tons of it. There's no logical path forward. Still waiting on the first infrared video footage showing where the curvature should be.
Yeah, just showing curvature, right?
Yeah, just show me where it should be in infrared. Because we have infrared examples that don't show it at all.
It should be super easy. You just get two cameras, both of them with enough zoom that you should be able to see beyond the limitation of the supposed geometric horizon. And then you look at things in the distance, one with the visible light and one with the infrared camera, and take pictures at the same time, videos at the same time. Compare those videos. Does the horizon move closer in the infrared or not? Do you see further? It completely destroys their assumptions that the reason why you see further in both cameras is because the light is bending down, but light refracts at different rates, so infrared refracts far less, so we would see the horizon be closer, the Earth curve would be closer to the value of the geometric sphere edge, and so we would be able to see that differential between the two wavelengths. But when we look, always you see further in the infrared, and that's the opposite. That's like, if refraction is causing us to see less, then infrared would allow us to see more. We see more in infrared, so refraction is probably causing us to see less.
Right, and they're claiming refraction is causing us to see more, and you're saying that in infrared we should see less because the geometric constraints would be unrefracted in infrared. So if you were to go to the Black Swan location at Santa Barbara Beach and gaze out at the oil rigs and see 10 miles from 1 foot off the ground in visual spectrum, if you pop on an infrared, you should see the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. That's what we're waiting for. If Earth is a globe, show us all of that, because we've got thousands of examples to the contrary. It's during discussions like these where they all skedaddle like cockroaches in the sunlight.
Alpha.
That's funny. Yeah, you know, some flat earthers are like, no, we don't need infrared. And I'm like, I get it. Granted, you don't need it, but man, is it not just a powerful testimony?
Yeah, because we got to this place where the Globers started with just claiming Earth curve, look at boats. And then we were like, well, we can prove that that's not the geometric horizon. And they're like, no, the horizon is geometric. We're like, no, it's apparent. Look, here's the Black Swan. And they're like, oh, we've never said it was geometric at all. Refraction solves everything. So the infrared is the debunk to the refraction claim, which they never validated in the first place. They never went out and tried to validate the refraction was causing them to see further. It's just assumed. Because it's difficult to validate.
This myth that boats go over the horizon is so old, right? Like it comes from way, way back. And, you know, once we got the zoom lenses and we zoomed into the boat, like it totally debunks that myth, but they still keep perpetuating this myth, right? Like, I just don't understand it. Like, why don't they give it up?
It's because they put it in schools. They put it in schools in front of the children, and you're taught this as part of the curriculum. It's part of the myth of the globe, where like half-naked Greeks looked at the oceans and saw boats disappear. However, have you ever, with your naked eye, seen a boat disappear bottom up first?
Nah, it's too far, man. But
Did you know that they had lenses back in the time of ancient Greeks?
Yeah, exactly. Like, as soon as it got debunked, like, why didn't it get debunked, right? Like, as soon as you pulled it into view again, like, you know, it's obviously not going over the fucking horizon, man.
Yeah. The thing is, they calculated it based off watching boats disappear at the horizon, and then using orthographic side view, they removed perspective and made the boats disappear bottom up on the graph until they completely disappeared. That's how they invoked the globe into existence. But what they actually just watched was a boat moving into the diffraction limit of the eye, or the limitation of what you can see, because when you look at the boat, generally it just becomes very small until it disappears. Unless it's going into some kind of mirage or something like that, then you can oftentimes see it appear to disappear bottom up with your naked eye. But most of the time you just see it disappear into a dot, until we started getting telescopes and we started getting digital zooms, and then we started seeing them appear to disappear bottom up occasionally, rarely. Not all the time, sometimes. And it really depends on the conditions of the day. And then they claim refractive effects can cause things like sinking and stooping. Sinking is the loss of the bottom of the thing you're viewing, and stooping is when things get compressed. And so if they get compressed enough, they become not visible. And so two of these effects can cause what they assume is Earth curve, and they have never excluded Earth curve from these two effects. They've never verified that Earth curve even exists. They just have these two effects that they can show.
Yeah, to put some numbers to it, 6-foot observer observing another 6-foot observer cannot see the other 6-foot observer at 3 miles due to angular resolution limits of the eye. Also on a globe, a 6-foot observer can't see another 6-foot observer 3 miles away, they say due to curvature. Well, which is for Earth to be a globe, both of these effects have to be present at the same time, but they're not. It's one or the other. If they were present at the same time, then we'd see a drop over distance plus perspective scaling, which further compounds where that object disappears from vision, but that's never present in anything. This is based on a 0.02 degrees diffraction limit of the human eye, by the way. So a 6-foot object on a flat surface from 6 feet up is equal to or smaller than 0.02 degrees in angular size at 3 miles.
You could also think about it this way optically. A 6-foot observer looking at a 6-foot observer 3 miles away cannot see that observer due to optics. But if you have a 12-foot tall building right next to that observer, you can see the top of that building because your angle to the top of that building is still resolvable.
Fell from say at the 3 mile mark, that's when the object should begin to disappear. Excuse me. Yeah, so let me correct myself.
The calculation is not correct. I was just trying to use the example. But if you extended it out towards where the 6-foot observer is basically hidden due to the angular resolution to the bottom of his body, or his body basically, then the things that are bigger than his body that are still have angular enough size to be able to be seen, then even though the bottom has reached the critical angle up to the point of the top of the head of the guy, the top of the building has not reached the critical angle or zero, and so it sits on the horizon, and your angle to the top of that building still remains open, so you see the top of the building. But if you were to go further away, you would be making that angle smaller and smaller and smaller, and the information at the 0 point would be lost first.
That's exactly right. So a 6-foot observer seeing a 6-foot person at 3 miles, that's the point at which they should begin to disappear bottom up, flat or globe. The math works out the same. And that's just a coinkydink, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where the toes start to disappear. But if you extend that out until his head disappears, and so on and so forth.
Right. And if the surface is curved, it means that there's no reflective path for the light that's reflecting off the ground to your eye to get there. And for them to claim refraction, it means that that reflected path of light is taking a very complicated curve. So for them to claim refraction, what it does mathematically is lift you, the observer, up by the required amount to open that angle that you were talking about to see it again. Which means you should almost see things like as if you're taller, like you're higher up, but we don't observe that either.
Yeah, it would change the angle you view things at so you look like you're looking at them from above.
Yeah, that means it will tilt the field in front of you accordingly. It'll rotate up towards you. Yeah, and nobody sees that. We see instead like a shifting, like a panning of the image up and down. We don't see the rotation, the tilting towards you at all. But that's what they claim is happening with 7/6R and other artifacts.
Yep. Yeah, another way to think about the bottom-up disappearance is if you look at a road that leads all the way up to the horizon, how it converges at the horizon. That road, the width of that road is getting compressed until it basically reaches the vanishing point. The same applies to the whole human body, and so or whatever is connected to the ground as it moves away from you. When that you can't see the ground anymore because it's unresolvable. Anything connected to the ground at the point where it starts becoming unresolvable, you can barely resolve the bottom of it, but then once it goes beyond that unresolvable point, any point that's connected to the ground is now going to be unresolvable, and then the further it goes away from that point, the more and more unresolvable the whole thing gets because it keeps getting smaller and smaller with distance, and so it kind of shrinks into that vanishing point.
So if you take that 6-foot person 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer and lay him down on the ground, then at 3 miles, that's when he's just barely visible. And if he starts to roll away from you on the surface, he'll begin to disappear until there's nothing left.
Yep. It's because the angles the angles of the light coming off the surface are coming into your eye, and from so far away, they're coming basically just parallel to the light coming from the sky, and so those two lights are converging in your eye, and basically when two lights overlap, they become or can become unresolvable, and so like you can't really resolve the line itself, but you can magnify the things that are either above or below the line, allowing you to get more detail. So there's always going to be a limit to the optics and the conditions of the day, because if there is any slight downward refraction, it would cause bottoms to disappear. If there is any magnification, it would cause the bottom of whatever you're looking at to disappear. If there is any foreground occlusion, slight waves, even though the waves aren't as tall as the boat, because the boat is angularly getting smaller and smaller with distance, and the wave is between you and it is angularly bigger than the boat. Just like you can put your thumb in front of a mountain and cover the whole mountain, your thumb is not the size of the mountain.
Yeah, look, Trace.
Because that means that refraction is being claimed to widen the aperture mathematically.
Yeah, sporadic. You both you and Trace mentioned the magnification, and Rob Skiba, I dropped a link to his video. He proved that magnification, atmospheric magnification, makes the Chicago skyline disappear from bottom a little bit. The bottom. This is the question which they ask the globers. Why can't we see the bottom? And it is like you said, and Trace said it too. There is a magnification, and when the object is magnified, but it is still in the same position, so the bottom gets bigger and hides behind the horizon, which is also the magnification of the surface of the water. It becomes it's getting to look like higher and higher, and the Chicago skyline behind it gets bigger. At the same time from above and below, and the bottom hides behind the current horizon. It is just magnification. It is called atmospheric magnification. I dropped the link from Rob Skiba. He did a wonderful work there.
You can also see it really well if you go to a desert or a low humidity area. The less the humidity, the further you can see, and it's so apparent with the sun. The sun just becomes this tiny little dot compared to if you're in a high humidity area or an average humidity area, like near the ocean or stuff like that. You end up generally seeing the sun not appear to change much size at all. Appears to get cut off by the horizon. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's why you always see the sun melting down into the apparent horizon when you're standing on the beach, because there is a lot of humidity because of the surface of the water. That's why.
Yeah, you're dealing with
what's happening is
magnification.
actually
You're
the
oftentimes
sun.
dealing with. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say it's the sun flattening effect. Typically, it's turning into a football, but the bottom of the football-shaped sun is being cut off due to mirage.
Yeah, and oftentimes when you see that
exactly.
You can see the mirage, and the few times when you can't see the mirage, then you don't have as much of the flattening effect as much, but you can't see it appear to get cut off at the bottom. But like I said earlier, I think that's I'm pretty sure that's mostly humidity related and the magnification that's causing that. When you're looking at the sun, for instance, you're looking at compounding air for such a great distance.
Well,
Anything
what's
in
the
sky,
sun?
actually.
So, what's the sun?
I'm not claiming anything about what the sun is.
Right, so we can't know its mechanics.
Well, like in the prevailing literature, nobody really knows what the sun is either. So, yeah, it's a good question.
Right,
What is this? Depends which astrophysicist you ask.
Right, so we can't know its mechanics.
Well, we just don't know. Nobody really knows. Yeah. Like, it's different astrophysicists. Yeah. One from Princeton, one from San Diego State, one from Berkeley, whatever. They're all going to have different answers.
Yeah, we're not making claims about what the sun is. We're showing correlations with how the air is and how we perceive the sun.
Yeah, so it wouldn't matter if you had no idea what the sun is.
Yeah, correct. We have no idea what the sun is, so it doesn't matter.
Bro, we're talking about atmospheric magnification. Why you are leading us straight to what the sun is?
Do you ever discuss atmospheric refraction?
No, you will not determine.
Just rewind the tape. You'll hear it for the past hour.
No, you can't bring that word up.
You missed like an hour conversation, dude. That's all we've talked about for the last half an hour at least.
Do you ever account for refraction when you make observations?
Do you have an empirical proof of refraction?
Do I have
any proof of the curvature of the Earth? Do you have any proof of the curvature of the Earth measured without looking into the sky and the stars?
without looking into the sky.
Look, you always come as if we have no answers. But the fact is, you have less answers. You don't have answers too. You have less answers. You have only fantasy.
Listen, we're not into the guessing speculation of astrophysicists, okay? We go with what we know for sure can be the case, and then we'll caveat otherwise.
Yeah, I would like you to clarify what refraction are we supposed to account for, and how did you determine that we were required to account for that refraction?
If you take atmospheric observations, then just use terrestrial refraction.
So just assume the radius of the Earth is bigger?
If it's wrong, it should be easy for you to point out.
Black Swan disproves any claims.
You didn't validate your assumptions here. You just claimed that the radius of the Earth was bigger, and that's what we should just assume?
You can so you can literally demonstrate, as you have done in this server, the Black Swan on like Advanced Earth Calculator. You can do that.
Yeah, but the problem is there's no physical mechanism on a globe that is performing what you think is present, which is it's not going to be 7/6R, which is standard terrestrial refraction. It's going to be like 7,000 over 6R with no known physical mechanism and no observation or measurement of one. In fact, we have weather buoy data. We have weather buoy data from that day that would betray any claims of any so-called atmospheric refraction in the first instance. So try again.
Have you heard of atmospheric ducting?
Yep.
Yeah, like in radios.
Yep, happens with light. It's just electromagnetic radiation.
Cool claim, show it.
You did with your Black Swan.
No.
Okay, fine. That's a positive claim. Now go on and show it.
Yeah, you did.
Show us the conditions. Show us the necessary. Listen, show us the physics of that day. We can give you the weather buoy data. And you show us what you have available to substantiate that claim.
Yeah, you already did.
Okay, what is it? Enlighten us. What did we miss?
What you didn't miss anything. You put in a figure.
Explain the physics of the day, the meteorological conditions of the day. Go ahead and enlighten the crew that's listening right
now. What the specific conditions on the day? I don't have them on.
Yeah, for the third or fourth time, I keep asking you, and you keep telling me yes.
They are saying visibility on radio.
Sorry?
They are saying on radio, today visibility is 10 miles, or today visibility is 1 mile. You know that news?
Right.
How they making that news?
What news? What are you referring to?
Sasha, your English has gotten worse over the years. Come on, dude.
Yeah, go ahead and continue your points, Brady.
I'm done, actually. I have to go in a sec.
I did use Sasha's point earlier today. A guy was talking about, it's all about scale. It's a scale. That's what makes the Earth look flat. And I'm like, well, how can curved surface be flat? He really didn't have an answer. And other people jumped in, too. It was really good. So, Sasha, I mean, you've got some good points. I think you just need to be able to slow down and articulate just a little bit better. Not completely like native speaker. So maybe because your accent's hard to understand, and when you speak fast, it's even harder.
If you're right, if you're on
hold on, dude, hold on. His point was also antithetical to what Sporadic was actually talking about, so it had nothing to do with anything that he said. So
you've got loads of interference.
Sporadic's point was not carried over by some other speaker on the same team. It was a tangential point.
Oh yeah, that too. Also, Sasha, you got to stay on point too, homie. That's even if you were a perfect speaker and everyone could understand what you're saying, you'd also have to be on point. So two things. So be on point and slow down a little bit and enunciate.
Yeah. So Do you not understand the idea that if you're on a giant ball on the surface, it's very hard to see that it's curved without some specific reference frame you're using?
Yeah, so how can curved surface be flat?
How can a curved surface be flat? The conclusion is it just looks flat enough, but it's not.
Yeah, so you need a physical mechanism for the 5th time. What is it? Because we have all the meteorological information available to us today from the weather buoy data. It's been posted everywhere. We can give it to you. You need to provide evidence for your positive claim that what is present, what is physically present within the medium is causing this to happen. Because our contention is we don't see it.
What, a significant temperature difference, like near the surface versus
That would
like
be your
even...
claim. So if that's what you're going with, then yeah, I mean, whatever it is you think you need to substantiate your claim, you need to provide that.
I'm saying that's a possible explanation. So if you dismiss it, you're dismissing a possible explanation.
What, so we should just automatically believe your explanation and then try and disprove it? No, we're not auto-believers like you, dude.
No.
Yeah, no, we're not auto-believers here. Are you an auto-believer?
No, try tracking.
Are you an auto-believer, my friend?
No, try tracking for a bit.
I am tracking. You automatically believe this, and you want us to disprove an explanation that you haven't even substantiated in the first place. We're not in the business of believing unsubstantiated claims of yours.
If I say an observed known phenomenon is a possible explanation,
what makes it known? It is unknown to this point, so no, you're wrong.
What makes atmospheric ducting known?
Yeah, you need the conditions to be able to duct something, and ducting would lead to effects. So you have neither.
Right. So if I say...
So you don't have an argument. So your explanation is not possible, and you need to actually try to find something that's actually possible, or test...
Yes, stop filibustering. Yeah, stop filibustering. So if it's a possible scenario, right?
It's not possible. You went over it.
Atmospheric ducting is impossible. Is that what you said?
No one said atmospheric ducting is impossible. We said the conditions required for that are not there, and you do not have the effects that would come from having the image being ducted.
No, I didn't. You're just bullshitting. Where did I say it's not possible?
I said it's not possible because you don't have the conditions.
Okay, what conditions don't I have? Go through them.
You're the one who doesn't have the data. We told you the weather conditions are not conducive to that.
Right. Okay, can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, you want the weather buoy data? I'll post it. Give me a second.
During the Black Swan?
Yeah, during that one. Yeah, of course. No, not some other observation, doofus. So if you're going to claim the conditions are present that betray what is shown in the data, then yeah, we need a lot more than what we've got available, don't we? For your positive claim to have any merit. Otherwise, you're just squawking.
So you're not even disproving it.
Yeah, no, we are. Look at the temperature differential between the water and the air. So tell us all about all this atmospheric ducting that is present. Like, show us the positive claim and the data to support that positive claim. Right now, you just say, I think this is happening. It's possible. Right. Prove me wrong, guys.
So there we go. There we go. We've got, so water temperature 15.8 degrees Celsius, air temperature 17.2 degrees Celsius. So what the air temperature was measured at what height? What height was it measured at?
It's your claim.
Yeah, what height was it measured at?
You figure it out. They measured the air temperature.
Are you giving up already? Are you giving up already?
You tell us. How does it make sense?
No, No, because you're saying it can't be the case. You're making a counterclaim.
Dumbass. This is your claim that you made a baseless claim. We showed you the data, and the data does not conform to your claim. So we're asking you to show us where in the data does it conform to your claim.
Right. Do you understand a temperature differential as you go up in height in the air? Do you understand that idea?
Yeah.
Does it compute?
1 foot off the ground, doofus.
Oh, right. Okay. Do you understand that you can go higher than 1 foot above the ground?
Yeah,
And the
and you
temperature can change?
understand that the temperature is more uniform when it's closer to the surface, is it not?
You can have. Well, that depends. But again, you could. Yeah, but you have multiple degrees of temperature difference, and then you can understand that higher up you go, more degrees of temperature difference, gets colder and colder potentially.
We're actually working along the wrong axis here, because there should be an increasing gradient from the point of observation to the observer. That just happens to be increasing at a rate that conforms to the globe curvature, right? So good luck proving that.
What are you talking about?
Well, denser medium's required for light to bend into it, so you need an increasing density for light to bend into it.
No, you can have a decreasing density. Do you understand what refraction
Bend
is?
away from it, yeah, which would produce the opposite effect. No, you need positive curvature, dude. Do you understand that?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your claim of refraction.
You need curving. Yeah, you need
for that light to be curving down. It has to be curving into a greater increasing density gradient from point A to point B that happens to conform to globe curvature to produce a flat image optically.
Yes, that is why.
Now you need to present the data if that's your positive claim.
No, you could just go through it mathematically.
No, we have. Now we want the data. We want the proof. I get the mathematics. I just explained it. Now I want the proof that it's happening in reality. Because our claim all along is you don't have any substantiation to your claim. You're telling us to automatically believe you.
What?
And
Substantiation. Substantiation that refraction is happening in reality.
Okay, prove it.
Prove that refraction is happening in reality.
Yeah. In this case, prove it. Yep, prove it, dude. Because I don't think it is. In fact, I don't think you can claim refraction for one medium.
He's just trying to twist the context. He's trying to say that refraction doesn't exist at all, and he's just trying to not listen to the context.
No, it's you guys trying to dispute refraction.
Sporadic, can I ask now a question in English?
It's up to you. I have to go out. I'm not into this anymore.
How we can distinguish what is that refracted surface from the real surface distance? Let's say we know the distance. How we can distinguish from something real distance from the refracted surface? Let's say he's saying this is refracted surface on Black Swan. How we can distinguish now? How would be the condition to realize? Okay, this is the real distance. There is no atmospheric conditions.
They can't. They're fucking silent.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, he asked you a question.
How do you distinguish between them?
How you distinguish something what is there and something what it's not there but it looks like it's there?
What? Okay, yeah. First thing, you realize that creates a massive problem for your argument when you're saying
for
we
yours.
couldn't necessarily. No. So the point. No. So shut up.
Guys, keep the burden of proof on this doofus. Okay, he keeps trying to reverse it. Don't let that happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're
doing it right now.
Yeah, you claim.
Yeah, sorry, bro. He's not making a claim. He was asking you a question about your claim. Try to follow along. Stop spurging out, or I will just mute you when you don't answer the question.
Right. So you understand, right, that if you can't delineate between what is refracted and what is the real distance, you can't claim this is the real distance being observed, right?
What if you are in military and you need to shoot somewhere? What you will do?
Why should I take
No,
your
he just
claim into
attempted to
consideration when you haven't
reverse the
substantiated
burden
it?
again.
He's just burying his own argument. Like, he's just saying that, well, we can't detect the difference between curved or not, so we can't look at anything and determine that. Like, we are using
While at the same time claiming this
instruments.
is refraction. I'm just saying, didn't who was that? Was that Shabazz that asked him to differentiate between this being refraction and an example where it's not refraction, and he's just claiming that there's no difference because this is refraction and no one can tell the difference. He's confusing us and then confusing himself. I don't get it.
He's just saying that his form of refraction is unfalsifiable and cannot be proven, and therefore you just need to believe it.
Yep.
It would be nice if that he said temperature now. If you change the temperature and density, that's what he said, then the thing's changing. But that doesn't happen when you do that, you know. If you change the
But the
temperature
question was,
from the 15 degrees to 30 degrees, does not change anything.
Shabbos, your
Yeah, he
question
tried to
was
claim it
good,
as
but
a factor and sporadic hit him with the buoy
he didn't
information.
want to answer it.
I know.
Shabbos' question was good. Cosmos didn't want to answer it because he was not able. And then he comes with, we cannot prove it or deduct it. And then how is he deducting whatever he's deducting and concluding? And by the way, he starts from the other end of process of logic by saying, if we stand on a spherical Earth, then why, Cosmos? Why don't you start from, if I stand on the beach with a camera with a height of 3 feet and see the horizon at a distance further than 10 miles instead of 3 miles, then the geometrical horizon, or then the geometry of the Earth of 3,959 is not working. And you cannot claim no refraction on Earth can cause a 300. You're claiming a 300%. Instead of seeing the horizon at a distance of 3 miles, we are seeing it at a distance of 10 miles. So why don't you start logically? You should start from the point of saying, if we stand on the beach with a camera on a height of 3 feet and see beyond 3 miles, then something is wrong. Instead, you start. If we think that the Earth is sphere and we stand on the Earth and there is a refraction, then you have right, and we have to accept it. And you don't want to process the thought or prove anything. This is nonsense. This is a religion. This is a cult. This is how you process it logically. If we stand on the beach and see the horizon at a distance of 10 miles instead of 3 miles, then something is really wrong. It's that easy. Not if we assume the Earth is spherical and then blah, 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 and then you are right and we are wrong. No, this is stupid. To be polite, this is not honest.
It went quick.
Yeah.
I can't type and talk.
No.
You there, Amish? Okay, oh, I'm coming through. It seems like I'm lagging. Are you there? Can you hear me, Amish?
I think he stepped out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was typing in text chat. It's like he's yeah, simply put, like they're talking about this Cosmos is spiraling. I mean, look at this PFP. He's got a spiraling galaxy of this PFP. As above, so below. He thinks he looks up in the sky and sees things spiraling. So then he does that down here on Earth. He spirals. It's just because you see a spiraling galaxy or a spiraling whatever, you don't have to spiral. You can be functionally normal. Even more so if you've got a framework where this person spammed my DMs, I blocked them, now they can follow the block. Follow that. But instead, he comes in here and he's like, this guy I've got blocked is doing something. So, you blocked me. Use it. Use that. You pressed block. Use it. Because once he figure out he can't, his own actions are vacuous, then he'll be able to understand why he's so bad with science, logic, and reason. He can't even figure out who did what and why. I must have explained it. I'm sure he must have asked. I can go into our DMs. Like, hey, why are you sending me science and space news? I must have explained it to him. And it's even better. See, I explained it, but he blocked anyway. Or if I explained it and he... Yeah, I did. I just went through here. Explained. Option A. The claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment, yet the globalists have seen the same episode for years and years. So let's change it up. Let's present the globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. Or, option B, offer the globalists something other than flat earth to think about, in hopes of breaking this downward spiral they have about flat earth, a topic they can't even tell you what it is from a starting point. Does something other than flat earth have any effect on them? So number one, can we talk about the globetard? Or number two, you are very upset about flat earthers, so let's talk about something other than flat earth for a while. And no effect. No change, no effect. He blocked it, then tried to blame me for what he did, while also worried about what Discord call I spend my time in. As above, so below. This is endless, perpetual, spiral and triggering, and he can't even use a framework of entertainment. Hey, flat earthers are fun to talk to. I like talking to idiots online, but you blocked me. They can't use it to talk about the globe. All the science and space news that talks about the globe, I don't want to talk about that. Okay, well don't. Okay, I'm going to block you. So even if we switch it up, it doesn't work. No change, no effect. They just demonstrated flat earth model in real time. No change, no effect. There's nothing new under the sun. Since the first day, the very first day he heard flat earth, he triggered, and he spiraled, and it's been an endless, perpetual triggering and spiraling over and over and over and over. Nothing changes that. It doesn't matter how many times you think they went to the moon. It doesn't matter how many photographs in space. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is he's in a perpetual triggering over flat Earth, and it's always someone else's fault. You could sit here like what I do. I purposely leave an account in here for that purpose. I could be sitting here doing nothing, completely AFK, and it will still trigger them. Just sitting here, just having the device connected to this channel, doing nothing at all, just muted. Look
Think
at this
about how
guy crit.
pathetic that is.
Oh yeah, it's breathtaking. Just sitting here, just being alone in the channel, bothering no one, talking to no one, in his worldview, is a triggering event. That's triggering.
Hey, these globies, and sometimes I go back and forth, but this must be the best that they have to offer, because no matter where I come across them, whether it's Discord, whether it's Fascist Book, wherever it is, this is the ignorant shit that they always resort to. No matter what medium, no matter where. It's kind of like we've unleashed a virus, and it's kind of like they have no immunity to such a thing. That simply because somebody uttered some words that they don't like, this is how they act.
Yeah, because he has thought, like in other social media platforms, like you block someone, the content disappears. They don't see it. He's upset because it shows blocked message. That alone is enough to trigger. Like, holy shit. Dude. There's another reason why I leave an account in here, too, because these guys will block me, and then when they join the call, Discord warns them. You are about to join a voice call with somebody who who you're triggered by. The content that they talk about was so incensing, was so damaging to your psyche, you believe they must have cyberbullied you or something like that. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to join this call? And even that triggers them. They're like, how come Discord is telling me I'm triggered? Because you are. That's cross-referenced. You got cross-referenced feedback.
It's just crazy because, I sit and think of all the dumb shit I see on the internet every day. Reptilians, Tardia. It's unbelievable, obviously, the stuff that's out there. UFO theories. I kind of remember the one I just saw. It just annoyed the crap out of me. It was just so ignorant that Google pushed onto my phone. And just going down the list. But if I spent my time going out there trying to argue with those people, like the Bevtards, that's all we'd ever do. We'd never get anything done in our life. And I often wonder if that's kind of their ploy, is just to keep you so overwhelmed that you don't actually get to live your life, just from ignorant stuff. And my point is So if they just think we're spouting ignorant stuff, why don't they do what they do to the rest of the ignorant stuff that come around the internet? Why does this topic, that people are uttering words that they don't like, why is this one topic the one that gets them so angry? Why do they have to get so angry over this?
Because it's what they're really doing is there's another topic, it's another concept that they want to talk about. And for some reason, which they can't explain or take questions on, they need the Earth to be a globe. So when you tell them it's not a globe, that's what they get upset by. The other topic that they won't mention, which generally is cosmic nihilism or something, or America the Beautiful, which is really interesting because you've got people who think, God bless America, we landed on the moon. You tell them, no, you didn't land on the moon. There's no moon mission. They get upset because they just heard you say, God didn't bless America. Then you get these atheists who you tell them, yeah, no moon mission, that never happened. And they hear you say, you just called all the scientists liars. And they get upset by that. I go, well, it's not me calling the scientists liars, that's you. They said their moon mission was divinely inspired. Why don't you guys go hash that out and come back and see me when you figure it out? Was the Apollo program divinely inspired or was it not divinely inspired? If it was not divinely inspired, why did NASA lie to you? If it was divinely inspired, how do you maintain your cosmic nihilism? Because those two things are very contradictory, even internally. Cosmic nihilism, nothing really matters. It's just the system's too big. The model creation's too large for anything to really matter. Then why do you spend all this time worried about content that doesn't matter? And you have blocked anyway. You blocked it. So why are you still upset? Why are you still triggering? Why are you over something you shouldn't be? And you can't see anyway. What does that do for you? Where is it? So therefore, science and space news. Let's switch it up. Let's talk about what are they saying. Okay, Elon, like the science and space news today, Elon Musk rolls back his threats to scrap the Dragon space capsule. Or whatever it's called, space probe, or whatever it's called. Dragon, I think it's capsule, right? Dragon capsule. So let's roll that back and talk about why did he threaten that in the first place. Inside globe, that's a globe worldview, okay? Elon Musk is all in, okay? 100%. This is your peak. This is the end phase of your logical framework. If you follow your framework all the way to the end, you're Elon Musk. That's who you would turn into. So now that you got that on the table, how is he also threatening to end space exploration and not threatening to do it at the same time? You're going to come up with he's some sort of drug addict socialite. He's not really a scientific person. This guy isn't very logic or reason based, and you could tell by how triggered he was over someone calling him out over his video game skills. That if you remember that lore, that was a couple weeks ago. They're like, dude, you're faking your League of Legends score. He's like, no, who said that? This other gamer guy said that. Okay, I'm going to take his blue check mark away. That's the dude who you have deemed your expert at landing on Mars. The only guy. Okay, this is the only guy you can think of who's going to land on Mars. And he's worried that someone called him out for not having the purple gem versus the green gem that pumped up his DPS after he killed 5 goblins in a row with a single attack. Or whatever it was. I don't even know. Just I got shot from the hip there. So his magic quarterstaff of displacement didn't kill the dragon killer lich on level 1. That's the guy. That's your dude who then got upset and took someone's blue check mark away. Because he said you should have used the forefighting crossbow of Arcane Shot. And he's like,
Wait, am I back?
Are you back, or are you still triggering?
I thought I was muted.
Is that Luke? I'm tabbed out, so I don't know for sure.
What, are you high?
Or is that Oliver? Is that Oliver or Luke?
It's Cosmos.
That's Oliver. I don't know if you guys remember Oliver from the. He changed his account up.
I didn't. Hold on, I didn't change my account. Look on my bio. It's the same tag name.
Still
Oliver.
you? Okay, yeah, sure. I didn't waste a click. I just figured you changed your account up because of you tried to reset. So, dude, how about this? To answer the question, how are you still triggered by things that have nothing to do with you, and it's content you have blocked anyway?
Doesn't that literally apply to the globe Earth? You're triggered by things that have nothing to do with you. You sit on a server whining about.
Also, I think it's entertaining. I think the globe Earth is entertaining. Star Lord, Star Captain, Elon Musk, all this space lore, like the Russian space boss telling NASA astronauts they can ride their brooms if they want to get off the ISS. It's hilarious. It's like reality TV. I'm not triggered by it. I'm entertained. At least I'm getting something for my money. As a U.S. taxpayer, at least I'm getting some value of this massive black hole of deficit spending at the federal level. It's entertaining to watch Don Pettit try to stumble over a word like space station. Or it's entertainment. It's pure entertainment.
Yeah, you just repeat yourself. Is one of you actually going to?
No, I'm clapping.
No, Crit, chill out for a second. Is one of you actually going to debate me like properly? Like I'll even find.
What's your claim?
I'll even find like that the Earth is a globe.
What is that?
No.
Entertainment. It's entertainment purposes.
Is one of you actually going to debate me in like a neutral server?
You know, I don't know where you come up with this idea about debate. We're not here to debate. We're here to educate and we're here to learn. And so debate has nothing to do with any of this. So if you have a claim to make, you can lay a claim on the table and then you can provide evidence for the claim. That's what we're here for. We're not here for. Okay, sir, are you hearing what? Okay, sir, are you hearing what I'm saying? We're not here to debate. This debate has nothing to do with what we're doing here. Capiche?
Yeah, you're scared of a proper debate.
Okay, we don't care about debate. That's not what we're here to do. Fright, nothing. We're not scared of words, but that's not what we're here to do, is to, you show me your pecker and I'll show you mine. You know, that's not what we're here for. We're here for education and to learn. If you have a claim,
I'm not asking to show you.
Okay, sir. If you have a claim, make the claim. And then provide your evidence for the claim. That's that.
Yeah,
There's no, it's not a two-way kind of thing. It's you're going to provide a claim, and then you're going to provide evidence for that claim. And then we can have a discussion from there. But that's not a debate. So let's set that straight up front.
Yeah, in a neutral server.
Okay. We don't care about neutral servers.
Well, hold on.
We don't care about any of that stuff.
Can I try this real quick? What do you mean by neutral? Hold on, let me try this real quick. DMs is about as neutral as you could get. Me and you talking man to man, and you self-moderated. You factored yourself out of the most complete, neutral, unbiased conversation that anyone could ever have. In DMs, the only person you can moderate is yourself. And you did so. You did so. You did just that. When you got two people, you got a group chat, or you've got a DM.
Shut up, Cosmo. He's talking still.
You have a group chat. You've got a group chat or a DM. There is no moderators. It's completely neutral. Everybody's responsible for their own communication. And
he's saying the same thing over and over again.
I'm going to keep talking because I want this to get out so you understand it.
Yeah, you
and
just
there are people here too.
Yeah, because you just filibuster.
Inside your framework, where there's about as neutral as anyone can get, it couldn't get any more neutral. And you factored yourself out of that. That is where you'd have to break.
You'd have to he's not done. Fucking hell, he's still not done.
Yeah, dude, just shut up. And I can get through it, and then you can respond to how you want something and how you don't want it at exactly the same time. Then once we identify the contradiction, you can either help by explaining it. You can help by explaining it. You can say you recognize a contradiction and you don't care, or you could say, hey, it's not a contradiction because I just don't like crit. So it's the one person I wouldn't want to meet in a neutral platform. Something like that. Like I can spoon feed you the answers.
Great. So I tried to address what you said in DMs after you kept sending me messages. You kept listing off the same script saying that you're giving me a challenge. I tried to address you. You just kept sending the same script through. I could literally screenshot all those messages and just show them in the chat as to what you were doing, right? And then I said, I'm going to block you if you just keep doing this, where you're not actually like responding to my points. You just keep spamming this challenge. So yeah, I blocked you because you were just being fucking weird.
Yeah, so he's just highlighting the fact that you wanted a moderated, unbiased platform, a fair one. And he said, well, you and him are the only reason why they would be unbiased and fair, because it's just you and him. You're not involving a platform, whereas there would be a bias. Everybody knows this. You're not telling us anything new, dude. You're gonna lure us into your little playground where everybody else thinks the Earth's a globe, and they're gonna shut down conversations. We try to have the conversation here. You try to shut the conversation down. Wherever it is you want to. Name the place where you call a fair, unbiased forum. Name it.
I can just get somebody to set one up.
Yeah, well, which one would that be?
Crit did. His
which one would that be?
Crit did specifically.
Which one would that be, dude?
We could have a convo with a mod, and I'd just say
you don't need to, because unbiased would mean that it's two people having an exchange, which would be you and him, and letting the people decide. But you don't want to have that. You demonstrated that you blocked him, which means that you don't want to have the very thing that you're saying you want to have. Do you understand the logic behind what you're trying to do?
Yeah. So do you understand? Okay. Do you understand how like a public debate works?
Yeah, public debate, which everybody in here says that it's not that. Barrington told you it's not a debate. I'm telling you it's not a debate. This right here is an exposition.
So you're scared of a debate. Scared of a debate.
It's not a debate. Not a debate.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Arthur. Sorry. How many times do you need to be told? This isn't a subjective topic. You only debate subjective topics. This is objective.
That's retarded.
How do you want to debate about whether an apple's an apple then?
No, you debate objective topics all the time.
So do you want to debate whether the apple's the apple then?
Yeah, that's not the subject of a specific debate.
It's the object.
Yeah, right.
The object, the apple. Do you want to debate whether the apple's the apple? Or do you want to debate if you like apples or not?
How stupid are you?
He's highlighting what a debate is, you dumbass. What do you mean how stupid?
No,
you can't comprehend what he's saying because he's talking about a law of identity. So when you're talking about the Earth, so are we. But what are you saying the Earth is? Hold on a minute, dude. Let me highlight something to you. What you're saying, essentially analogous to what he was saying, was that, that's not an apple, that's a gorilla. And we're like, dude, it's a fucking apple. And you're like, no, it's a gorilla. I want to debate why it's a gorilla. And you're like, dude, you're just in a law of identity violation. So what we're saying with the Earth, now I'm going to show you what it looks like with the Earth, that the Earth appears, measures, and is practically... Dude, shut up, dude.
It appears,
don't show
measures,
me
and
what the
expect
Earth
that, yeah,
looks like.
oh, you goddamn right I am, because this is what everyone observes, even Globers. People who think the
Yeah,
Earth is a globe will say, hey, the Earth looks locally flat. No shit, dude. But so we're all saying the same thing. The identity of the
You
Earth
don't.
is that on its surface, it's flat. Now, what you're saying is it's not flat. It is curving on its surface. Well, guess what? You're saying it's a gorilla. So now you're going to have to talk about why you think that's the case. Other than that, this is a clear exposition on how we tell everybody that it's just the obvious truth. It's flat. That's all we're saying. And you guys are, everybody who says anything against that is in the contrary. I think it's curving. I think it's concave. I think it's hollow. I think it's a toroid, whatever the fuck. It's only what we experience it as and be able to demonstrate as such. That's it. It's not a debate, dumbass.
The you don't. You don't.
I got you fucking
don't.
locked, stock, and barrel, bro. That's all you got to know.
Don't.
All right?
Yeah.
Sit your
yeah.
dumb
You
ass down,
completely
bro.
own. Yeah.
Yeah, I
yeah.
did. 9 ways to Sunday, and every day after that.
I think the people on here, when you talk to people,
Bro, no one
Oh, he
gives a
wants to
fuck,
talk
bro.
about the people now. Let's just stop him before he starts disseminating the people.
Yeah, I muted him for a bit. We're not going to be talking about the people. Like, if you want to debate if the plate is broken or not, there's only one state of the plate. It's either broken or not. If you can check the plate, there is no debate.
He's gonna spam.
Yeah,
leave back in until
to
he's
leave and join.
now.
If you guys turn that off, that that noise it makes, then that doesn't bother you. There's a way to turn that notification off, by the way.
I probably accidentally did because I don't hear it now.
He just doesn't want to hear what people have to say.
Like, what type of childish behavior is this? Like, what's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Exactly what you were saying. Yeah, go ahead.
No, his hair is on fire, like Crit was saying. That's all it is.
Yeah, when he came in, he was definitely triggered by whatever Crit was saying, because he's coming in. Does anybody other than Crit want to have a debate? Meanwhile, he's not presenting any evidence. His only claim was that the Earth is a globe. But you can't just claim something that you have nothing to back it up with and then say, all right, let's debate it. And now you're just speaking in hypotheticals based on a presupposition.
We also went over this with him earlier, and all he had was a reversal of the burden of proof. He had no way to verify his claim and just claimed it was a possibility. So he was appealing to the possibility that it might be possible, and then we showed him that it wasn't possible, and then he just got crazy. And then Crit started talking to him, and that's how that evolved.
I mean, he's
That's a
still
mental case,
doing
man.
it.
It still doesn't change the fact that there's nothing to debate if you have no evidence of what you're claiming, other than appeal to, other people having done it and their data, which is contradictory to many observations. So it's a moot point. There's no debate to be had. It's either present some evidence to back up your initial claim, which is the Earth is a globe, or there's nothing to discuss. I mean, if you want to speak in hypotheticals and you want to talk to somebody about hypotheticals, you could do that on an individual basis or do it somewhere else.
It's definitely a law of identity violation. That was easy. Did he quit or somebody booted him?
I DC'd him for 40 minutes, so I didn't ban him. I just removed him from the call because he kept leaving and rejoining. pay any attention. Game, you can fuck off for 40 minutes and come back if you've still got the bollocks to.
He's probably slamming it down on his keyboard and hitting his keyboard with his, against his monitor and shit.
Yeah, something, man.
That's what I'm here for, man, to see the unraveling of minds where they can't deal with the situation at hand. It's like, you never know what you're going to get when it comes to these guys. Some people, can act a little bit nonchalant. Others are just like, they go in full spiral mode just right away.
Yeah, this cat, he was, I guess he thought that he would come in, bully us around, and then, we'll go to a neutral server that he'll just conveniently pick. And then they'll have McToons as the moderator or something. And then they can say, wow, see, we're smarter than them.
Yeah, in other words, a kangaroo court.
Yep, and all you got to do is get McToons to rage quit again.
Does the sun go at night?
To another part of the flat plane. Mitchell.
The scientific answer is the sun goes somewhere else.
By the way, if you guys haven't heard, we're going to be using a platform called Flip. For those of you guys who don't know what it is, it's an emerging platform like Twitter, or TikTok. And they just rolled out, I talked to Indio about it, and I've let some other guys know if I haven't told you guys. It's the next platform. What it does, it enhances people to be on there and be as speakers. They just rolled out with a debate forum. It used to be just like a TikTok shop sort of platform, but they started moving into like having it as debates. So you can challenge somebody that you see that's a speaker. And we're going to try our platform over there. So if you guys want to check into that. It lives on the phone, so it doesn't live on the computer.
It's a debate orientated app. That sounds really cool.
Yes, it wasn't that like when in its conception, but it merged into that. Like it started moving into that direction. So like 4 weeks ago, they really started moving into the realm of debate. So now people, like if you see somebody that's online, there's a little microphone button that says debate. So you can challenge them or whatever in a debate. So I think it's a very good way to but also like TikTok, it's a gifting platform as well. So with TikTok, depending on how many speakers there are, because I know TikTok used to have like I think at least 10 or 12 speakers that you can have at the maximum, like within the ones who are, on the, the ones that were live, and then everybody else is like a listener.
Yeah.
But the way it works too with the gifting is that if people like certain speakers or whatever, you could gift whoever you want on there. So it's not like just like if I'm hosting or whatever, it's not just going to be like my show to gift only to me. It's whoever's speaking. TikTok was kind of like that. So whenever anybody would speak and somebody liked what they were saying, you could gift that one specific person, while somebody else would be hosting it. So I think it was that whole idea to me is amazing because you know what I mean? Depends who's there. People can really.
So is this the new hotness?
Yeah, currently, yeah.
Is this the new hotness Flip? Is that where we're all going to be going then?
Okay. Yeah, it came across my eyes about a couple of days ago, so I'm letting you guys know about it. I told Indio like this is kind of like where we're going to be moving to, because I wanted a place where if we're going to move to this mainstream idea, then everybody that's there, I want everyone to, because we spend a lot of time on here. At the same time, time is also money. Like you could be doing other things that could get you a financially moved ahead, right? But this would be a way that we're plugging in who we are and then also benefiting from that as well. Like, so there's, you get what I mean?
Plus, it's free speech too.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, for
also
sure.
like it's about free speech. So, I'm just a realist, dude. When it comes to it, like, I'm not like under any illusion that people spending a lot of time on the internet are not making the effort to put in to make money online. So this is what I'm saying. I want for everybody. I want everybody to have a piece of the pie. So
Could you say the name of that platform again, please?
what's that?
Could you say the name of that platform again?
Yeah, it's called Flip.
Oh, okay, Flip.
And you can find me on there as AV_overdrive. So we can link up AV_overdrive. That's actually my handle throughout all the social medias. So.
So what happened with Oliver? I had to take a break there for a second.
Well, he got a little slap on the wrist because he was
being an idiot, so I removed him.
Okay.
He was going in and out, and Jedi just took him out for a little bit.
That's pretty much the way. That's the way it was going to go. You know, I mean, like, it's the way it would go anywhere. It's the way it goes here. It's the way it goes there. It's the way it goes. You know, it doesn't matter. DMs. It doesn't matter. Group chat. It doesn't matter this server. It doesn't matter this other servers. It doesn't matter home server. It would always go exactly the same way. At some point, he's going to flip out. He's going to flame out. He's going to crash out. And you just need to tell him no. No, thank you.
No, he didn't flip out. It was just, it wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't a productive conversation whatsoever. It was attacking people. It was just everything but a discussion. And he doesn't even know how to start a conversation, which is the real issue.
Well, yeah. I mean, especially in this realm, it would be needed. So you can at least have good dialogue, but you don't have that when you have somebody who's childish. So.
Yeah, so at the end, he kind of did start springing out when he was leaving the channel and then rejoining, trying to disrupt the conversation. Yeah, he started springing out at the end.
Sporadic bringing the hammer down.
Yeah, but as far as that Flip app is concerned, I feel like the most appealing aspect of that is that you won't be dancing around trying to say what you want to say without, potentially harming the channel.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to like testing the limits of that as far as like keeping it within the TOS boundaries, because we always do. In concerns to like whatever TOS they've laid out, we're always about making sure that we're on that line, so that we don't cross it if they're saying, hey, it's free speech. I just don't want you to say this thing or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like that's why our platform, wherever we go, it's always successful. The success that we have with our platforms is because we're well moderated.
It's just frustrating, being handcuffed in your word usage and just even whatever analogies you would like to use based on just people's comfortability with the conversation material or topic.
Yeah, sure.
It's just not conducive to, all right, if you've had this experience personally and you can't go out and express yourself to other individuals based on, somebody else's notion of what should and should not be discussed, kind of wrong,
Yeah,
if I go out and I do said thing, right? Like, or my family member does said thing, and they are wind up, harmed or something. You can't even discuss your own, you know what I mean, your own experience in your own life.
I get what you're saying, dude, but like I think there's always that other side too, where you give too much freedom and people want to use it to say like whatever they want to say, and that's also there needs to be some sort of like range, as to like what you can like. You can't say flaming things just because hey man, it's freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want. Well, you know what I mean? Like within the tolerable, reasonable amount. Like you can't just. Do you get what I mean? Like you can't just be whoever you think you are. Whoever.
That's why face-to-face interactions are always policed by the fact that someone could punch you in the freaking face, dude. You know?
Well, no. You're not worried about other people saying, like, if you're talking about harmful things or you know what I mean. You would be like, dude, you can't say that shit, man. I mean, you could say whatever you want, but don't be telling somebody to hurt themselves. You would be on the same mindset as anybody would. Like if you know what I mean. Like there's levels of shit you can't say. You just can't be like, oh well, that's not free speech. You can talk about people hurting themselves. No, you can't. Like that shit. You can't say that.
I hear what you're saying in that regard, and yeah, I mean, those are people that are usually being disruptive to be disruptive and not being productive just for the sake of not being productive, or saying like like you said, just things to gain the reaction, right? So they're looking for the reaction. They're trying to hurt you in some way, shape, or form in the little way they can. So I understand those types.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying there has to be a limit to like free speech.
Yeah, that's where mods come in and can silence that individual, which I feel like happens all the time over here. People come in cursing out people in the chat, which is just not the way to start any type of dialogue. But, that's what happens. People have the freedom to do stuff. They're going to push the envelope, right? Just like a toddler. But I'm excited about that. Just to be able to have a little bit more breathing room in your discussions makes for more interesting discussions. I feel like when you're sitting there like in your mind, like trying to police your own thoughts, like, well, how can I word this without, getting a strike on the channel? It's kind of crazy.
It's like the way the algorithm is, because it's a budding platform. It's just going to be like allowing for more exposure. The algorithm will get the likes and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like immediately shadow banned. So I noticed that with certain topics in TikTok, like the algorithm, it goes crazy. Like it'll put your stuff out, and a lot of people start noticing it. You know what I mean? So like that, I think is a good thing to think about, like how the algorithm works in the platform, and see if people can challenge you on that, and it just becomes a bit more. So what we have the right recipe to get a good panel going and getting conversations started. And I'm thinking Flip would be a great. No, I don't think a lot of people have experienced what TikTok, the potential that it can do for a group of people. So I'm thinking if you dip your toe in that, and this platform seems to be like what it says it is, then I think it's a good way for us to move into a more mainstream, and also immediately see the benefits from people that can appreciate good dialogue. You get what I mean? Like, I know there's a stigma between people saying, "Whoa, man, what do you mean monetization? What's going on? Like, why are we talking about money?" Like, no. I mean, just be a realist, right? Time is money, and if you're putting a lot of your energy and time into this, what's wrong with seeing a little ROI from that? And I don't know.
No, I think that's really cool. Just because, I mean, so many things are personality driven, right? And if people like what you have to offer, whether it be personality, whether it be your expertise or the way you just express yourself, yeah, I mean, that's why social media has grown in the way it has. And you bring up TikTok, and I think of the channel Angels of Light, and how he does online debate just like you guys. Well, just open forum, where not debate, where it's like people come in and they express their globe proof, and they try to express their globe proof, and he's just banging out different counter arguments, and it's a pretty successful channel for one guy. And the only reason I bring it up is the metrics, between what YouTube used to be for a content creator producing good flat Earth content. You would get a decent amount of traffic to your channel just based on people searching the topic. But once they messed with the algorithm, now, like you brought up being shadow banned, the whole topic's kind of shadow banned, you know? And it doesn't get, you're not going to get the clicks if people are actually searching for positive information. So moving to a different platform, the amount of natural traffic would increase if it wasn't biased, you know what I mean? If there wasn't some type of pre-programmed part of the algorithm that's directing people who are interested in the topic to anti-flat Earth information rather than, pro-flat Earth information.
Yeah, not many people share my idea on this, and that's fine. But I do see that people that spend their time here do so willing, just willfully without having any idea that they're getting paid for it. But at the same time, they're not doing things that in their life they would advance them in any monetary means. So that, you know what I mean? I feel like they're not compensated for their being like a subject matter expert on the topic. And that's fine by me. Like if anybody wants to have that opinion, that's okay. But if you're in a platform that already supports that, you don't have to feel like, oh, I'm over here e-begging or whatever. No, people they notice you, they appreciate you, and they want to gift you. That's all it is. And so just being somebody there, the platform itself is built or designed as to endorse that. You know what I mean? Even though you're like, no, don't give me, I don't want anything. People are just like, yeah, but here you go, bud, because you're awesome or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're going to have an account and people are going to be able to gift your account. It's just the way it goes. And, if they like you and they gift you, there's really not much you could do about it. You know what I mean? It's just like the same thing if you were on TikTok just playing your guitar and singing some songs. People like what you're throwing down, all of a sudden you get all these new followers. You know what I mean? It's the same concept. People just become a fan of the way you explain the topic or whatever it is you discuss. So if it's something that's more intellectually driven by just conversations and arguments or data, just pouring over data, connecting dots, right? If that's your talent and people are all about that, yeah, for sure. It's just going to be a consequence of the action, right? Just being at the right place at the right time and the availability to be there. You ain't going to be able to stop somebody throwing a quarter in your tip jar,
Yeah, and I think people appreciate somebody who's well spoken. They like that. And even though unbeknownst to the person that's speaking, somebody's out there like, you know what? If there was a way that I could support this person right here, I would do it. And that's what people think when they hear somebody that's well spoken. And that could lead to other things, right? That could benefit your life, or you could, if you feel like it, like say, hey, I don't want to take any of this, I'm going to give it back to whatever. You could do so. You have a means to do that.
How dare you?
Anyway, it's there. So
my buddy was over yesterday chilling, and I brought up the FE topic with him. I brought it up with him like last year or whatever. And I just sort of, have you checked out that channel at all? Or he's like, I'm in the Discord, dude. I got BC verified and everything. I go in there once in a while. So we're doing good. One of my buddies pops in once in a while. I also like to share the live stream on my Facebook here and there. Get some viewers in.
Yeah, becoming more mainstream is a lot of work, though. I will admit there will be people that have to do a lot of meetings with other platforms to kind of get on their shows and get more exposure, and that's a lot of having to do the thing that sometimes seems tedious. But if you want to get noticed, that's how it is. You have to talk to other platforms that are similar, red pill programs or whatever, and seeing if they'll have you on, or maybe just. There was Tim Pool was giving an open forum so anybody can have a debate with anyone. I think there was an opportunity there with what's his name from the politics server. He put it like an announcement if anybody wanted to contact Tim Pool and say that, hey, look, this is my debate topic or whatever, and somebody else would be like, yeah, I like that challenge, I'll take you up on it or whatever. So I mean, there's other ways you can do that, but that's one of the avenues that you can take advantage of, just to get more exposure. But if anybody in here wants to have a conversation about the topic of the room, go ahead. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 in here. Callahan Man is in here. Dank Zero. Who else is in here? One spliff a day. Oh, wait a minute. That's Subdued.
Welcome to the room, guys, or guys and gals. Don't be shy. Unmute and ask a question if you feel like it. Go ahead.
I think we got Tony V in here too. Hey, it's Tony. It's Tony V. We've also got Hush in here. Hush is staunchly opposed to the Earth being flat.
Yeah, one of my buddies was like that when I was at the beginning of my journey. He just did not want to accept that we can't go somewhere else. I thought it was kind of odd. And for any of the new guys, don't feel shy to unmute and ask a question that we may have answered many times before. You might be new and you didn't hear us answer that question, so we don't have no issues re-answering a question we've answered before.
Sometimes I forget Mark's in here. He's an anti-flat earther. He's like furniture, man. You don't notice furniture. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there.
Stubbed my toe on the ottoman again.
Got Elbow in the house. What's up, Elbow?
I think it'd be cool to hear from one spliff a day or one blunt a day, whoever that guy is. They sound all right. Guy or gal, sorry.
That's Subdued, Letman. He's been with us for a while. He just changed his name.
So AV, are all of your social medias dedicated to flat Earth, or do you do a lot of other stuff too?
Well, just like this one was going to be a range of topics that we could discuss because of the platform being the way it was. You could lead into other controversial topics without having the kind of schism that it does when you talk about like, specific ones. So yeah, I wanted it to be that, like, where we can have conversations about certain topics that would be deemed controversial, and it would be difficult to have like in this particular forum because we have just specifically the topic, which is flat Earth. And that's been on the mind of some of the people that I speak to within our group. So I'm like, well, let's do it. Let's just make a platform where we're talking about that stuff. So that's what I want to gear the that particular show about. Of course, flat Earth would be a big part of it, but it wouldn't be the all-encumbering, topic. Like I always bring this up, and I'll use it as an example. But Jemsy and I were talking about like parasites and the problem with what they do and the research behind it. And I think a lot of people don't know a lot of information about parasites and the implications of not having that knowledge. And it's pretty terrifying, man, if you don't have a realization about that. But without diving into that, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I can't wait where we can talk about these type of things.
Yeah, because that's something that's applicable, right? That's like real information. It isn't some like pie in the sky, I think there's aliens or whatever. You know what I mean? This is some real information that you could look up and find, research about. So
some of it's even peer reviewed, but yeah, we're not going to.
Yep. Yeah, so health would be one thing. So
yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. And definitely, people need some guidance or a kick in the right direction. You know what I mean? When it comes to information that's for their better health and just their wellness in general, and even just mental health, right? I mean, with all of the misinformation and disinformation campaigns going on online, I mean, you got to imagine how difficult it is for people who've been indoctrinated their whole life to start thinking from a different perspective in all of these different areas of their life.
Yeah, we're going to try to make sure that they're not compromising their principles on logic. So long as that's not the case, then you can continue to investigate and research and do a lot of things to find things out. You don't have to like automatically go into like, well, I don't know, this is my speculation though. Like it could be where you lead, based upon the information given and things that we can look into, like tangible information, things that you can apply to your own life and see results. So.
Yeah, there's tons of good data. Tons of good data, health-related data.
There's a lot of topics that do that. So that's the reason why I was like, yeah, we don't have to compromise our principles and go into la la land. We can stay within the realm of like what we can know.
For certain, especially when it comes to, like you were saying, about parasites, and just that being one example in and of itself, which is, yeah, it's a big issue. But there's so
and
many.
the lack of knowledge of that, and it's just like what I mean is like people don't have enough information, but like also things we take for granted, right? Like big food, big pharma, one that you probably never heard of, clothing, big clothing. Like there's so many avenues, man, that you could probably touch on. You're like, dude, man, like almost every aspect of our reality seems to be covered in some type of controversy.
Wait, no, I'm back in. Oh, I'm back in.
It makes me want to go into it right now. But damn.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like we and I'm pretty sure you do too, excel in different topics, and it's good to have like a range and be able to critically think about the things being spoken of and not just be like a globalist.
You don't get to be like someone who knows without tons of research and putting things into practice for yourself. I mean, if you're going to take everybody's word from everybody else's research, then you're going to wind up being a believer. So you're going to be going from someone who knows to someone who's just a believer. And
That's right.
most of the people who are in this movement are people who know. You have some believers, I'm sure, but you have a lot of people who know for themselves, and that's the big difference, I feel like, when it comes to people who are more informed on any topic, is that they know things about the topic. Why? Because they've done the work. So it takes a lot of work to know. Believing is easy. So it's just the way it goes. You're always going to have that separation. People that want to get to something right away and just, okay, I believe it. All right, I'm done. Then you got the people who are like, well, I'm not going to be able to really, I'm not going to be able to be confident within myself unless I know for myself. So, and that's why I feel like truthers wind up becoming so, I guess, just broad, like having a broader understanding of many different topics. Why? Because the more you research, the more you learn, the more rabbit holes you go down. And then you can kind of pick and choose how deep into the weeds you want to get with each topic.
Is Sporadic, are you here? You might be busy at work. There was this guy I was watching on one of the Facebook reels that I was looking through, and he was talking about like people and their supposed misinformation, that they were being told something about their health, and like being like these guys in this certain area were taking these probiotics or whatever. I'm not going to get into it. I'm just going to tell you what the guy was saying was basically the CIA had like an involvement or testing these individuals, like giving them like these, I don't know what you want to call them, like superhuman probiotics, like, these really strong probiotics, and they were, they were living longer lives. This one gentleman, I think he was like 128 years. His son was 94, and he was talking about it. I'm like, dude, what the hell is this? But it was interesting that he was mentioning that CIA was like a big part of like doing this kind of, I don't know what you want to call covert or secret testing, but about probiotics and like the longevity of someone's life, of not being taken down by certain illnesses, because their immune system was so built up that they rejected. And I won't get into the other stuff that he said, but yeah, they rejected a lot of the ongoing illnesses that would take other people down, because they had built up their immunity with this probiotic. So anyway, I don't want to say too much more, dude, because it's fascinating. I'm like, dude, I haven't heard about this, but thinking about it, if somebody was given a probiotic and it was something that the body would adapt to, it would be totally feasible for somebody to, be immune to a lot of things, illnesses and such. But you take it. I don't know. I'll get off of the subject.
Yeah. It's too. The United States Central Intelligence Agency, you're already getting put under a microscope on some AI platform, right? I mean, these days anyway. Like whenever
Well, just to bring it back to what Sporadic was saying earlier, there was a big part of their disinformation for why people think the Earth is a globe, and based on the initial space race and the putting up satellites into the vacuum of space, when they got off of the whole balloon era, satellites on balloons, and they went out just now on rockets, being deployed out there in space. So that whole system came about because of this whole misinformation. So it was like you saw the space race and all that kind of unfolding to people believing that now satellites are in the vacuum of space and all this kind of stuff. So they had a hand in it. They were a part of that with the documents that he read earlier. So
well, yeah, exactly. I saw this stuff, the declassified stuff that he posted in the chat. And getting back to that, I mean, if you're a detective looking at this from a purely from a point of having no understanding on what took place, you would look at the lead up to this whole space race and everything, and just see, okay, well, what just happened beforehand? Like before if you look in the 1930s, what was going on in the 1930s? What was going on in the 1940s? What was the government up to in the 1950s? Well, what you see leading up to the Antarctic Treaty and all that was America's expeditions down there with Admiral Byrd. So that, right after Admiral Byrd did this very expensive expedition out there, a few of them, what winds up happening? Okay, Antarctic Treaty signed by all of these world governments. Right? So if you're a detective just looking at the data, you're going to be like, that's odd. There's a there, right? Especially after hearing Admiral Byrd's interview on the Longines Chronoscope. So if you listen to all that and you start just from a purely detective standpoint, I'm trying to figure out, is there a motive, right? For the lie.
Yeah, and it was just too convenient. It was too convenient that it just happened. It just so happened to have right afterwards there was this Antarctic treaty, for people not to go to this protected land, by all the signatory countries that would have their names behind it. So it's there's a lot of tomfoolery happening, with that, the reason why people think, that you can't go and explore freely. So, I mean, that restricts the mind anyway to think well, yeah, we can't just go where we want. You gotta get permission, and you gotta figure out logistically what it would take, all that kind of stuff. So some of these globers, we have Rob Noxious, he comes in here and he says, well, you could kayak over there. It's dude, you can't just get in a kayak and go to Antarctica, just because you feel oh, well, we can do whatever we want on the Earth. It's
no, what was it? Who was it? Was it T-Dub or was it Matrix who was talking about the Bass Strait? You definitely can't canoe through that shit.
Yeah, the Drake's Passage.
Yeah.
Drake's Passage.
All of these captains from the 1800s that ship's logs survived, discussed the southern seas as the roughest seas they've ever encountered out of all of their careers. So I mean, and then you couple that with the fact that the temperature's well beyond what people can imagine as far as this house, as cold as it gets reportedly, right? And then you couple that with the fact that you have sheer cliffs of ice as a shoreline in certain areas that are 200 feet tall. For an average person to go out there, it's going to cost you hundreds, probably at least a few $100 million, because you're going to need to be able to get up that 200-foot cliff, and then you're going to need to have supplies to get you through it. You're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of miles. How are you going to traverse that? So to say that it's just yeah, anybody could go and explore out there. No, it costs big money to do something like that. You need a organized group of experts that are experts in survival that are doing it for the sake of science. I mean, for the sake of this furthering knowledge and exploration, right? And just curiosity, really. But at this point,
does anybody know, John, I don't know if you know this or not, but does anybody know the reason why he took the military down to Antarctica? the first time he went? Like, what was the purpose?
Just discipline,
Ooh,
a
I don't remember
disciplined
that.
fight. Yeah, if I remember right, it was just because they like a disciplined professional force that could do the job, that's trained in harsh conditions and following orders and doing things like that are sport above and beyond. Like a civilian crew would have been like, I don't have my coffee break, I didn't get my 8 hours of sleep. Where's my laundry and tea service?
Yeah, what was the
training, pretty much?
There was a video out there that I don't know if you guys remember it, but it was in color. So there was a video about him actually taking the Navy with him, like, and then it would show like days where the Navy was showing that I think they spent Christmas over there. They were having Christmas dinner and all that stuff. Like, there was on their way over there.
I mean, you needed those icebreakers to even get you close to the land. Plus, you needed planes that were specially designed to be able to operate in those temperatures. I mean, it was an undertaking that you would need the military might and the military budget to even get it off. Like, I don't think there's a group of civilians equipped with a big enough bankroll to make that happen. I just don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So even if he took the military there, people that were equipped to do that, it wasn't like taking a bunch of civilians who are going to go do this endeavor. Like, you had to have some type of way to, account for variables, like, but I don't know, like, even today, like, now that it's established, what it is, like, going over there, what it would take, people still think, the Globers today were like, why don't you just go travel over here? Like, I don't know. It just, the thought process behind the way they say things it's very strange.
Is there any great experiment to figure out the distance between points on the outer rim of whatever, like you're out on the ice, or you're traveling off of a different coast, right? If you're traveling off of the coast of South Africa and you're heading towards the South Pole, or if you're on the coast of Australia and you're heading south towards the South Pole, I mean, being able to send a signal, to another station and having that type of equipment to get that type of data would cost you a tremendous amount. So all of the stuff you're talking is high cost. These are big ticket items. I mean, you're talking tremendous resources and guys who know what the heck they're doing and are tough as nails. You know what I mean? So yeah, you got that's a big ask. Because what they've been showing us as far as like these southern trips and stuff, I mean, it could all be just as fantasy as what you see on in the Marvel movies. I mean, there's no way for you to validate, right? I'm not saying that there's no way for you to validate that the footage that you're getting is 100% authentic from that specific location if you can't go verify the location yourself, right? So that's kind of the issue there, is that in order to be able to verify any of the data, you're talking about a big ticket item. It's going to be super expensive, and no one's going to have the means to do so. I mean, even if you had a huge, grassroots movement, to allocate funds to something like that would just seem irresponsible on its face,
But what we can do is we can look at all of the commercial use of the southern latitudes, where they do the Antarctic races, how long does it take for them to go in a circle, and then you can calculate how fast they would be traveling on the globe. The winning ship is going barely over walking speed according to the calculations if it is a globe. And then if you can literally go and watch the videos from them doing the race, and they have insane winds at their backs, they're jumping off the waves, they're going really fast. They're not going at walking speed. So there's discrepancies in the little things that we do get from there. So it's hard to make any determination, like you said, without actually having the finances to make a real expedition.
In the real sense, is
You go ahead, Grit.
okay. I'll say, in really, this is just a complete red herring. You could just measure local curvature or local non-curvature, and then just go from there. These concept of Antarctica holds a key has been a misnomer from the very beginning. That was, 2016 time frame when people were thinking like there might be something going on down there. And in a way, they kind of did get that. They saw, because the globalists said the flat Earth could not explain the sunset. It will not set on a flat Earth. And you're like, well, sure. Well, how about Antarctica and the Arctic? Does the sun not set there? And then they're like, well, yes and no. So then, fast forward now, like 10 years later, let's go to this glacier park and the sun will be visible 24 hours in a day. Okay, sure, that's demonstrated already in zetetic astronomy. Then they say, oh, it wasn't visible, but there's a mountain in the way. So now we got to take a special group of people, Looney Tune, McKeegan, Jaron, and Whitsitt, to a special undisclosed location that no one knows about, that's on the other side of the mountain, that's supposedly really far away. And then from there, you'll see the 24-hour sun. Okay, still, then how do you explain that on the globe? Or how do you explain that on your flat Earth, where you said the sun wouldn't set, and then it doesn't? See, what they've done is they've walked themselves into these dead ends where the conversation can't go any further, because rather than talk about objective, measurable, observable reality, they keep hopping onto mathematical constructs or models.
I agree 100%, Crit. I said this years ago. It went from being simplified as that could be the edge of the container to it being the key to something super suspenseful that nobody else could figure out, that we have to figure out. So we have to go there and explore it. So to keep it from being just possibly the edges, we'll make it not about that at all. It's about the sunsets and what we could find there.
I mean, we don't know enough to make a determination. It could just be a big island. Like, we don't know. We have no clue because we cannot go and map this for ourselves. We just have to take the little information we have on faith.
Are we live?
That's a big 10-4-20.
Roger, we are live. How copy?
got Hey There. I've never seen Hey There before. Hello.
Hey, Crit, what are we waiting on, man? Anybody been around? I just
Yeah,
got
it's been
done
a
with work.
couple things here and there.
Yeah, I was down there rambling, waiting for stuff to dry when I was at the job. But yeah, just got back to the house. Yeah, this doesn't make for fun listening. Maybe we should get some elevator music to throw on in between. Could get some montages, some flat Earth montages.
Hell no.
It's dead.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I brought my mate in here so we could listen to some lunatics. So where's everyone?
Start talking. You believe the Earth's a ball?
No, I know it. It's true. It's a fact.
Oh, okay. How do you know that?
Explain to me why the moon's image inverts going from north to south.
You already subverted from the ground to the sky. You already failed.
No, that doesn't work because that's inverted the other way.
Actually, she asked you how you knew it was a globe, and then you started asking her a question.
Exactly.
I'm going somewhere with it, though.
Yeah, so the moon has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, and how you would know that the surface of the Earth is curving to form a ball with a 3,959-mile radius.
So you didn't answer the question.
No, you did not answer the question. You said that you know, right?
If you
and I
people
asked
unmute and
you
let's
how
get it going.
you know, and you still won't tell me how you know. You pointed to the moon, which is not
If
the
you
ground.
look at the moon from the northern hemisphere and then you do a handstand, the image you see as a handstand is the same you'd see southern hemisphere.
Awesome proof. Excellent proof.
No, I just want you to explain how that works on a flat Earth.
No, you're
just explain
amazing.
it, and I'll be happy.
You're amazing. And if you cut off people while they're talking, you will get muted.
I don't give a fuck. Answer the question.
No, you're the one not answering the question. You think that the moon appearing to be a different
I'm just
position
asking you
is
to
your
explain
proof
the
of how to float?
phenomenon. Let's take it as a separate point. Have you got an explanation for that, or you guys just ignore it?
Well, no, what we want is your proof that it's a globe. Please present your proof.
Okay, so let's say I'm begging the question. That's my logical fallacy. Do you have an alternative explanation?
Okay, my friend, I think you're missing the rules of this forum here. The rules of the forum are is you come here, and then you make a claim, and now we're going to hold your feet to the fire, and from your claim, you have to provide evidence.
Okay,
The
so
conversation
far none
goes
of you have
nowhere
even
until you
attempted to
provide
explain
evidence of
a
your
phenomenon that's observable and very easily.
Asking us questions, things of that nature ain't going to work. The only thing that you do from here is you can clarify your claim and or you can provide evidence for it. But until that happens, there's nothing that comes out of us.
All right. Give me 2 secs. I'm going to send a photo into the chat.
So, what's the orientation of the moon at the equator when it's at your zenith?
Irrelevant.
It is relevant.
No, because
it's entirely
how does
dependent
that
on the
explain the
position of
phenomenon?
the observer and nothing to do with the moon.
What's going to happen here is you're going to be locked into claiming that the moon is a projection. Okay, and when you do that, or it's a 2D image or whatever, then I'll hit you with a gotcha, and you will literally have no answer. I've done this so many times. None of you ever have an
Go
answer.
straight to the gotcha.
But it's a gotcha that actually works. You don't have an answer because it's just true. Where is it?
Yeah, I can make the moon inverted in the northern hemisphere by laying on my back and looking south.
Yeah, which is exactly what you'd see if you were standing in the south, which doesn't work if you're on a flat
And
plane.
if someone in the south is laying with their feet to the south and looking north, their moon looks exactly like someone looking in the north.
Didn't you understand that I opened with that claim?
Yeah,
but you've got no
it's
explanation
useless.
for it.
Thank you.
Okay, so
opened with the
if you're on a
claim that
flat
you said
plane
you know
and then
the
you
Earth
walk
is a
to the
ball.
other side of that flat plane, this is okay. You need to get your head around this. If you walked under the moon, okay, you would not see the same thing as your upside down image from the north. So you have to then somehow argue that the moon is some optical illusion where the image doesn't just invert but switches sides. That's where you guys
So I
get
think
caught
you're
up.
still not getting this because you're saying that we would have to argue.
No, I think actually
it's not an argument.
you're not even attempting to
you
engage with the
provide
point.
a claim,
Because you know
and
it's
then
true.
you provide evidence for the claim. So that's how the rules of this forum work. So again, you need to make a claim, and then you need to provide all of it. We don't do gotchas around here or anything like that. So
Here's my
you
claim.
need to go
Here's
just
my claim.
straight to your point.
Here's my claim. The moon's image inverts, going from north to south. That cannot work on a flat plane. That's my claim. Therefore, the
How
plane
does that
cannot be
measure
flat.
the plane? How does that measure the plane?
It just means that it cannot be flat. It could be something else. I'm open to your answers. But you haven't even attempted to explain how that might be the case on a flat plane.
So, I mean, here's
That
the thing,
is an
right?
Be the
Is
thing you measured first. You're talking
as
about the
many
sky.
of
It
us,
proves nothing. It's been told to you several times.
yeah,
It doesn't. Okay, why doesn't it prove anything? Make some claims about why that could be the case.
make a claim. Listen to him. Make a claim. So the whole thing is many of us have gone out and measured the ground for the alleged Earth curve that should be there, and we don't find any ever.
Can you
It
prove
measures flat over 10 miles. It measures flat over 13 miles, 20 miles, 23 miles, 275 miles, 1,300 miles from fucking Texas to Baja, and you're only 30,000 feet up. What the hell? It just keeps
that? Can you
measuring
prove that?
flat.
All right. Okay. One more time, and I'm out. Can you guys give me an alternative explanation that makes sense on a flat plane that explains the moon's image?
Okay, again,
Just go full tin hat. Just try and tell me that it's a
not how this
2D
forum
image.
works. This forum works that you make a claim, and then you provide evidence for that claim. So
The evidence is
asking for alternative explanations, whatever
My
else,
evidence
is not
would be
you
here's a photo from the
providing
North Pole,
evidence of
here's
your
a photo
claim.
from the South Pole.
So
You just
we'll
say,
be
well,
sitting here waiting for evidence of your claim.
That would be the evidence. You don't trust me that that's true? Pretty easy
Okay,
to.
an explanation is not evidence. So we need evidence, not explanation.
But you would
What's your
reject the evidence, as you do all the time. I've heard you guys do this all the time. You just reject. Photos don't do anything
you an
for you.
explanation for how it will work on a flat Earth. You didn't hear the explanation the guy gave you for how it will work on a flat Earth if you laid down and
I
with
did
your
hear
feet
it, and then
facing
I
south.
explained why
Are you not listening?
I explained why it didn't actually make sense.
you're not
because it
listening,
switched
then.
sides as well. Right. Okay. Last chance. Is anyone even going to attempt it?
Yeah, sorry, you don't get a
you keep trying to
moderator
talk
here,
about
so you don't get to
All right.
determine who gets
All right,
what
thanks.
chance.
Okay. And I just wanted my mates to come here to see how insane you guys are.
And then you provide evidence of that claim. So we're waiting for your evidence, not
Your mate
explanations.
can't argue for Globe either, just like you can't. You freaking fool.
Is that who I think it is? Changed his name.
Who?
The biggest pick me flat earther of all time.
What did he say?
It's you. You changed your name.
What?
AV. What was your name again? It was something really embarrassing. There's clips of you on YouTube getting absolutely shit on. Veritas. Mr. Veritas. Oh, you are a character.
Yeah, you couldn't handle me, so just go ahead and talk to
Nate,
go
you
ahead
know what I
and
mean?
tell
They're
him about your
literally
fantasy.
retard.
Tell him about your fantasy,
more
dude. That's better.
All right. I asked my questions. None of you even attempted to answer. GG.
Yeah, that's hilarious, bro. Makes zero sense that you're looking at the sky to figure out why the water is flat. Why the water is flat. No matter where you go in the ocean, it's always going to measure flat. Makes zero sense why you're looking at the moon to measure for curvature. And you think that's going to tell you the shape? If there is a shape?
He left, John.
Yeah, that's so silly. It's like I changed my orientation from north to south. The moon changed its view, therefore it's a globe. That's exactly what he said.
It's just like Barrington was saying. It's just a burden of proof reversal. That's all it is.
And it's like, I want you to give us an explanation. We gave you the explanation. In the north, you were looking south, and in the south, you're looking north. There's your explanation.
Can't conceive basic optics from different perception angles. You know, it's just crazy.
It's like, well, if I look at my car from the front end and I look from my car from the rear end, it looks totally different. That's what's expected.
It is interesting that they never have evidence to support their claims. They always just have, well, I gave you evidence. Well, no, that's an explanation. That's not evidence.
Trying to say something, Fairy Queen? Or
Oh, sorry. I realized I was unmuted, so I muted myself.
okay, no pressure.
Fairy Queen. I like your PFP. Looks pretty cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I got a thing for the Fae, you know.
Oh, okay.
No, I really like fairies and stuff like that. I like, you know, it's not a real thing. We all know fairies don't exist, but it's cute.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So, Fairy Queen, what brings you here? Are you flat or globe?
I am staunchly globe. I would guess I was just kind of curious to see what you guys were talking about. So that I popped in.
Okay, she said staunchly globe. I love that. I love that enthusiasm. She said, I am staunchly
Challenge
globe.
accepted.
All right.
And welcome aboard.
So I guess my question for you is, you know, in the year of 2025 here, what has you believing that Earth is a globe?
I mean, there are pictures from space that show that it's a globe.
Okay.
There's the fact that, like, when you look at like a ship like coming towards you, like from the horizon on the ocean, you'll see that like the way that it comes like directly. It's small. It's hard for me to explain, but like the way that the trajectory of it coming like towards you over the shore indicates that it's coming to you over a curve instead of flat, like on a line. Like there's a physics problem I can find it like to show you that indicates that it's like that it's curved instead of a line.
Well, let's
And
address the
I
first thing.
mean, and then there's the fact that like if I took a plane, you know, and if I flew all the way, you know, from where I am in the United States, like to China, you know, it goes around, you know, in like a circle. So then, you know,
Right.
so
Well,
I don't think
think
that would be
about it.
possible if it was a flat. If it was flat, then there would be an end to the world, so to speak, and we'd all fall off it. So,
All right. Okay. Well, let's go. Let's. Oh, you said like three different things here. So, the pictures from space, right? I'm not finding any real photographs of the Earth as a whole, single frame, full frame, anywhere, actually. I had actually pressed Meta AI for a real photo of globe Earth, and it gives me this cartoon. And I was like, no, that's not a real photo. Give me a real photo. And it doesn't lend me any results at all. And then so I tell it, I was like, so you're telling me that there isn't a real photo from a camera of a globe Earth? And it tells me that's correct. They're all CGI and composite. And another thing is like from the ISS, and this is like NASA source, right? They can only see about 3% of the Earth from the ISS. So you're like still not seeing the whole Earth, you know, and they're using a lot of fisheye and wide angle lenses to cause the horizon to bend. So we've determined that much.
Can
What was
I ask you something? I mean, okay, so I am just looking up here. Like I'm looking at like some of the moonshots here that were taken like from Apollo 11. Um, and I will admit it is true that like you can, and I'm, by no means, a rocket scientist, but like I'm looking at these pictures. They are not full, complete pictures of planet Earth, but they also aren't flat pictures. I'm still very much seeing a circular shape. I think it's reasonable to say that like the rest of the planet is swathed in shadow. Like I could see there being reasons for like why the rest of it doesn't appear like on the camera. But what I'm not seeing is a flat surface. That is not what this looks like to me.
There's something about that where the Earth in resolution is not the size it should be being observed from the moon.
Huh? I'm sorry. Like I understand that like the Earth is smaller, right? As you zoom far away, is like when you're on the moon or when you're on Jupiter, right? But that doesn't explain like why it looks like in this curved image that I've just like dropped here.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That's taken from the surface of the moon, and you're seeing the surface of the moon curving from the surface, and also
No, I'm not. No, not the surface of the moon.
I know. Listen,
Not the surface of the moon.
I get that, right? Number one, the surface of the moon is curving. Number two, the moon is smaller than the Earth, so the Earth should be looking a whole lot bigger from the moon. It should be looking a lot bigger than that from the moon.
How much?
Here you go. I've got a diagram.
Simple Jack, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, Simple Jack. You can be next, or yeah. Yeah,
so
none of those pictures are real. The next part was.
Yeah. See, I've got a real picture. It's actually a screenshot from a video of U-2 spy plane pilot, and especially tube feeding himself some apple pie through his helmet. Great. Let's show this, and then I'll find that diagram of the moon being wrong. That Earth.
Okay. Can I just ask, like, do you accept that, like, different pictures, that are actual photographs of the moon, when they're taken of Earth, they show it Earth at different positions? So you're not going to see the ocean in the same place, or the Earth, or certain continents in the same place. You might like have like a photograph that shows you China in one picture, and you might have one that shows like the United States, right? But generally, like the continents are in different positions, right? Well, I mean, if that's the case, do you accept the idea that the world, like that we're in a solar system and that like the Earth is traveling around the sun, that it rotates?
Absolutely not. There's no evidence for that.
There's no evidence for a solar system?
Right. There's no evidence that indicates that Earth is moving on an axis and going around the sun at over 66,000 miles per hour. There's nothing to indicate that.
How do you explain the sun rising and the moon rising and setting then?
That is just an approach and a deproach from your position. That's all they're doing. They're going away from you and coming back, and going away from you and coming back.
It's the same thing with railroad lines. If you look down railroad tracks, they appear to converge, but they're not actually touching.
Right. So the sun and the moon might appear to hit the horizon, but they're not actually going below your feet.
Okay, so you're saying that like, so you're saying that like the moon and the sun are zooming in and out towards the horizon? That's what you're saying?
Zooming in and out? No, they're going into.
They're just moving from east to west over your head. For everyone, they're moving from east to west over your head. But before we move to a new point, that was your first. Pictures was your first example. Maybe we can move on to boats over the horizons before we lose track.
Yeah, we can do that if you want. I'm still trying to find this diagram about the moon and the Earth, how the Earth is not looking like the right size from the moon with the given dimensions, alleged dimensions of, there it is. Oh, this one comes from Apollo. This is the Apollo 17. We'll go that one's a good one for example. So yeah, there you go.
Right. Do you remember what I said earlier, though, about different continents that you can see from the moon? So you're not always like looking at the same continent, even if you're in the same position on the
Right,
moon.
Yeah,
the whole thing
basically
about it is
all of those
nobody has been
pictures
on
from
the
the
moon.
moon are fake. Yeah, all of those
You
pictures
think
are
you think
fake. None of them are
the
real.
moon
You can't travel
you
to the
think
moon.
you think the moon landing was faked?
All of them.
Ah, okay. All right. Then why were we talking about like what the pictures like from the Apollo 11 like actually showed if we thought that they were all fake? I
To
mean, it
show
seems
you
like
that it's fake.
Because you brought them up. We don't
well,
believe
I
in
did
any
bring
of those
up
pictures. All of those pictures are fake.
well, but like then you talking about like how like well the pictures like from the Apollo 11 only show half the Earth anyway. Like that doesn't seem to be really relevant then, since you think that they're faked anyway.
Relevant. It's not at all. And even then, if we're going to accept it for the sake of discussion, you could just say, well, we don't know what the focal length was, the depth of field, and all this, that, and the other, which would be a true statement. So it would be at an impasse. Now, what we would like is evidence that these images are true, such as the provenance, verifiable provenance, the chain of custody from source to destination.
Ah. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't come here today prepped and guns blazing, ready to talk about any of this. I just dropped by, like, just to listen and talk a little bit.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, this is what we look for when we require evidence.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like, I don't have the evidence prepped to right now, but I'm pretty sure that, like, I watched there was an Adams Ruins Everything episode, which it basically talked about like the idea that the moon landing was faked, and the case that he made like on like for that particular time in history is that it would have been harder to fake a moon landing than for them to actually go to the moon. Like for the amount of tech that would have been required, for the amount of effort and money that would have needed to be dumped into duping people into believing that it was duped. You could probably pretty easily dupe people today in 2025. I am not so sure that that would have been easy to do like in the 60s, like when the first rocket like launched into space.
Well, what if it was impossible to do in the first place, and any amount of money would be good? Any amount of expenditure would have been justified if it's actually impossible to do.
What do you think the motivation would be to trick everyone that we like landed on the moon?
To project authority and power.
Uh-huh. Listen, I'll just be honest, I don't have like everything like at my disposal right now. But again, like my understanding is that there are lots of things that would have been more difficult to accomplish. So one of the examples would have been lighting and shadows. So like one example that he gave, and I'm just looking this up now just to remind myself, that inconsistency in shadows in lunar photos implies a studio setup. And Adam's argument was that like recreating those lighting conditions would have required millions of super bright lasers, and that the computational graphics like just didn't exist yet at that time in order to do it. And secondly, he said
You're assuming it's even possible.
No, I'm talking about the photos, like the things that like were used like from that time period. Supposedly they're.
So listen, there's no evidence of Earth curvature. And what space is supposed to be is a contradiction of natural laws.
How? Wait, okay. Do you think that when you look at like the stars in the sky, you can see Jupiter, you can see Saturn, you can see constellations, you can see these things, right?
I do, yeah. Of course. Many of us are astronomers.
Right. Right. And like you know that like sometimes that sometimes they change positions, right? You can't always find like the stars in the same position, and that some depending on where you are, you can even use the stars as a map to figure out like what direction you're headed to.
Yeah, we're familiar with that too. It's celestial navigation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
No
it
problem with
requires a horizontal baseline. So like not curving because you need to be able to make an angle to your celestial body for navigation.
Yeah, so we measure the Earth flat, and nothing in the sky will disprove that flat Earth measurement. Nothing happening in the sky will have anything to do with that flat Earth measurement.
I appreciate you bringing in the moon landing as a proof of the globe, but at this point, we should be able to go there for a weekend, take pictures of the Earth, spend time in the anti-gravity room, knock a ball around a 20-course golf course. But none of that is possible going on 60 years later. So it's just, I don't think that's a strong leg to stand on.
Well, no, but I mean, let's go back to the celestial map, right? Like the Earth's curvature, it affects the angles of the stars. So as you move north or south on a globe, the altitude or the angle above the horizon of the stars, the sun, it changes. So the North Star, it's 0 degrees above the horizon at the equator, and it rises to 90 degrees overhead at the North Pole. And that only works if you're on a curved surface when you're changing your latitude from the visible angle of celestial bodies.
No,
That
no,
only
no, no.
works if
That's
you
a
assume
story.
the
It only
stars
works on a flat Earth.
infinitely far. You're assuming parallel light from the stars.
What?
Yeah, you're assuming the star is effectively far and so big that the surface of the star is flat. And that flat surface produces parallel light that reaches a curving Earth. We say, no, no, no. The Earth isn't what's curving, the Earth is what's flat. And the star's rays are not parallel, but diverging, just like we see.
Okay. So I guess we can talk about like the curvature of the boat if you want to.
No, no, not curvature of the boat. It would be you assuming that the boat is traveling over the curve. Like you said, when you see the boat coming in towards the shore, it's traveling over the curve. That would be incorrect.
Well, I mean, like if it was the case that like it was sailing away from a flat surface, then it would get smaller and smaller until it just vanishes. That's like what it would look like. But it doesn't happen. What happens is the bottom of the boat disappears first, and then it's followed by the top, and then the hull vanishes before the mast. If the Earth was flat, the entire boat would just appear to get smaller uniformly, but that isn't how it looks.
And if it was a globe, you wouldn't be able to take out something and zoom that entire boat, hull and all, back in after it went over the curve. But we can do that.
Dairy Queen, have you seen the zoom in and zoom out of the boats that you thought went over the horizon? Because there's perfect examples of that where you'll watch a boat go out of your view and then you bust your camera out and you zoom in and there's the boat again. That boat that you thought went, down a water hill is actually right there in your line of sight. So
I could produce the same effects on a flat table with a coin. No, I was just saying I could produce the same effects on a flat table that I know is flat with the coin and the camera down to eye level to the table. So the bottom of the coin would disappear first, but I know that table's flat.
I'm not sure that like perspective alone can explain that. Like I think that like if a zoom or if you use one to zoom in on a boat already disappearing over the horizon, you won't see the boat come back.
there's
Only the top is visible again.
Except we have hundreds of examples of it happening. So
Yeah, because most people cannot afford the $110,000 plus in camera gear required to make that happen.
But being able to zoom in 15 miles away and going, oh, there's that boat again. It's right in your line of sight, 15 miles away from, say, like a 1 foot observation height. You should not be seeing that whatsoever. According to the globe math, the geometric limit of the ball Earth should be blocking whatever the hell you're seeing beyond 1.22 miles from a 1 foot height.
And she dipped out.
Oh, staunch Glober. Everybody give her a hand.
Yeah, still living in the 19th century.
Yeah, this is what happens, Let that just be an example that a lot of people come in here saying they're a staunch Glober, right? And they're like, I know it's a globe, but then when we get down to the nitty gritty of things, they leave.
Well, I guess I say I haven't researched any of this.
Yeah, we're like, we know it shows.
Yeah, I had to stop my observations of across Lake Ontario and start using railroad tracks because I don't think they were getting it.
For Globers thinking of joining the VC and whatnot, you have one job here. Present your proof of the globe. Or ask a question about the flat earth.
Yeah, Naps Braps is not in the VC, so, he can just leave. Skanking up the text chat with his copium. I love it when Globers make a claim and they're like, explain my claim! Do it now! Dumb flurf.
Or you do give an explanation like Riley Criterion did, and they ignore it completely.
Yeah, I can make cars disappear at 500 meters. Does that make the railroad track a globe? I mean, I understand physics is hard, but it's not that hard.
Had me thinking of some Tom Petty, Learning to Fly. What goes up must come down, learning to fly.
Yeah, and then she brought up airplanes. I could fly to China. Okay, you understand that if you're took off from London and wanted to fly to Singapore, you would never get there because Singapore keeps moving east.
Unless the airplane can go like 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Fairy Queen when she was talking about, planes flying in a circle. And I wanted to ask her, I'm like, okay, go out to your flat driveway or whatever, your flat floor, go walk a circle. You mean to tell me going in a circle is impossible to do on a flat surface? Yeah.
And how do you maintain straight over extremely long distances?
Yeah.
I can maintain straight over a short distance, but 5,000, 10,000 miles? Nope, not a chance in the world.
And why doesn't this ever apply to like airplanes when they're big up, when they're close up and then small in the sky?
Yeah, when airplanes are flying in the air, are they setting? Got an airplane flying west. Is it setting into the west? Even something as simple as clouds. When you see clouds at the horizon, are the clouds touching the ground?
Really, the clouds are setting. Oh my God, the clouds are going below our feet. Oh my God.
Yeah, see, the problem is your average person only understands what they've seen over very short distances. As soon as you start telling them that, oh yeah, this is occurring, thousands of miles away, they have no clue what it means. It's outside their realm. And the same thing with like the boats going over the horizon. Well, let me explain how brightness works. The hull of that ship is at its brightest when you're standing right next to it. But as soon as you start moving that hull away, it'll start getting dimmer and dimmer until you can no longer see it.
And we can apply that to ships over the horizon, correct?
Yeah, exactly. The water stays the same brightness, but the hull gets dimmer and dimmer. Eventually, our eyes won't be able to see the dim hull versus the bright water. It's like if I had two flashlights, if I had them in front of me, I would be able to see two flashlights. But if you start moving one flashlight behind, further and further behind me, well, the first flashlight that's closest will be visible. The second one will eventually disappear and won't be bright enough to see.
that girl's. Does anybody know what his scientific acumen is?
I don't think anybody heard you. Your audio is.
Hey, Dip Rat, do you remember who you were talking to yesterday? I remember the conversation, but do you remember who you were speaking with?
I forget his name.
What brings you back?
Seeing what you guys were up to.
I'm straightening out my toolbox.
Doesn't sound like much.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, why you all quiet in here, bro? Some wants to talk. Huh?
Yeah, some guy just left here talking about he's gonna bring someone who's gonna bring some glow proof. Are you the guy?
Interesting. Nah, bro. I mean, I'm just watching the circus as it goes round and round, bro. Oh yeah, I forgot. The whole idea of Earth spinning around and around is a bit new to the concept of flat earthers. We're not in that patch yet. No, it's not been patched.
Do I hear a spinning earther?
Yeah, you heard one for the very first time, bro. Don't worry, we're not in that patch yet. It'll be the next patch.
Your mom's patch.
Both thought he was
Got him.
cooking. Both thought he cooked.
I cooked.
Oh, you
I cooked
didn't,
your
bro.
mom.
Buddy, you sound like a fucking teapot kettle on the fucking boiler right now. Shut the fuck up.
BBBB doesn't. The ET, do you have any proof for Earth curvature or proof for the globe, anything like that?
Oh, look at your mom's ass.
I mean, if you look at the if you go to the ocean and you look at the horizon, you see it curves.
Buddy, look, if you look at your mom's ass, it's flat. If you look at the Earth, it's not flat.
BBBB, we're not being degenerates right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's the guy that was, talking about like some fucking goddamn dumb shit. Look,
What'd you say about my mama?
Do we have to talk about this? Like, do we have to watch the circus go round and round? Like, it just gets tiring. Come on. Like, the fact that I don't know, maybe you wear tinfoil.
Sounds like you're trying to like roast people or something, and it doesn't work in here. You're the Glober.
I shut him up. Unless he has something else to offer.
ET offered boats. What did you say, ET again?
I said when you look at the horizon, you see it curves, right?
Where?
If you go out to the ocean, if you go to the ocean and you look out to the horizon where there's it's all completely flat, you see that the ships will eventually disappear if they keep going straight.
So it's like the Earth is like a toilet paper roll. It just goes over.
Did you say
that
where it's
way.
all completely flat? Oh, weird.
Yeah, he said when it looks completely flat, you see it curve. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, toilet paper roll. That's what we live on. Toilet paper roll Earth.
See that bright, shiny thing in the sky? What shape is it?
It's not the Earth.
Yeah, it's not the Earth, but what about all the other bodies of all the other things in the sky? Do we see
Still not the
anything
Earth.
that's flat?
Yeah, still not the Earth. Still not the Earth.
Do you think? I feel like the probability of our Earth being so different from all the others and big giant things in the space.
He's melting down, guys. Be careful with this one.
It's super small.
Yeah, I don't want to. You want to do this?
What about that picture? We have a picture of Earth, and it's round.
Space is fake. Now get over it.
Yeah, wherever that picture came from is fake.
Up until it gets into the space, and we see Earth's round.
Yeah,
space is fake. Space is fake.
Nothing from the sky will tell you about the shape of the Earth, ET. You're roboting, ET. You might need to fix your internet connection.
I'm traveling through the mountains, so forgive me.
Okay, what'd you say? I said nothing in the sky will dictate the shape of the earth. What was your response?
My response is that that's not true.
Elaborate.
Like I said, the probability, if you want to just go by probability, the probability of everything in the sky being different or being similar in many ways, but then just like the Earth being different in every other single way, just seems incredibly small.
Yeah, that would be probability. Nothing on my floor in my house looks like the ceiling. Like the lights in my ceiling don't look like my floor. Nothing in the sky will prove the shape of the ground at all.
But those aren't. That's not the same kind of comparison we're doing here. We're talking about like the dishes being different shaped. Sure, there might be dishes that are different shaped, but they all resemble a specific type. Like they all have a specific purpose that they use that they're going to be used as. So they have to have like the purpose of like being able to hold your food.
Yeah, specifically up and down though. The ceiling doesn't look like the floor. The chandelier doesn't look like the floor. The ceiling fan doesn't look like the floor. I don't see trees on the lights in the sky. They're not the same thing.
That's just not a fair comparison, though.
Yeah, as long as you believe the story about the lights in the sky, then maybe. But space is fake, and the lights in the sky are just the lights in the sky. They all move from east to west for the most part.
Why is the sky blue?
It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and the ceiling and the floor don't have anything to do with each other either.
Precisely.
Well, I guess I don't know. I have to make a.
Do you disagree with
God, dude. No, I'm not agreeing with him. I'm just saying, yeah, they're not. I guess they're not the same, but like they still have like. Okay, so I should say they're not the same because it's an unfair comparison. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm trying to drive.
Oh, so the driving got you all confused. Yeah, driving got you confused.
Yeah, well, this guy was kind of cutting me off.
Yeah, that's why it's an unfair comparison because you're trying to compare the things in the sky to the earth, the thing we're standing on, and we're trying to ask for proof of curvature on of the thing we're standing on. And you're talking about the sky.
The reason why I think it's fair comparison to compare the things in the sky, like the celestial bodies in the sky, to our Earth, is because the way that physics works is they generally want to, like, generally speaking, the physics of gravity, circular or spherical objects.
So that's a cool story, but nothing in the sky will tell you about the shape of the earth. That was my point.
I could, if I wasn't driving, I would show you the mathematical proofs.
That would be another story. But nothing in the sky will.
Okay, so then that means that 2 plus 2 equals 4 doesn't mean
you don't have any proofs. You don't have any proofs of shit in the sky, so don't stop driving just for us.
Okay.
One of us could give you the mathematical equations for how Superman flies. Doesn't fucking mean Superman flies.
Do you know what an empirical statement is versus just a plain theory?
Yeah, like the horizon is horizontal and flat, not curving.
And Earth is flat like that. Yep, I know.
That is not an empirical statement. An empirical statement is something like a foot is 12 inches. You can't dispute that. That's just what the answer is. It is 12 inches.
Yeah, like the Earth is flat.
Yeah, Earth is flat. You can't dispute that. I was right.
It's
Damn, you guys
observably flat and
outsmarted me.
stationary and used as
Okay,
such. Flat
whatever.
and stationary. Yeah, whatever. Go ahead and
You know
overtalk
what?
me,
You're
bitch.
right. You're right. You guys changed my mind. You're right. Good job.
No. That's not what we're here to do at all.
Well, and you're easily manipulated if we've done that this quickly. Go do some research, man. Get away from the computer screen.
I'm coming back from a camping trip right now, you dumb fuck.
Congratulations. Did you see the water bending at the lake?
Yeah, that
No, you
makes you
didn't.
feel dumb, doesn't it?
Yeah, I saw the water bending at the
Yeah,
lake.
oh,
We're on a
just get away
spinning
from the computer
waterfall.
screen, bro. It's like, hey,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just coming back from
overtalk
camping.
you. I'm gonna
You're dumb.
overtalk you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can overtalk me all you want. No one's caring.
No, you're overtalking me, dipshit.
Yeah, congratulations, idiot. Get a job, bro.
Still no proof of the globe. Good. Keep going.
Not disputing the job part, okay?
You got pictures from space and the moon. Wow.
I said mathematical proofs, dumb fuck.
So, Ranger, would you say that the celestial navigation shows that the Earth is flat because it would only work on a flat Earth?
Yes.
So
that's correct. Triangles. Remember, Matthew?
Then some things in the sky do tell us about the shape of the Earth. I thought you were saying it doesn't. Which is
you can't imply anything about the shape of the Earth just using the sky. No.
So you're saying that you can't use the idea of celestial navigation to say that the Earth is flat, or you can, which is
no. You can use the process of measuring angles and acquiring them to, yeah.
So the
and you can only do that on a flat Earth. You can only do that on a flat Earth. So don't try to add more to it.
No, I'm not talking about the actual argument. I'm just saying whether it's appropriate to use the sky to tell us about the shape of the Earth. Because it seems like Ranger is saying that you can use some ideas about how the sky works to determine the shape of the ground beneath you.
No, not ideas. We can use the lights in the sky, but we can't imply anything. But once we use the process of celestial navigation, you're then measuring angles and, straight line distances.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was asking. Just wondering.
Yeah, we had the conversation a bunch of times. I'm sure he wasn't trying to be, Exclusively, though, minus the angles that you acquire from using the lights in the sky. No, you can't imply anything about the shape of the Earth just looking at them.
So can you tell me why gravity is like why gravity is the thing that it is?
The theory?
Yeah, like why? Like what is? So what is? Let's first off, what is gravity?
It's a story created to make the universe work. That's it.
Newton was
You
just
have a
making a
positive
story
claim
up.
to it. You let us know. What is it? What's your version? What do you believe in?
Gravity is the force exerted on a being on a larger object, or on an object, on any object, I should say, that pulls them. It pulls it towards them. It's a force.
You're already wrong.
Okay, what was wrong?
Gravity being a force is kind of out of date.
What does that mean?
Newton's theory of gravity was succeeded by Einstein, so it wouldn't be a force. It would be the bending of
Einstein
space.
uses Newton. Einstein uses Newton's.
Then he would have succeeded him.
One was way before the other, though. Oh shoot! I missed my fucking stop. Good job, guys.
Yeah, blame us for your lack of attention to what you're supposed to be fucking doing. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
you're right.
No
I was
problem.
fucking.
Hey, anytime,
Once
dipshit.
again, it's once again flat earthers' fault that you don't know how to drive.
You're right. I'm going to Victorville, guys.
We don't give a fuck where
Okay,
you're
yeah.
going.
You don't care about Victorville? That's where all the fucking inmates are.
I've driven through there.
Yeah, it's a great place, isn't it? Oh my god, look at this traffic. Guys, the fucking traffic's your fault too. Fuck you.
That's what he's driving there in, guys.
Guys? Meh.
It's what all Globers drive.
My god, look at this traffic.
Or
Holy
ride
fuck.
on. They ride on those.
Holy fucking shit, this traffic, guys. So what do we want to talk about now?
Why don't you let your mom drive so you can focus on Discord?
You're right. Mom, can you take the wheel? Sure, honey. Thanks, Mom. Alright, now let's get down to business. What were you talking about? Well, fuck you too then, Brett buddy.
You weren't providing any proof of your globe. That's what was happening.
I think that you're just trying to find evidence against yourself. Got him.
Yeah, he was wrong about gravity, but my connection's going out.
Oh. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have 30 minutes of probably going in and out of service, so maybe you should get somebody else to try to brag on.
Shut your mic before mommy starts yelling at you, ET.
Okay. ET, what are you doing with that mic? You're just you in a skibbity toilet. No, everyone's leaving. His attempt to roast flat earthers has failed him. It's okay, buddy. Next time. You have nothing. You're the Glober. We make fun of you. Yeah, we're the globe. You're the Glober. We make fun of you. That's what our job is. To shame you. Shame you out of being programmed into thinking you live on a globe. Hey, man. I have my opinions. Okay. It's just an opinion, man. Whoa, Jesus Christ! Whoa, Jesus! Fucking traffic, bro. Whoa, breathe. I guess I have to turn on the air conditioner. Dang. Y'all want to see what I see? You can afford to run air conditioning?
You're lucky.
I know. Oh, I can't. This channel doesn't allow me.
For some reason,
I
you
want.
think we care about what you're doing and where you're at.
It was just a beautiful scenery. I just thought you guys might want to see it because you never get out.
Oh, I'm driving my 4x4 right now. Isn't it nice? And the mic sounds nice. All the shit works great. Brand new 2025.
You're not in the mountains like me. And I'm just driving I'm driving a Hyundai Elantra. Good car, by the way.
This is a good car because they gave you a 100,000-mile, 10-year warranty. Or does it actually run good?
Mine runs good, but I got it used, so there was no warranty that came with it. So is it true all flat earthers have small dicks?
No.
Globers love to talk about guys' dicks, and yesterday some Glober wanted his dick sucked by guys. He loves it. He had a girlfriend.
What if he's
That's
gay?
crazy how you guys are.
What if he's bi?
That's crazy how you guys are. Globers like other guys' dicks.
So wait, you don't think it's possible to be bi or gay, or is that just something that just does not compute?
No, I don't think it's possible to do that. That's your imagination.
Okay, come to San Francisco and tell me that.
It's all gay. Once you're not hetero, it's just all gayness.
Being gay is relative.
With your relatives?
Yeah, Einstein knows all about relative and his relatives.
Yep.
Them
And his relatives, he fucked his cousin. Einstein was into incest play before any of us, and he even capitalized on that shit.
You trust anybody who can't even keep the same freaking woman. And he doesn't even know how to use a comb. He's like befuddled when he saw a comb. He's like, what is this freaking object? I just can't figure out how to use it.
Silence is way better than that guy's Yappuccino.
Qualify. What kind of PhD do you want to see?
If you going to the casino, I mean, that's just, I mean, people should be able to do what they want, I think, but it shouldn't be encouraged and become like made like a social norm, right? To go to the casino every Friday, Saturday night and spend $1,000 or whatever. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, you're correct. If you try to make put some regulations, it will be like you're taking the freedom of that person. So he wants to gamble everything. I'm not talking about any type of specific type of gambling. Like, let's say just a casino. Some people will just spend any penny they have and come back with nothing.
Yeah, happens all the time. It's an addiction.
I've been pushed around my whole life. Pushed around. I'm done with it.
I mean, a lot of countries it's banned. I mean, they don't have like poker machines and things like that in like Thailand, for example. Countries like that.
Change the subject, please.
You brought it up, bro. You brought the subject up.
Well,
let's get back to the topic. Entwine the Design, welcome to the channel.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, what's up?
Not much, bro. What brings you into the Flat Earth channel, my friend?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what the conversation's about.
Yeah, usually we're talking about the Earth in here. So yeah, if you got any questions about Flat Earth, there's a whole bunch of people here that have been looking into the topic for many years.
All right. Well, I will say that I don't believe what NASA says the Earth is. That's what I believe.
Why? Because NASA has things about it that you've heard that they do, and they just do it to brainwash it. It's a type of.
Well, one of the biggest reasons is like they said they went to the moon in the 60s, and I just feel like it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, even if I was a globe Earth, right? Even if I was a globe Earther, I would still call bullshit on the NASA lunar Apollo missions. Absolute joke.
I actually do know people that are globe earthers that they don't believe that we went to the moon in the 60s.
Yep.
But the thing is, I'm not a flat earther either. I don't know what the Earth is. That's what I am.
On the fence. Well,
like, what does it
yeah.
mean to be a flat earther? Like, I don't even know what that means either.
The ability to grasp. The ability to grasp idea.
Yeah.
That the Earth is like the Garden of Eden. It's like flat.
Well, it's
Archangel. Archangel, you can't come in here. Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
Show me. Then you guys put it in the chat what you guys think the Earth is.
But Angel, you're not a flat earther, so don't come here trying to pretend to be a flat earther. You're still on the globe side. Come on, yeah, just like I know you for 2 years, dude. So just relax.
I don't call me Archangel, please. Not Angel. My name is not Angel or Angel. It's Archangel.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. You used to come here and try and pretend to be a flat earther before, so I'm just letting you know.
You can be both at the same time.
No,
yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we mean by flat earther is we can't find any curvature over the surface of the Earth, right? It's been tested.
Hasn't that been proven that like someone has already gone way up and hasn't been able to see like the curve? Isn't that something that's already been proven?
Yeah, you don't have to go up for that, right? You could just go to any large body of water, and if the Earth's a globe, it has to have a certain amount of curvature. For example, a 10-mile lake has to have 66 foot of curvature, and then it curves off exponentially, right? So a 20-mile lake would have to have about 270 foot of curvature. So you can go to these.
I've seen experiments of someone using a laser, like they're on the other side of the lake, and they could still see the laser.
Yeah, when it should be hidden by like 300 foot of curvature. Yep, there's tons and tons of long distance observations and laser tests that are just impossible on a globe. So
yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen those experiments, and it makes me like think like, okay, well, and also NASA saying like the creator of NASA or like the founder, his grave is like has like reference to the Bible, which says something about the firmament, which people believe the firmament is like an enclosed space. So it's like there's so many things that keep popping up that makes me think like, okay, NASA's lying or NASA's doing some deceiving, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, doesn't NASA means to deceive in Hebrew.
Right, and I've heard that too. I've heard that as well. So it's like things keep adding up to the point where it's like, okay, well, we can't trust this institution that's saying that the Earth is this way when maybe it's not.
Exactly, and most people aren't lying that work at the institutions, right? They're not lying. Most people are just repeating the information that they were taught, and it's just like a cycle.
I think they actually do believe what they're doing is like something that is an outer space thing. I think they actually do believe that, which is still a lie, but they don't think it is. You know what I mean? They think that it.
Yeah, they're not willfully lying. Like they know it's flat, but they're teaching that it's a globe, right? It's not like that.
Right.
But yeah, have a look in the side chat. Like this is a great example of an observation that's impossible on a globe. This is 21 miles across the lake, right? From where he's standing, he sets up the camera on a tripod 5 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming in, and that giant smokestack you can see on the other side. It looks like it's like a giant silo type thing, right? It's called a smokestack. That's not obstructed at all, right? That should be obstructed behind 293 foot of curvature over that distance. So, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see the buildings, the lights underneath it. There's zero curvature, right? If the Earth was a globe, you would have to have a horizon at just 2.7 miles, right? And then everything beyond the horizon would have to start to be hidden behind the horizon.
See, my thing is though, when I look at a sunset, I see the sun dipping behind the horizon. I don't see it like just going away until it's a little speck and then it just disappears. I see it going behind something, and it's the horizon. That's the thing that it gets me too, though. It's like, okay, there's clearly something that the sun is going behind. I can't deny that.
Yeah. So there's tons of footage where the sun does look like it shrinks into a little dot. So if you go into like a desert, right, where there's not much humidity, when the sun, like if you have a look at time lapses from places like that, excuse me, it does look like the sun shrinks into a little dot and moves away from you. But in most places, you have like a lot of humidity, a lot of water particles in the air, a lot of atmosphere basically, and it acts like a lens. So it can be put down to atmospheric scattering, atmospheric lensing. I'll show you some examples. I'm just trying to find some examples to show you. So it can be explained on a flat surface, and it can be demonstrated on a small scale flat surface, right? So if you set up like a little demonstration, I'll show you some examples so you know what I'm talking about.
So you don't believe that there could be more than one sun or like portals?
I have no idea what the sun is, to be honest. It's an extreme mystery, I think, for everyone.
Well, not to the science community.
Well, yeah, exactly, because they're just parroting what they were told. It's not like they're testing these things. It's calculations based off assumptions. Right. So look, let me show you a couple of examples. Right. This one is in Africa. So it's a very, very dry environment. There's not a lot of atmospheric magnification in places like this. Now, a lot of these clips are taken out of documentaries like David Attenborough documentaries and things like that.
Interesting. So, I've never seen it.
Yeah, so like if you live in like America or like in Australia where I'm from and you watch a sunset, it's never going to do this because you've always got a certain amount of humidity in the air. You're not getting this like desert sun environment. So you have drastically different conditions in different parts of the earth. I have some more examples of that as well. So if you added in a dense atmosphere, right, in this time lapse that we're watching here, if you add in a dense atmosphere, it acts like a lens, kind of like a magnifying glass. So as the sun moves away, it doesn't reduce in size like that because of the atmospheric magnification. So I can show you some more examples.
That's interesting. I didn't. That looks like it's like disappearing and like, it's getting smaller and smaller into like a speck of
There's tons and tons of videos that show this happening as well. It's not like just a couple. So yeah, if you look at in certain environments where you don't have all that humidity. Okay, so here's a, like, it's not the best demonstration, but this is just to give you an idea. Right, so this is, have a look at the bottom of the GIF, right? He's just sliding the candle away. Now, if you didn't have that lens there that you can see in the top, right, kind of like a dry environment, right? It would just look like the sun's, it would just look like the candle's moving away. But when you add the lens there to simulate the magnification of the atmosphere, it's very similar to what we see normally with a sunset. It looks like it's sinking, and it looks like it's not shrinking down in size or anything, and it looks like it's setting. Now, if you look up on ChatGPT or anything like that, can atmospheric magnification explain why a sun could disappear bottom up over the horizon? It says yes, absolutely, that could, and then it explains, what I just explained to you. So I'm just saying that there are sometimes things are more than they seem. There's explanations that people don't necessarily take into account.
Oh no, definitely. It's definitely a lot nuanced than what we're told, I think.
Yeah,
because
yep.
I mean, science is all about hypotheses, and it's always changing in what they believe to be true. That's how they, that's how they That's how it works. Science has always been like that. It's always been like a theory of hypothesis.
It should be like a method, a strict method, the scientific method.
Well,
but a lot
they
of them,
try to, but they don't even they don't even abide by it.
A lot of the mainstream science is textbook definition pseudoscience. So if you look up the definition of pseudoscience, it's a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based off the scientific method, right? Which is textbook definition of a lot of astrophysics and things like that, right? A lot of the space science is textbook definition pseudoscience. It's not like they're running it through the scientific method and proving the cause and effect relationship. They're making a bunch of assumptions, right? And they're using those assumptions as core variables in their formulas, and then they're doing calculations based off those formulas that have the assumptions inside, right? And most often they have the radius value of the Earth as the R value in their formulas. So what we're doing is going out and saying, okay, well, if you've got the variables wrong to begin with, then all of the math is wrong. So yeah, if you've got a wrong variable in the equation, right, you can throw the whole thing in the bin. So if they're adding the radius value into their math, and then we go out in reality and actually test for the radius value, right, that means there should be a horizon at a certain distance. There should be curvature over distance that align with the radius value. And what we're finding is we're able to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe, to the extent that there's no explanation from the globe side that's not fallacious or just completely incorrect, basically. So yeah, there's another example there in the side chat of a different looking sunset. Yeah, I mean, to me it just looks like the sun is moving away, right? Whereas if you're on the globe, they tell you actually the sun's not moving from your perspective. You're actually on the globe that's spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound. And because you're spinning away from the sun, it's making it appear like the sun's setting. Whereas the flat earth side will say, well, the sun's moving across the sky, right? The sun's moving away. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. I mean.
So the world, according to science, the world is spinning from. Is it spinning from
west to east?
Okay, west to east. Yes, thank you. So why isn't it fast? So is this an argument? Like, because this is something I think about too. Like, is it an argument that like planes, when the planes are flying against, when they're flying like towards where the Earth is spinning towards them, why isn't it that they arrive to their destination faster than when it's? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they say because they'll say like it's to do with conservation of momentum, and that the atmosphere, like the air, is actually somehow spinning in lockstep with the Earth. Basically, they have excuses for all of these things, but yeah.
So like, what if like a helicopter is just hovering? Does the Earth move under them?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen. But they have obviously they have excuses for that, right? They'll say that it's like conservation of momentum.
That don't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. But then they'll say that if it's not, then they'll say
because on one hand they argue that the Earth spins under a football, but not under a helicopter.
Exactly.
Yeah, these are things that I think about. I'm just like, what? Like, if a helicopter is hovering, then that means the Earth should be moving underneath it. Like,
yeah. So they'll say it's conservation of momentum. They'll say it kind of like if you're moving forward in a car and you have a ball in your hand and you throw the ball up in the air, it doesn't fling backwards. It moves. The conservation of momentum means that the ball is already moving with the thing that's in motion. So that's what they would say to that. But yeah, they tell us that the Earth's in motion. That's the thing, that they can't validate that in the first place. So, if they want to claim
not only are we in motion, we're like blasting through space at like incredible speeds.
Yeah. millions of miles per hour in all different directions at once. But yeah, we can't feel any of it. They'll say, oh, you're too small for any of this, right? You can't feel any motion because you're too small, and you can't see any curvature because you're too small. But then in the next sentence, they'll say you see boats going over the horizon, which contradicts the last thing. And then they'll contradict themselves with the Coriolis thing as well. Like, yeah, they'll say that the Earth won't move under the helicopter, but if you kick a football, the Earth will spin underneath the football. Or if you shoot a bullet, the Earth will spin underneath the bullet. So you have to account for that, right? That's like Coriolis on, Coriolis off. Depending on what argument they're trying to go with. It's, yeah, filled with contradictions, assumptions.
And then the flight patterns that I also looked into, like flying from Australia to Africa is like completely ridiculous. They should be able to just go straight to each other over the ocean, but no, they like do this completely ridiculous U route that takes like a lot more time to do than if they were to just go straight to each other. Yep. It's like, why do that? Like, that makes no sense to me. That's another thing that sticks out to me, where it's just like, what? Like the flight system is just completely off to me.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. Like, if you look at the aircraft design manuals, all the calculations assume a flat stationary Earth.
Yeah, and if it's a flat map, it makes sense that from Australia to South Africa, they have to go through like the States and United Kingdom, but like on a globe Earth, it doesn't make sense that they have to do that U-turn. That it doesn't make sense. But
a lot of things are inconsistent with the globe.
Have
when
you
it
never
comes
been
to
on a plane and
flights.
seen like the curvature of the Earth?
No, bro. I've been on so many planes. I don't know. People say they go on a plane and see the curvature of the Earth. You don't. It's just completely flat. Like, I've taken so many really long distance flights.
If you went on a plane, you're just fucking lying to yourself, dude. You saw it.
No, bro. No, that's the thing, right? Even if you do the math,
or maybe you didn't go up high enough.
No, I got up to like the maximum height that a commercial jet goes up to. So if you do the math, you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height.
Just look at the Katy Perry video of them going up to space, and you can barely see the curve. And they go up. They went higher up than a plane does, and you could still barely see the curve. Like, it's barely.
Well, you don't see.
So you're
see any curve
from that curve to the Earth.
Well, no, because they had it like so the Katy. Hold on, let me finish.
He said it twice in a row. They can only.
Yeah, right, but he's not a flat earther, right? He's not a flat earther. He's someone that's just curious about it.
I wonder why he's.
No, he's not a globe earther either. He's just someone that's curious about the topic and is looking into both sides.
So let's hear your take on it.
Yeah. So, right, the Katy Perry one, that wasn't the first time that Blue Origin thing's gone up, right? So they've had other ones before that. That one was just.
You guys are talking about Katy Perry going up. All right.
Did that guy just leave? Couldn't. Okay.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is that the Katy Perry video, like, I saw that video and you could barely see there's a curve, like barely. And that little spacecraft, they went up higher than what planes are able to do. Like they went higher than that. So the fact that
they went up to 350,000 feet, where a plane only goes up to like 30,000, 40,000 feet.
Right, I don't know the exact, but yes, I know that they went higher than what a plane usually goes. And the fact that you could still barely see the curve in that video, it's like, okay, how are you able to see it in a plane? Which I've been in a plane before as well, and I've never seen like an obvious curve. Everything just looks flat, in my opinion. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that because that's just how it is.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I've I've been in so many planes, and you don't see curvature.
You just don't. Like, it's just
the only time I saw curvature was when, I'm looking in the plane, I'm like, wow, it's so flat, I'm going to film it. Right, so I took out my little action camera, my Sony action camera, and I filmed it. And then when I look at the footage back, there's like drastic curvature. and it's just because of the lens, just because of the wide angle lens on the camera. And you'll see when I pan the camera down, the curvature goes the opposite direction. It's just an effect of wide angle lens. And some planes maybe have like curved glass windows as well, so I don't know if that could make you see a little bit of curvature. I highly doubt that. But
and also heard that pilots, they don't have to constantly, drive downwards. They are constantly driving straight. Like they don't. There isn't a pilot that's like, okay, yeah, we have to drive in a, I don't know, in an angle where they have to constantly ride the curve. No, they're always driving completely straight, which is another thing that I hear about. It's just like, okay, well, on a curved Earth, like pilots would have to drive at a certain degree, but they don't. So,
yeah, we actually have black box data from planes that have crashed or had emergency landings. And they've shared the black box data, and it shows that over a certain distance, they didn't change the pitch of the plane at all. It just went in a straight line over like 1,000 kilometers or something like that, or 1,000 miles. Showing, like you said, right, they didn't have to account for the curvature of the Earth by adjusting the pitch of the plane. But yeah, in the side chat there, right, this is an astronaut that was on the Blue Origin, not the previous one, but the one before that. Wally Funk, right, trained astronaut, and she said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough.
That's
yeah, there's an interview there that she did with Fox News after it where she talks about it.
You know what I think? I think they just went high. They went really high, and then they just went down, and then they got the zero gravity effect like that.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's what they claim happened as well. But people that haven't looked into it, they think that Katy Perry went up and they popped through some barrier, and like all of a sudden they were in space, and then they floated there for 3 minutes, and then they decided to pop back through the barrier down into Earth and come back down again. It's completely misconception of what happened. It's not even high enough to have zero gravity.
They were like,
you don't go up to 60 miles and then float around.
Right. They were asking them, they're like, you're an astronaut now. How does that feel like? How do you feel? You're an astronaut. And I'm like, okay, is there like a certain level of like height where you're just like, okay, once you pass this level, you're like an astronaut now? It's like, it's ridiculous. It was stupid. I have to admit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I saved that link, by the way. Thank you. I'm going to like look into that.
Yeah, have a look into that. Yeah.
But yeah, the NASA stuff, it just seems so ridiculously like not true. And then the whole thing about going to the moon in the 60s, that just seems so like retarded and not true, because they have they have like this telephone that they used to talk to the Neil Armstrong while he was in space, and it's like a wired telephone that the technology that I have in my phone that I'm speaking to you with is more powerful than that whole spacecraft. Like, and then we're supposed to just believe that they were able to do that in the 60s. We're just supposed to accept that? That's ridiculous. Like, come on.
Well, in their defense with that one, I think they claimed that they were using like radio transmission, and then the radio transmission's coming from the moon back to the base in Houston or whatever, and then that's attached to the home phone that the president was talking to them on. That's their excuse for that one. And we could just grant them that one. That's fine. But I mean, look at the footage. Just the footage alone is laughable. Like, look at that in the side chat, right? That's actual footage that they're claiming is real from space. It's kind of funny.
It's not loading for me, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I'm pretty. Yeah. Oh yeah,
this is a good clip. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, I don't know how people can defend this and say, "Oh, how are you saying that looks fake? It looks real." No one in their right mind could do that. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's like my biggest qualm with NASA. It's like, if they would just admit that, okay, yeah, no, we made it up, whatever. Like, but space actually does exist. Then that would give them some points, but even then, it's like that would be a hard case too.
Yeah.
So I understand that they have to maintain this lie. I understand that. I understand that they have no choice. But the thing is, they can't do this forever. There's going to be a point where we're going to be like, okay, it's been like 100 years and we still can't go to space. Like, I still can't buy a ticket to space. Like, what's going on now? Like, so this lie is going to eventually peter out.
Well, it's been successfully continued since the 70s. They keep saying they're going to go back to the moon. And then every 4 or 5 years, they just kick the can down the road a bit further. They're like, well, due to this issue, we have to cancel the mission, and because we don't have enough funding, so we're going to delay it. And they've been doing that up until this very day, since the 70s.
No, but what I'm saying is they can't maintain this life forever. Like, it's impossible.
They'll just keep kicking the can down the road. They'll just keep telling people, oh, in 4 years... Yeah, maybe at some stage people will go like, hold on, guys, what's going on here? But I think the majority of the people, like, I don't know, they don't think about this enough for the majority to click on that they're being bullshitted.
I don't know. I have more faith in what people are capable of just, of thinking. Like, a lot of the people in my day-to-day life, I'm a server, so I meet a lot of people, and also my coworkers, like, they question this stuff. But also I do have coworkers that are like, why would they lie? Like, why would every country lie about this? And I don't have the answer to that of why every country would, like, because it makes sense. It's like, okay, yeah, why is Germany like backing up America? Why doesn't like Germany be like, okay, no, America never went to the moon, they're lying? Which I get
Russia?
Sorry, Russia. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, well, the head of the Russian Space Agency said that they faked the moon landings.
Oh, I didn't know about that, but I always thought that they always backed up America, and they're always saying like, yeah,
no. Yeah, the head of the Russian Space Agency said that they faked the moon landings. So yeah, they don't put that stuff on the news, right? They sweep it under the rug. But yeah, I can show you the articles, like where he says it. It's like he was the vice president of Russia. He was the head of the Russian Space Agency, right? He was like highly decorated in
aren't they all doing the spacecraft, the thing that orbits around our Earth? Like they're all in on it. They're all China, Russia, India, even.
Yeah, it's a huge. Did you know the space industry is more lucrative than the movie and the music industry combined? So it's huge. It's a huge industry, and yeah, other countries have got on board that, right? It's also a way for the countries to show the people how they should basically be worshipped. Look how amazing we are. Look at these accomplishments. Like, look what we can do. Follow us. We are the leaders. We are exploring space, and it's this type of thing. But if you have a look, also, right, look at the Chinese footage or the India footage. It's absolutely laughable. Like, the NASA footage is great compared to the footage from Russia, like the Soviets, or the footage from Japan, or the footage from India or China. Right, their footage is even worse, right? So if they're going to call out NASA, well, hold on one second. If they're going to call out NASA, right, people are going to say, well, your footage is 10 times worse than NASA's footage, right? So they can't kind of like shoot themselves in the foot like that either. And I do think that these countries on a higher level are working together.
Okay, what would be your reasoning of why they are faking space?
Oh,
just like
yeah. So
do you even believe that outer space is real? I don't even know how far you're taking this.
Not outer space is real, but not in the way that we're taught from the globe side, where it's like this big giant infinite vacuum with all of like gas balls and things like inside of it. Like the vacuum of space, no. What's up there? I have no idea, but yeah, there's definitely something up there. We could call that space, right? But not the heliocentric version of space that we're being taught, right? Because it defies so much logic and so many natural laws, right? Like gas pressure laws and things like that.
Right, that's another thing. That's like, okay, well, gas. We can't just hand you gas. You got to contain it.
Exactly. Yeah. So like, if I stab a tire, why does the air rush out of the tire? You know, because it's gas fills space, right? High pressure goes to low pressure, and they're claiming that that's like the most powerful vacuum known to man, the deep space vacuum. And then we just have this like little gas balls inside the vacuum that don't have containers.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, and they can't prove it. They can't back this stuff up.
I know they can't prove it. This is nothing that they can prove. Nothing. They never even prove it. They're just like, yep, this exists. Trust us.
Yep, exactly. So that's what it comes down to with that, right? That's why, you know, we don't even have to get too much into the space topic, because it's like, it's just faith-based, right? People can choose if they want to believe it or not. They can't validate it. What they can do is go and test the Earth for curvature. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. And no one has found this elusive curvature that must be there throughout all of history. So,
isn't it correct? We don't need space suits in outer space, because if you just have to go, they have to throw you in outer space, and they will release a little bit of gas because your body have mass, so it will create an atmosphere around your body, so you can breathe normally.
you're gonna like make your own like gravity, and then the gas will form around you, and you'll have your own little Necros atmosphere.
Yeah, a necrosphere.
See, that don't make sense. It's just like, come on, dude. Like, okay, the greater the mass, the greater the pull. That just doesn't seem like it's true. It just seems like it's something that someone said, and it's just like, okay. We're just
how does it start? How does it start? What, you have like one gas particle, and then what, it somehow attracts another gas particle, and then all of a sudden those three gas particles attract another gas particle, and then eventually it turns into a big ball of gas in a vacuum. What?
Honestly, like, it's like a religion if you really think about it. It's kind of creepy. I don't know.
Yeah, it really is. And people get upset about it just the same as people get upset when you question their religion. Like, if you have someone that's really, really hardcore into their religion, and then you question some of the core fundamentals of their religion, like, I've done that before in the past, and I get similar reactions out of some of the globe earthers that I got out of the hardcore religious people when you question their religion. So yeah, it is very much similar to a religion. I agree. Good point.
Yeah.
And let me add in here real quick, if you don't mind, guys, that I do think that's why they created this concept of outer space, is that more or less it's a description, if you will, of a liminal space that's kind of like the physical realm, but kind of like a spiritual realm, where you go and you float around like spirits, and you can traverse between all these other supposed worlds like a supernatural spiritual being would be able to, and things like that. So I'm convinced that what they've done is they've just tried to, with a wink wink and a nudge nudge, describe what they thought tangible things of the heavens would be like, from ghost stories and things like that, and then turned it into a liminal space that only the best and brightest and greatest warriors through NASA will be able to go to.
A very nice view. I never heard about that one. Yeah, a very logical one. So you want to say that they gave physicality to those spiritual
characteristics
or assumptions. So they gave
so you
it
think like in dream states, stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Maybe, who knows?
But continue on, Entwine. It's good to have you around.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, no, what you're saying is that you believe that they are kind of telling the truth, but not in a way that our physical reality can comprehend.
I mean, you know, on the one hand, I can't say that they're telling the truth. I think they're just what they're trying to do is they were trying to make this liminal space that people know of through stories with angels and demons and ghosts and dreamlike states where people are floating around in their dreams, things like that, to turn it to this mystical place which heaven is supposed to be. And so obviously in many languages the word for heaven and the sky is the same, and obviously you'll hear the expression heavens and the earth.
Right, I heard that.
Yeah, so just my point being that like it was a way for them to tap in to their own mythology, and to kind of co-opt, if you will, a mythology that is kind of already known. So they just syncretistically married the two and come up with all of these fantastic explanations for what happens when you are one of the biggest, baddest, brightest warriors, and the space agency picks you as an astronaut. And
from what I heard is that they are naming these planets like Greek gods and stuff.
100%, yeah, 100%, yeah. That's why I say they're doing they're tapping into this mythology that people have known, and because obviously those names predated NASA and any of the space agencies, but this idea that you could float around and do all the things that spiritual beings, and that you're some sort of enlightened person because you're an astronaut or you work in space, blah blah blah.
Didn't they start? Okay, I don't know if this is correct, but didn't they start teaching the concept of space like in the early 40s or 50s?
Maybe earlier, maybe Jules Verne's era of the 1880s, when you had, because starting there is when you had the very early parts of the science fiction. I don't want to say revolution, but you started to have
when was like the first controlled space, not space, but like first controlled aircraft created? Wasn't that like not that far before we?
Well, that was 20s. Yeah, 19. That was the Wright brothers from Ohio went to North Carolina. That was about. That was what 19. That was about 1920.
And then you're telling me we went to space in like 30 years later.
Right, exactly.
Yep. They went to space with the computing power.
Oh, sorry,
of
1903. I'm sorry. I was vastly
really the date?
Yeah, December 17th, 1903.
Okay, what I'm asking is like a controlled aircraft.
Yeah, that was their controlled aircraft. Yeah. There had been other people who weren't really controlled, but the Wright brothers who
brother.
They had control. But still, regardless, you're talking going from Kitty Hawk to outer space in 40, 50 years. Yeah, right.
That alone is just ridiculous. That is not something that people should be like, oh, okay, yeah, no. That's something that you should question and be like, that doesn't seem right.
What do you guys think about that final thing on YouTube where it was day 24 hours? You think that was just like faked, or is that not a problem?
No, it's something that debunks some really, really dumb flat Earth arguments that only certain flat Earthers were making, which they shouldn't have been making in the first place. So they basically claimed, right, some of their flat Earthers, like the guy that went there, Jaron, he claimed that this particular globe projection, which is called the AE map, right, he's saying that's the flat Earth map. And he's saying, well, this is how the sun works on the flat Earth map, right? It circles around, and you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with this particular flat Earth model, right? It's the dumbest argument. We've been trying to shut down these shit arguments for years, right? So the pastor Will Duffy, right? He caught on to this, and he set up this final experiment to quote unquote debunk flat Earth, right? Which really isn't what flat earthers are claiming. It's just what some idiots are claiming. So yeah, they went there and saw that there's a 24-hour sun in the sky, right? So it can't work on this dumb model that they thought is the flat Earth model. So yeah,
But don't you think the flat Earth side needs to give a model?
Yeah, it would be nice to have it depends what you mean by a model, right? If you mean like a small like version of an object, right? That's kind of not really what we're claiming, right? So if you've got a globe,
like a theory.
Well, think of, yeah, we have a theory. Like we can model, like when it comes to modeling things, right? There is no such thing as like a globe model, right? That explains how everything works on the globe, right? You can model out like different bits and pieces here and there, right? How seasons works or.
I think there's inconsistency in just like the general consensus view, like physics.
Oh yeah. Oh well, there's inconsistency in the globe model, right? Straight off the bat, right? The curvature of the Earth. Well, the curvature of the Earth, right? It has to have curvature. When we go out in nature and actually test the Earth, right? It's completely flat over huge distances, which is impossible on a globe, right? So if we go,
that's what you're doing. That rules out
long distance.
Curvature.
Okay, so if you, I'll give you some examples, right? So if you go to a 20-mile lake, okay, that 20 miles should have about 270 foot of curvature. Okay, so you can start testing that body of water for that curvature. So you could start just by doing long-distance observations. Now, based on the height of the observer...
Yeah, but what about like light bending and all that? All the explanations that accommodate for that?
Yeah, so there's no amount of light bending that's going to completely remove a horizon from existing over a 21-mile body of water, or a 20-mile body of water. Because I've looked into it. There's no explanation for that. There's no temperature gradient that can cause light to bend like that. It's impossible. It's not able to be demonstrated, right? It's not even in the definition of the atmospheric refraction effects. So it's not something. Yeah, it's not something that exists to that extent. Even according to the mainstream.
It just seems strange to me that like these people that have like there's plenty of people with degrees in physics, they understand the stuff much better than everybody else here, would just like overlook something like that. Like,
well, not really, because I've stated. Okay, so they might be good at physics, right? They've studied it, right? But you've got people here that have been studying this particular topic and these particular talking points for 8 years, 10 years straight. So when we go up against a physicist,
would you expect them to at least say like there's something unexplained within the model?
Yeah, they do. Most of the time, the people at the higher levels that don't have, that aren't anti-flat earthers, right? When we talk to physicists, they'll say that, yeah, you would have to have a horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. Now, accounting for refraction, right, that would only change the distance to the horizon by 8 to 10% maximum. I was listening to a physicist say this just the other day. Okay, so that's the mainstream explanation, and that's accounting for the bending of light. Now,
yeah, I didn't really track that, but like, so you're saying this physicist
let me say it again.
There's a hole. No, he's physicist saying there's a hole in the theory.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, this is the thing, right? So the physicist says that there's a horizon at 3 miles. Okay, so according to the globe math, if you're 6 foot tall and you're looking out over water, there has to be a horizon at 3 miles. Now, taking the bending of light into consideration, it can alter that distance by 8 to 10% maximum. Right? 15% in extreme conditions, right? He said this. He's a physicist. Okay? Now, when we can show observations showing that we can see 20 times further than that, for example, yeah, that's a problem. He says, yeah, I'm going to have to go and look into this further because that is a problem for the globe. Now, we have a huge amount of compiled observations and laser tests and things like that where we can see such huge distances beyond where this geometric horizon should be. But this is where the big problem comes into it. No one actually has been able to prove there is this geometric horizon at 3 miles, right? There's nothing from the globe side showing that there's any curvature over distance or a geometric horizon in existence.
I mean, what about the pictures of the bridge? People go and see the bridge it's bending over the horizon. It looks right. You don't think that's like just kind of?
Yeah, it's just an optical effect. So you're talking about the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge?
Probably. I mean,
yeah. Let me cover that one quickly. Look, I actually randomly just had that.
But look, like I mean, like you're talking to a physicist, right, in a Discord channel, right? I mean, I'm just surprised that, like, I would be surprised to hear that, like, people that have looked into this and know, about this would say that there's a hole in the theory. And I'm just wondering if there's like any reason.
Jeff, I have a question for Cool Guy Jeff. Where should we talk to physicists at? Where do you want them to show up at?
Well, I'm just wondering. Well, I don't know. I mean, you would talk to them here, but I'm just wondering why it's not the case, like that people that look into this, that study this, that get paid to think about things like this, right, aren't being like, look, like this is a problem. We need to figure out how
they're getting paid. They're getting paid to come up with the globe stuff for you.
Come on, dude. I don't mean people
there are some people. There are some people.
I just think it's like much more likely in my ignorance of physics to think that that's just something that you guys are missing here, right?
Okay.
No.
What's that?
It's just you claiming.
I don't know. I don't have the requisite knowledge. Like I don't even I'm not even able to like closely track what you're saying that you think makes it a problem for the model. Right?
So it's just you claiming that every flat earther is just an ignorant and didn't go to school and don't have degree. So you are claiming like every flat earther is like that. So there is no physicist flat earther, like no scientist flat earther, no PhD flat earther, no pilot flat earther.
I'm not saying any of that. What
No
I'm saying is
person
that
that have. Just listen. If
what
you
I'm saying,
had that,
well, you're already strawmanning me. Let me just be clear. What I'm saying.
No, it's not.
What I'm saying
I'm not
is that
strawmanning. If you believe,
you are strawmanning. Well, how would you know that?
If you believe what I'm saying, if you believed what I'm saying, it wouldn't be your question. Because you would know that
I can tell you what I'm trying to say. I'm telling you that you're strawmanning me now. But go ahead.
No, you would already know that there is physicists who question that thing, so they are not anymore globe earthers.
Let me just tell you,
so they are
you're wasting your time. You're just wasting your time.
All right, cool guy, you're up.
Yeah, you're just wasting your time. Look, what I'm trying to say is that if it were the case that the globe model was false, what I would expect to see is much more controversy than I'm seeing. That's what I
guess what? You're in the room.
Well, among people that have more are more credentialed. No offense.
Okay, who do you want to come in here? Bring him in here.
It's just I'm talking about like in the literature, like them like in these journals talking about like how do we solve this like optical illusion problem? How do we account for this in our theory? Like I don't see any of that happening.
The best thing you can do is go to your local university and tell that physics professor to come in here and please debunk us so that we can shut the servers down, and he'll be glad to help you out. Just help you get them right, set them up on Discord.
Yeah, but I do see
because those guys, they don't know how to use computers anymore. We've had them in here where they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, but I've seen people like kind of like argue with you guys. I don't really understand the back and forth because I haven't looked into it, but it seems like they have done that, right? From my standpoint, right? I can't confirm that because I can't review it myself and like adjudicate, but it just seems like they are doing that. Right? It seems like flat Earth theory has been around for a long time, and still nobody's really convinced.
It's not about being convinced.
There's the people that I would expect to be convinced are true. Right?
Because it's not on TV? Is that why?
No, I'm just saying, like, look, if it were the case, I mean, you guys had a long time to like make your arguments. I'm saying that if it were the case that flat Earth were true, or the globe Earth was false, I would expect to see like more credentialed people to like signing on board. But I haven't seen that.
Who do you want to see?
I don't know. I don't know. It's not in particular, just more. Right? I don't see really any like credentialed people.
You gotta tell me what kind of people, what group, what do we need to get?
Yeah, like PhDs, physicists, like maybe some kind of like all that. Maybe there would be something like like a consortium during COVID where a bunch of weirdo MDs thought like ivermectin worked. Something like that.
What are you talking about dumb shit for?
Like I don't even see that. I don't even see like the level of silliness that we saw during COVID. Right?
I ask you a question.
So if you were like with Eratosthenes or with Copernicus or with Newton, so you wouldn't agree with the globe till you see the impact of that idea, new idea, on the world, on the rest of the world. So after hundreds of years, so you will die.
I know what you're asking me.
Before seeing that shit. So
I have
now,
no idea what you're saying. Are you saying that it takes a long time for a paradigm shift? Is that what you're
do
saying?
you think that it's instantly? It happens instantly.
No, but I think that it would. I would expect that there would be some sort of understanding or evidence of a crisis in the globe theory. But we don't see any of that.
There is an evidence of a
Why?
crisis.
Because
in
people
2020, they scrubbed the internet. A flat Earth. There was a crisis. They scrubbed.
Do you mean
the
scrub the
internet? It's so hard to find our shit now, and all you get is anti-flat Earth videos on YouTube.
Okay, I mean that just might be Google or something like that. But like, look, I would still expect
Google.
you guys here every day. You guys here every day.
Yes, that's what it is.
Look, I'm not making a very strong point here. I'm just saying that you guys are here every day. The argument's been out for a long time. You can look up the laser, like the laser PDFs online. They're still easy to find. I don't understand them, but like I would just expect there to be more of a controversy, right, among like experts. And there's nothing as far as I know.
The experts won't come in here. They're afraid.
Okay, I thought that you guys said that experts were coming in here.
We have experts. They're flat earthers. They're not afraid, but you won't believe them because they're flat earthers. That's what Necros was saying. If they're a flat earther, you're not going to believe them anyway. So what's the difference?
Can you send me any like academic, like physicists that are like flat earthers and that have like like done work on this?
Yeah. What are you going to say if we do that?
Well, it depends who it is. Like, it depends if it's just like some random guy, like not like working or like doing any like
what kind of PhD you want to see. Now you have to qualify the PhD too.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about that.
You did. You said it depends on the guy.
Yeah, it depends what he's doing, is what I said.
We just get a lot of fallacies from the globe side, right? So all you're doing now is appealing. Hold on, dude. Hold on. What's the fallacy? Appealing to credentials, appealing to majority, right? Both fallacies that you're doing right now. That's exactly what you're doing right now.
You're confused. Look, people get confused by these informal fallacies all the time. I'll tell you why it's not a fallacy.
You don't care about the empirical evidence. You're just like, oh, how come everyone's not a flat earther, right? But the thing is, right, this information, right, is being censored like crazy, and most of the qualified people that we talk to that come in, right, they don't even know our arguments, right, because they only have access to false information, right? Because not only, hold on, what's that?
All that can be true, but let me just tell you why that wasn't a fallacy. So people get these informal fallacies wrong all the time. An appeal to authority is when you say, look, the reason why something is true is because an authority says it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, look, if the theory were true,
I said credentials.
Right, I would expect
appeal to credentials.
Yeah, authority, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Oh my God, dude, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not making the argument that, look, like these people in authority, these people with credentials are saying the opposite, therefore your theory is false. I'm not saying that. What I'm
That's
saying
exactly
that is
what you're saying.
No, just listen. Let me tell you what I'm saying. What I'm saying that is...
We heard what you said.
No, well, let me... All right, you're just telling me what I'm saying. I'm trying to clarify. No,
now you're trying to change what you're saying.
No, I'm not. How do you know? You haven't even heard.
From I already heard it. Everyone heard it. It's recorded on YouTube.
I'm trying to
listen to yourself back. Bro, you just fallacies and feelings we're getting from you.
Okay. All right, just let me know when I can speak then.
Yeah, so a whole bunch of... Now, you said let you know when you can speak, right? And then I started speaking.
I'm just going to go back to that point, so go ahead.
Okay, so all you're doing is appealing to credentials right now, okay? And you're not realizing that most of the people that with credentials don't even know our arguments because of the censorship. Now, we have GHD geophysicists, we have PhDs, all sorts of people, right? Pilots, all sorts of people with credentials that are flat earthers. So, but we don't need to appeal to credentials. That's what you're trying to do. So we could post these videos for you and, bow down to your appeal to credentials fallacious logic, right? But we don't need to do that. We have empirical evidence that anyone can go and test for curvature. Right? Anyone can go and do that. You don't need to have these credentials. Well, you're the one wasting time. No, you're wasting time, bro, with your fallacious logic.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, what do you want to say?
Yeah, look, all you did was just repeat yourself. Now, let me try to explain to you why what I said wasn't fallacious. Maybe you thought it was, but let me explain why it wasn't fallacious. It would be fallacious if I said, globe is true because authorities say it. That's the fallacy, because the globe being true and what the authority says is precisely what's in dispute. What I am saying is that if globe were false, I would expect authorities to say X, Y, Z, or would have some kind of, there would be some kind of controversy. Right? I'm just saying that that's something I expect to be true if your theory is true, and I don't see it. That's evidence. So that's evidence, right? So that's evidence against the theory. So do you understand
You don't even understand the basic arguments, so you obviously haven't looked into any of this.
I know, but if you would understand what I'm saying to you, right? What I'm saying to you still constitutes evidence against your theory. Can you like try to steal?
Yeah, you're saying a lot for not saying anything, bro. You're saying a lot for not saying anything. Like the main point.
Can you just steal man what I said,
bro? The main point is this, Mr. Cool Guy. You're not that cool, but
okay, I'm just gonna leave. All right, see you guys.
But listen, look.
No, I'm just gonna leave. Right? You guys can't even understand what's being said to you because you're like so hopped up on flat Earth.
Yeah, you're saying what
this whole time.
Like, look, I'll give you one last chance. You can steel man me and try to understand what I'm saying, or I'll just leave.
Yeah, I can steel man you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're saying why isn't there more controversy amongst the academic field, right? Right, so people with
you understand that's not fallacious.
Yes, it is. Right? So the people with authority and credentials, why aren't more of them flat earthers or looking into flat Earth? How do you know they're not? You haven't done any research on that. Because you haven't seen it. How's that for? It's you're basically appealing to why aren't more people with authority and credentials looking into flat Earth? Appeal to credentials.
It's appeal to credentials.
No. Again, let's just go over this one more time. Appeal to credentials.
Yep.
Yeah. Appeal to credentials. Appeal to majority. No. Appeal to credentials and majority and authority or whatever.
We deal with it. We deal with you guys all the time, bro. We know about these fallacies.
Cool guy.
You're just repeating yourself now, bro.
Cool guy. I dump it down very easy to you. Cool guy. I dump it down very easy, and I steal menu with the same sentence that will just show you
the reason why it's not a fallacy again.
So just listen.
Is because the fallacy is when you say theory X is true, right?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
It's true.
Cool guy.
So you are the one. Now listen to Necros.
I'm still manning you and also showing you the fallacy. Oh my god. So he's basically saying our idea is better than yours because we have more credentials and we have more people supporting our idea, while your idea is not evolving as with the good rate against that opposed idea. So
DJ, you were faster, bro.
Just blatantly denies all of the empirical evidence that were
What else is just like mind-boggling is that you said this is logical. Okay, so we've all agreed that if you do something, even though no one has done it, that it has happened, and therefore the Earth is a ball. In no way is that logical.
I never said it's a ball. I said it's a 3D plane or object or shape.
A three-dimensional Earth. Yeah, you didn't say that at all.
You didn't say that, but that's fine if that's what you meant. Yeah, I did say that.
Okay, but it still has nothing to do with going east.
It does, because that's something that only goes on 3D stuff.
When you say 3D, are you talking about a sphere?
I'm talking about on a square. If you were to travel all the way east, you would go from one side to the next, to the next, to the next, back to the side where you started. On a rectangle, same thing.
So the Earth is a square or a rectangle? Are you sure you're not talking about a cube?
I'm not saying that's what they are.
Why are you bringing this crap up? If first of all, none of this has happened, and second of all, what does that have to do with the surface of the Earth?
I think I know why he's bringing this up. Do you know what cardinal directions are?
What's a cardinal direction?
Holy shit.
Yeah, this is the problem. So you've got cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. And then you've got relative directions, left, right, forwards, backwards. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
When you're talking about...
Yeah. I just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is where you're, I think, jumping the gun a bit, because you're assuming cardinal directions only work on a globe. So when I said if you go east, you'll end up where you started from, you do realize that that would work on a flat Earth, and that cardinal directions would work the same on a flat Earth as they do on a globe.
Wait, so this is possible on a flat shape, or on something flat. This is possible?
Yeah, because what is a cardinal direction? It's north, east, south, west relative to what?
Just normal lights.
No, relative to the magnetic north, right? Compasses work from the magnetic north.
Yeah.
Right. So if the magnetic north is in the center of a flat surface, then what would happen if you go east? You would circumnavigate the flat
so
surface.
Then would that not? Yeah, I see what you're saying. So then I get to this point. Would that not show that you guys have a structure for this flat Earth?
We have logic, yeah. That's just logic based on cardinal directions and what a cardinal direction is. I think you mix them up with relative directions. So if you was to just go forward, ignoring the compass, we'd have different answers. Right?
Okay. All right. Wait. Let me make sure I'm understanding this. So there's the middle of this flat. Let's say I laid down a map and I drew a big circle. Okay, just for an example. I'm not saying it's a circle. I'm just giving an example. A big circle in the middle of it. Boom! I dropped in N, which is north, and all below it is the mainland, which we have now. And then at the bottom is south. Right?
Be the outer edges. Be the outer edges of your circle. South would be at the outer edges of your circle. North would be in the center. I'm with you. Yeah.
Okay. So when I asked this question before, I was given the answer of no. And they said they did not use this particular kind of mapping. I didn't fully understand the reason why, but the person who were telling me this was the one girl who had the name Derry's mom or Jerry's mom or something in her name. And
Mary
it was
mom?
another guy.
Mary mom you're talking to?
It was Jedi.
Okay.
And they said that this is not what they believe.
What's not what they believe?
That what I just explained to you is not what they believe.
Okay, but what's your point?
My point is, why the switch up? Why is it different now?
I didn't say I believed anything. You said you were going to draw a big circle.
I know, I was giving you an example. And
yeah, but in your example, south would be, the north would be in the middle, so south would be the outer edges of your circle in comparison.
Okay.
Right.
But that doesn't work with flat Earth.
That's your circle we're talking about. So if you want to talk about the flat...
So I'm saying, like, what is the structure for flat Earth? It's not it shouldn't be too hard. We've been on this earth for a very long time. We should have at least some sort of structure laid out.
The structure is logic and empiricism. So, for example, if you want to try and prove something in the natural world, how would you go about actually proving something or disproving something in the natural world?
Just visuals.
No. You would develop a process to be able to prove the cause of whatever phenomena that you're trying to prove. Trying to prove the cause of. So, for example, in the natural world, we have the scientific method in order to be able to prove or disprove the cause of phenomena. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So that process is a way of, by using direct evidence, by using empiricism, something that can be proven, repeated, tested, to the point where you can say that's a fact. It's not a belief. But if you was to say, okay, we're just going to go on observation, that's kind of under the belief system, because you're not actually testing these things. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So how do we prove the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. I heard something about how GPSs work.
GPS?
Yeah.
The problem
I
you've
don't
got
know.
with GPS.
About GPSs.
GPS could also exist on a flat Earth.
No, I heard it can only exist on a 3D sphere.
Hey, I heard Michael Jackson was a white guy, but at the end of the day, we hear things all the time. The point is, GPS can work on a flat Earth. An orbit can happen on a flat Earth. So a GPS doesn't prove the surface of the Earth. The only way to prove what shape or whether the surface of the Earth is curving is to be able to do these tests with a process that involves empirical evidence or direct data, first-hand evidence, where you can do tests and say, hey, look, this is where the Earth is curving, this is the rate, and if you do it where you are, if you do it over here, if you do it over there, you'll be able to get the same results.
No, but the thing is, GPSs, right, they use a spherical geometry to calculate distances.
This is all done afterwards.
I know, but then they tried the triangulation one, like the ones with triangles, and it fails.
What do you mean it fails? Triangulation is something you do on a flat surface?
Yeah, and it fails because it wouldn't work.
How?
That's just what I'm reading. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to tell you, though. This doesn't involve any empirical evidence whatsoever. This involves calculating sphericity into an argument that you're actually, in order to take that data, in order to take those measurements in the first place, you're measuring the Earth flat. You're not measuring any curve in any of this data. You add this in afterwards. So in reality, what you're doing is you're reifying your model, not you, but they're reifying a model without actually taking raw data that proves any of the model. So they haven't got any evidence for the model in the first place. They're just using math to be able to take the raw data and turn it into something that works with a ball. And I know that sounds a bit hard to understand, but the more you look into this, the more you'll realize there is no direct evidence for the curvature of the Earth. And it's not like we don't know how big the Earth is. Curvature should curve at a steady rate. And even with weather effects, there is still what's called a location, a physical geometric location, where the Earth is now curving away from you and things behind it are physically blocked. We don't have any raw data for any of that.
So the only thing that you basically rely on right now is just empirical evidence, yeah?
Well, I'm asking you, is it logical to believe something that is lacking any direct or empirical evidence?
If it's provable, why not believe it?
But is something provable without direct or empirical evidence?
Yes, it is actually.
Give me an example.
I got you. So, what are you using right now? Like a computer or a phone?
Computer.
Okay. Did you see your computer get made?
Me personally, no. Not this one, anyway. I've seen many
Can you
computers
come to
get
the
made.
conclusion that someone did make it?
Yeah, I've helped make a computer myself. Yeah, I know it's possible.
Would you ever assume that randomly, boom, this computer was just made?
Why would I do that?
Okay, so then technically that could be the same with other evidences. You know, you see something and you look at it and it has a conclusion for it. You know what I mean?
Genuinely struggling to get your point. Say it again in a different way.
Yeah, I got you. So you're saying that why trust anything other than empirical, basically?
No, I'm asking, is it logical?
Oh, yeah. Is it logical to trust anything non-empirical, but you just made a non-empirical, like, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't witness your computer get made, so who are you to believe that?
Yeah, I get you now, but
randomly made.
I get you, but I quoted earlier that I've helped make a computer before. I know how to make a computer. I know, well, not make the components, but I know how to build a computer. And what I'm saying is this is something that anybody can do with the right knowledge. So there is direct evidence that computers are made every day. People make them every day. It's repeatable, testable, fits that process of what is considered empirical evidence. There is empirical evidence that we make computers.
Yeah, and let's say okay, I'll give you another example because you've made computers, so I can't really use that one. Have you ever built a phone, like took apart it, put it together?
No, I've never manufactured a phone, but I know people who work for companies who do that all the time, and I know there are plenty of people who have the ability to, plenty of companies, and this is something that can be verified. So this is what I'm saying, like everything you're going to use as an example is going to be a false equivalence to the globe, because we do not have anybody who has measured the curve, anybody who has measured the geometric curve, that is, anybody who has measured any motion of the Earth, apart from an earthquake, and we don't have any evidence that you can have a vacuum or a space in the sky next to an open system with gas pressure. So these are the direct claims of the globe. Without these, you don't have your globe. Not your, but they don't have a globe. So I'm saying without empirical evidence, it's just a belief. Now, the problem is we have empirical evidence. That's all we work with. We have measurements, we have observations, repeatable, testable, of lack of curvature, especially lack of curvature at the rate that it needs to be a ball. We have direct evidence, empirical evidence that the Earth is treated as motionless in a state of rest. And we have empirical evidence that the gas would disappear into the vacuum of space without a physical container. So
What about the Earth Mother?
Three direct evidences. I mean, three direct examples where the claims of the globe are contradicted by the direct evidence in nature. This is a problem for anyone logical. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm listening.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, the more you dig into it, every single claim of the globe will be a false equivalence to the examples that you're trying to give me, which we can do. We can test, we can repeat, we can prove a lot. But we can't prove the curve, we can't prove the motion, we can't prove that there's a vacuum of space in the sky. And we can also show you the lies that they share around it, that they claim to be direct evidence, and we can show you that actually they're just lying. They're taking raw data from a flat Earth and then turning it into a model based on the sky. I don't want to confuse you with that.
I
get what I'm saying.
just really struggle with one thing. If every single one of this is proven, very easy to prove too, and we have all this, like math and all of these, calculations, all of these for flat Earth, how come it's so hard to map it out?
Math it up.
I'll tell you why, and I'll try and be accurate, but it's going to be brief. I'll tell you why. Because we do not know what this realm is. We do not know what this world is. We do not know why we have a gas pressure with a steady PSI. The only thing we can tell you is that we must be in some sort of containment. We don't know why the stars rotate around us and the constellations will be in the exact same place every single year like a clock. But we know they do it. And we can tell you and show you and prove to you that that happens. There are things in this world, especially when it comes to the sky, that we can't go and test and prove and give you the answers to. But we know what it doesn't do. You know what I mean? We know that it doesn't drift. We know that we do have these constellations every year. We know that, the sun will rise tomorrow. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to tell you that all we can go on is what we can prove. But what we can prove is that we're on a stationary world with no curvature, consistent 8-inch per mile squared curvature anywhere. We can also prove there is no geometric horizon, a physical location where things are curving behind it in the distance. The horizon is an optical location based on several factors, but these are things we can prove, all contradictory to the claims of the globe. So this is the conundrum. Like, at this point, when you actually come to these conclusions, it'll be, well, shall I just believe the globe because of authority? Or should I be true to the scientific inquiry, the process of logical deduction? Because this is what, all the great sides of humanity, the great things that humanity have actually achieved, have been based on logic and science, real logic and science. But to believe in the globe is to actually turn your back on those things. So it's a conundrum. It's a choice. For some people, it's a social choice. I'm going to be a glober because this is pretty extreme. But why is it? It's only extreme because people have forgotten to actually use logic, to use discernment with these things.
Yeah, you said something about where there's curvature, where it should be, but it's not there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have seen a video, now that I remember, of something disappearing into the horizon, Like I've seen a video of just a boat going straight, and it would like disappear from the bottom, meaning it's going down.
No, it doesn't mean it's going down. You'll see. I mean, I don't know how often you've seen things go away from you on the ocean. More often than not, you'll see things disappear without going behind the horizon. I actually think that's more normal than seeing things disappear from bottom up. But when you do see things disappear from bottom up, this is exactly what you would expect to see on a flat surface. Because the way perspective works, especially within an atmosphere, things will disappear bottom up for several reasons. But it will disappear from bottom up as things go further into the distance. It will also get smaller and converge into what's called a vanishing point.
Mm-hmm. No, I know.
At your eye level.
Point. But what are the reasons for it disappearing bottom first? What are those reasons?
On a flat surface.
On a flat surface, yeah. What are those reasons?
So, do you know what angular size is?
Nope.
Okay, have you done art class where you have to draw things in the distance? And when you do, you draw a little point in the middle, you draw your lines out to the corners of the page, and then you draw things in relative size to how those lines converge to that point in the middle?
Kind of following.
Yeah, okay. So things will disappear into the distance, usually from bottom up due to angular size, for one. Your eye level, where the horizon is where your eye level is. Literally, as things merge into the horizon, they will start to disappear from bottom up because that is eye level. Everything below that line.
If I go up, if I get on an elevator and I go up, will I never just see the end of the horizon?
No. This is why I said angular size, because it's all about the angle. So as you raise your elevation, you've now got a different angle of vision. So yeah, you can see further as you raise elevation. Now that's not. Things will disappear uniformly or relatively uniformly, okay, without an atmosphere. But when it comes to the atmosphere, one thing more to add. There are things like waves. There are little things in the distance that will seem small that can literally block an entire boat, the bottom half of an object, due to this angle that you're looking at this object. So physically, without an atmosphere, you will get bottom-up disappearance at the furthest limits of your vision. Now, the main cause for bottom-up obstruction is usually atmospheric conditions, refraction, magnification, lensing. All of these effects will cause things some of these effects can cause things in the distance to look bigger as well. So you won't see that angular uniform size shrinkage in the distance. You'll get a very big looking object that is now seems to be now starting to disappear from the bottom up. Yeah, this is magnification. This is the lensing effect and refraction. These things will cause this bending, can sometimes cause bending and warping into the vanishing point on your horizon. There's lots of reasons why. It depends on the day to how extreme this is. This is why you don't get consistency in the rate of which things disappear from bottom up. And like I said, most of the time things don't disappear from bottom up on a clear day. They just vanish without disappearing from bottom up.
I think most of the time they would disappear from the bottom up, but they would just vanish if they're going really fast.
They'll vanish and disappear bottom up at the same time. Have you accepted that the Earth is flat? You've come to that resolution. It's flat.
Me?
No, the other guy. It's asking whoever's asking all about all of this. I mean, these aren't the ways you determine whether the Earth is flat or not. So I'm just curious. Like, you've obviously now accepted that it is flat, and now you're curious about these other things because you had reasons before for these other things, and now you want that. Well, that those reasons are obviously wrong because they're based on the idea that the Earth is a ball, and it's not. So now you want these other reasons. You know what you want? Other explanations, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Right. Like, so these questions are not how you determine whether the Earth is flat or not. Yeah. But appreciate you asking the questions, and I'm hoping you're getting the answers you're looking for.
Who?
I'm so
I think he was talking to Koji. I think he was talking to you, Koji. But ET, you did ask the last question, I think, before T-Dub said that.
Okay.
I'm just confused. Okay.
So what he's saying is, and this is what I did want to sort of say myself, that this doesn't prove anything. This doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe or flat. This proves that bottom-up disappearance happens in both ideas. So bottom-up disappearance is not a proof of either. The only thing that could be a proof of a curved surface would be a measurement of that curved surface, i.e. measurement of that drop over distance, that curvature rate.
Wait,
That's what he's getting at.
Isn't that like a little like confusing though? Because like you said something about the refraction like could bend and like make it seem like it's curving.
Yeah, so do you know how temperature can distort? Okay, so for example, there is an observation which I'll try and find that I can show you of temperature distortion causing the ground to ramp up, and actually it seems like a bunch of pins on a table are disappearing from bottom up, and all the person did was add temperature into the room, and it creates a distortion, a heat distortion, where the ground ramps up. Now all of a sudden the pins, you can only see half of the pins, the very tops of the pins. This is the type of refraction due to heat. Have you heard of this, or does this
I
ring a
haven't
bell at
seen
all?
a video. No, I have not. I've not heard of that yet. No.
Yeah, so temperature will cause refraction, and when you get this gradient going from the sea to up in into the atmosphere, you're going to get this distortion.
Like a mirage? Like a mirage? Damn it.
My bad.
There's all sorts of miraging effects that we can observe, over long distance.
Like a mirage?
Yeah.
Wait, so if this... my bad.
No, I was just going to say, just summing up, bottom-up disappearance can happen on a flat Earth for several reasons. One of the biggest ones is refraction. Yeah. But like I said, it's not consistent. You'll see things disappear usually anyway beyond the horizon without bottom-up disappearance. That's probably more normal.
Something doesn't
You're going
disappear.
to see all different types of effects under different conditions, right? Different days, different conditions.
Her mom's different. Got him. Damn, dude, this homeless guy brought his daughter to help
ET. See, this for us isn't like it's we're not trying to win a debate here. We're just telling you why things disappear from bottom up. This isn't a concession that you need to give or anything. You know, this is just something that, if you look into it, on a flat surface, there's plenty of observations and experiments that you can look up yourself, where they show bottom-up disappearance on a tarmac surface, on a table, as long as the temperature conditions are right.
Okay. The refraction thing. So would you say that on a cool surface this wouldn't happen?
Not due to heat distortion, it's the heat that can cause that particular effect. Right, but you can get all sorts of reasons why things disappear from bottom up. Like lensing and magnification. Magnification can cause things to look bigger in the distance, but they're not actually closer. So now when something small in the distance blocks the bottom of a boat or the bottom of a building, that can be projected to you as like a huge, portion of the bottom of that object disappeared. No, that's because that object or whatever you're looking at in the distance is enlarged.
Yeah,
It's
that's if
lensing
you're
effect.
using like that's if you're using like a telescope or something like that. But we're not using a telescope. We're just looking on like out to the horizon from our eye, from our
No,
eyes.
it happens with the moon. No, from your eyes. So it happens with the moon and the sun a lot. You get like these super moons, or you'll get days where the sun is absolutely massive on the horizon, 2 or 3 times bigger on
It
the
looks
horizon.
massive, but is it any bigger? No.
No,
But I
it's
get
not.
you.
It's due to the atmospheric conditions. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah.
There's some
So
truth
let's say.
in that.
So let's say.
There's some truth.
So let's say the sun. Yeah. So let's say the sun has gone beyond a very small island, 10 miles away. But the sun looks big. Now all of a sudden you'll get a chopped off sun as it's setting, even more pronounced, because this small island, which is very small and very close to your horizon with the naked eye, which you can't see, is actually physically blocking the bottom bit of the sun that you would see. So it would look very pronounced, and you'll get a big half chopped off sun. And that can happen where something very small in the distance can block the bottom of a boat, or the portion of the sun. But actually, without those obstructions, the sun usually disappears, goes beyond the horizon before any bottom off obstruction. If you get what I'm saying.
So one of the questions I was asking someone earlier was, okay, so maybe you're right with the refraction and reflection and magnification and whatnot. What do you consider like gravity to be then?
Well, what do you consider gravity to be?
I said it was like a force. It's a force that is exerted on on any object, like by another object, depending on its mass.
That's not the mainstream view. Gravity is not a force in the mainstream
Isn't
view.
it?
Not in heliocentric. Well, not in the up-to-date modern version. I mean,
that's right. It's a pseudo force.
Einsteinian. Yeah. It's not a force. It's a pseudo force.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what is it to you then?
What is what exactly?
The force that's pushed down on us, like so when we're standing on Earth, there is a force of I forgot the exact meters per second value. But there's like a force being 9.8 meters per second. Yeah, there's a force that is exerted on every surface, every piece of.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
So why do we fall?
Don't know.
Well, I mean, why now? See, why do we fall is due to specific gravity. Specific gravity is not a force; it's relative density.
The air can't support you.
Right. Yeah. So anything more dense than the air will go down. Anything less dense than the air will go up. That's relative density. That's not a force. That's how we know things go down. That's actually called specific gravity, and this is where the switcheroo happens. You know, some people will be saying, oh, gravity as a force exists, mass attract mass, warping and bending in space-time, and then I'll say, give me an example, and then they'll give me specific gravity, i.e. buoyancy and density.
So why is it that a feather falls, or I guess you could say a pound of feathers falls at the exact same rate as a pound of bricks?
We don't have collectively the right to say at the exact same rate. It's not the exact same rate. It depends on where you are, and it depends on how long these things fall for.
There's a video that it shows like a visual demonstration.
So when we put these objects in a vacuum, they fall at the same rate, right?
They do, yeah. I've seen the video.
Right, but what's the point? What's your point?
If air density was one of the factors for gravity, then that shouldn't change it.
Well, listen, you don't have a vacuum big enough to be able to determine the rate of change over distance. This is all happening in a very small local environment. No, if you had a huge miles and miles high vacuum chamber, that could be different.
There has been tests done. There has been tests done where different elements fell at a different rate in a vacuum.
It could be different, is what you said.
If we had a big enough vacuum chamber, it could be different. But like T-Dub said, that's not consistent across all elements anyway. We don't have a uniform...
What elements fall faster than the other? If they're the same mass, same weight, whatever, then why would they fall at a different rate? That doesn't make sense. Like, I just don't know if that's true. I don't know if I believe that.
Well, one, we don't have a vacuum chamber big enough to conclude those, to make those statements. If you look on YouTube, you can look at there's a Veritasium video on that. I'm not sure if you want to take his word for it or not, but I mean, they did a whole video on going into a building that was all had the air completely sucked out of it, and then they did the whole test. Okay, that's cool, but we still don't have a gravity force, and we still don't have a constant speed of drop everywhere on the Earth. Longer distances seems to highlight variation in that, and also directionality as well. If something's moving, it changes the rates as well. So, and it depends on the direction of movement as well. So, my point is, there isn't a universal drop rate, although they claim that there is. It's actually inconsistent, and it depends on your height. It depends on how long you let it drop for. There's a lot of change, This isn't consistent.
So why do you think that when things go deep underwater and the atmosphere is raised to a certain level, why do you think they get compressed and pop or whatever, like the submarine? Or implode, I should say.
What, underwater?
Yeah, underwater, yeah.
Well, pressure. But I want to ask you, underwater, if gravity exists, then underwater, why do some objects go up that would go down in the atmosphere or in the air?
Because of air. And because of buoyancy.
Right. So there isn't a force, is there? The buoyancy, or things go up and down due to relative density of the object in the medium it's within. That's how we understand why things go up and down. That's what's testable.
Is this how you figure out if the Earth is a ball or not?
So this is what I'm saying. When you say gravity, the only thing that's provable is specific gravity, and that's just buoyancy and density. Mass attracting mass is not provable. The warping and bending of space-time is definitely not provable. So when you're talking about gravity, you're just talking about something that works exactly how we would expect on a flat Earth.
But nevertheless, that is.
I think the answer you were looking for is that we're all technically falling at a rate of 9.8 meters per second in space. That's I think that's the answer.
No.
In space, what?
No. No, we're not all falling. What's going? What?
That's how we can get. That's how you can get. That's how you can get this the 9.8 meters per second. I thought.
No, that was a voted upon average.
Right. It's not consistent. I already told you this. We've just been through this. It's agreed upon average. The problem is a lot of these things have been posed to you. They've been posed to you in the wrong context. You know. Yeah, we have a downward bias. Yeah. Do we know why? Well, we could speculate, but we're not going to. The point is, it's not a force causing that.
How is it relevant to this topic? Like, why are you asking these specific questions?
Gravity.
Yeah, why?
Because I mean, one way you could explain one way you can explain the I say force of the 9.87 or 9.8 meters per second force is because there's gravity that is created from the Earth being a round object.
Why must it be round for that to happen?
It doesn't have to be round, but if you go into the
so why is this relevant to this conversation then?
Because if you have a celestial object that is that has a mass as big as Earth, it will generally become round.
No, you've never witnessed that. Nobody's ever in history ever witnessed that.
Well, nobody will ever witness that. Yeah, because
that's right.
We can't witness it.
So it's not demonstrable. It's not observable. It's not demonstrable. It's just somebody's idea of what they think things in the sky are, which they can't They also cannot prove. So we're going to deal with what we want to deal. No, we want to deal with people who think that they know what they live on.
Okay, but you might not be able to prove it in this instance, but you might be able to prove it in other ways, such as being able to say that there's like that the Earth isn't the center of the universe, that the sun is, and you prove that by looking at observing other planets and seeing how they you prove it with other means.
Other than what? Other than what?
Other than what?
You said other planets. Other than what?
Other than Earth? I don't know.
No, that's begging the question. With circular reasoning. So you don't start off with that as your premise, right? That's your conclusion.
No, I was just trying to give you an example of how we would prove something. It's like you don't prove it maybe directly like that.
That would not be proving it. That would not be proving it because it's illogical to think that way. So it's not proof.
Yeah, E.T., this is metaphysics you're talking. You don't have any evidence for any of this. Giant masses will attract smaller masses to it. This is just your philosophy.
No, there's definitely mathematical proofs out there. I just need to find them.
Mathematical proofs? Maths is only a language, and it's only as... Yeah, but maths is a tool, and it's only as good as the inputs that you put in. How do you know that the inputs that you're putting in are correct?
Well, I would be going off of what Einstein was talking about. I mean,
right.
Well, he wasn't talking about a force.
A lot of philosophy. You're putting philosophy into the math, and then you're saying, look, the math proves something.
Is a philosophy. Quantum mechanics is a philosophy.
So is the globe.
Integrals and derivatives are not a philosophy.
Like I told you, it's a tool. But the tools are only as good, like language, it's only as good as the user's ability to use it. So if you misuse math, I can calculate the sphericity of my table in front of me. I can give you a radius. I can give you a circumference. I can do it by using lights. measuring some shadows, and then telling you that these shadows prove that my table is a ball of yay big. That doesn't mean that I have proof that my flat table is a ball. Even though I have a mathematical proof based on my sticks and shadows.
Right.
Question.
You don't develop a math, right, that's based on some idea of something that you haven't witnessed, right, in reality, and then go looking for something that it confirms that bias in reality. Right? You're going to observe reality, you're going to measure reality and test that part, and then base your math off that. And not invent any more math on top of that that is outside the scope of what you've observed and measured in reality.
Roots and T-Dub, what would you find as acceptable proof for a flat Earth?
Your mom.
Observation, measurement, and practical use.
Would you say
basically
that
empirical data?
Would you say that modern science's empirical data is not satisfactory then for you?
This isn't a scientific question. That would be a category error. No, it's not.
Well, it is.
No. Is this to do with
geometry?
Is it natural science?
I would say that if all the scientists out there are saying that something is true, that there's enough evidence to prove it. It's not really that difficult to say.
What's science got to do with this?
What does it not have to do with this?
No. You're invoking science, so how is science applied to this?
So
to this
gravity is part of physics. People use it in physics. Yes, they do. All right. Physics is a part of science. All right. Therefore, the proof for gravity is in science.
Nobody uses gravity. Nobody uses gravity. What are you talking about? No. Nobody uses gravity.
You used density earlier as an example. That's a part of physics.
Yeah. Okay. Density. Okay.
Which is a science.
That's not gravity. That's not gravity.
But it doesn't matter. It's a part of science. So why do you accept density?
No. It's not a part of science, bro. No. It's a part of
It is.
It may be a part of the physical and natural world, right? Might be something that we can quantify, we qualify and quantify, right?
Science is our interpretation of our reality, or of our world.
No, bro, that's not correct. No, that's not science. That's pseudoscience.
You haven't actually explained to me how any of this doesn't work, because there is demonstrable evidence that the Earth is round.
What doesn't work?
There is.
What doesn't work?
Gravity doesn't work. You haven't explained it.
No,
yeah, but you haven't defined it.
Yeah,
we've already defined it with the last guy, but you're coming in hot. You haven't defined gravity. What is it?
A fundamental force of nature.
If gravity was scientific, right, then there would have been observed, and it would have been tested and established to cause something to happen.
Okay, it has been.
What, the warping and bending of space-time?
If you want to say it in that way, sure.
Okay, so how?
Well,
how has the warping and bending in space-time been proven?
Okay, well, do you want an example? Light bending around a black hole. It's been measured and shown.
That's not provable.
It's out there. That's not provable. There have been photos taken of light bending around a black hole.
Yeah, we proved it with the light being bent.
First of all, you've got to prove that the dark patches in the sky are things called black holes that you believe in. Yeah. Second of all, due to what we know about the nature of light, there is no way to prove that light bends anyway. Light travels in straight lines. So you're making a claim that because we see things in the sky that we don't really understand, that we can claim that that's a black hole and that light is bending around it. You have no proof of evidence of that.
That's not.
That's more philosophy. It's philosophy.
That's just not true. The reason that we know black holes exist is because we can see anomalies in orbits. We can see.
We can see anomalies in orbits.
Yes.
So that means black holes are real.
That are explained by black holes existing.
So how would you put that in like a logical syllogism to prove that?
In exactly how I said it. A black hole, all right, is a description of an object. Okay, and I'm not incredibly well educated on black holes, but I know that the way it can be proven is that if there is a system, all right, of objects in space that can be accurately described to have a black hole in it with no other measurable answer to the weird orbit or irregular orbit of an object, all right, that is evidence for a black hole. And it's been demonstrated by scientists around the world. It is. If you're just going to say it's not evidence, then
what type of evidence is that? What type of evidence is that?
It's observable. You can see it.
Observable. You can see a black hole. No. You see anomalies. You said it right in the beginning. You see an anomaly
You see
in
an
the
anomaly
sky.
which is explained by the existence of a black hole accurately.
It's not explained accurately at all. No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. You have so many problems. You have your cosmological problem. You don't have enough mass. You have the dark matter problem. You do not know what you're looking at in the sky. Yeah. So to claim that it's a black hole and to claim what a black hole is by looking at an anomaly in the sky is not a direct evidence for anything.
Well, then there's no direct evidence for anything at all. Because if I look
No,
at
there
something,
is. There is on the Earth.
No, there isn't. There isn't.
There is on the
There
Earth.
isn't. By your
Yes,
logic,
there is
there
on the
isn't.
Earth.
By your logic, there isn't. I burnt down a tree. There's ashes. Oh well, there wasn't a fire because I can't see the fire.
No. But we
that's
know that if you burn a tree, we know and we can prove and we can repeat and test burning trees. And when you burn trees, you get a certain type of ash, you get a certain formation, you get all sorts of hallmarks of a fire. So we can research, we can test, we can prove to a certain degree of what a forest fire remains will look like. So that is direct evidence. Because we have a reference. We have no reference for the lights in the sky. The lights in the sky is a bunch of philosophy, right? You're right. You can't prove things by looking at lights in the sky. What you can prove on the Earth is that the surface is not curving, and is that the surface is in a state of rest, and that the atmosphere is treated as non-rotating. You can prove these things.
You can see light reflection. You could, like, if you want something on the Earth, you can see a ship curving over the horizon. You can see it visibly going from, like, vanishing from the bottom up.
We've just been through bottom-up disappearance. It happens on a flat surface too. We don't need to go back over it. You misunderstood.
Then there's I hate to tell you, there's actually, if you're not willing to go out and read the evidence out there for a round Earth.
Oh, we have, my friend. We have. We've read a lot more than you have on it. And we know that bottom-up disappearance. Yeah, because you think bottom-up disappearance couldn't happen on a flat surface. That's misinformed.
I'm not saying it couldn't happen on a flat surface. I'm saying that coupled with the evidence we already have proves to the best of our ability that the Earth is round. By the way, without using photos we have of space, without using the photos of space.
We've just established that looking at anomalies in the sky is not direct evidence of anything.
I'm talking about photos of our...
So you've just said... So basically, you've got nothing. You've got no direct evidence from the sky.
Neither do you.
Bottom-up disappearance... Yeah, exactly. There is no way to prove anything by looking at lights in the sky. No, do you know what that means? No, stop, calm down. You know what that means? That means that looking at lights in the sky is no way to prove the shape of the ground.
You're actually so
That's what
far
that
down a
means.
rabbit hole, there's no point in talking.
So far down a logical... Okay, see ya. So this is what I'm trying to... E.T. and the other guy, if you're still here, this is the problem, because people will just jump to these conclusions. They don't want to use logic anymore.
Well, I don't know. Hold on, I gotta first figure it out.
It's illogical to say that looking at the sky, we can prove things about the shape of the ground. Right? You can assume things. You can correlate things, but you'll need some direct evidence to substantiate it. There is none. And the stars, the sky, the way things drop on the horizon, This is what we would expect on a flat surface. So there's something called a
your evidence
an equi-
yes, but I guess a better question would be, can you prove that the Earth is round?
You're muffled. I don't know if you've changed something.
Never mind. Hold on.
So there's something very quick. Yeah, go on. Repeat what you said.
I said, can you? A better question might be, can you prove to me that the Earth isn't round?
Yeah, I can prove to you the Earth isn't round. Let me have a specific image that I would like to show you that can prove to you that there is no curvature drop rate of 8 inch per mile squared. Just bear with me a minute. One sec. All right, I've shared an image in the chat. Can you see it?
Hold on. Okay. Bye. Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah. Let's go through this properly then. So, have you heard of a modus tollens?
Give me a second. I want to look at it, but I'm like moving shit right now. Can you just explain it to me?
Yeah.
I have evidence the Earth is not flat because my dick's curved.
Yeah, thank you. Very good. So, we live. So, by the globe standards, we live on a ball. That ball has a radius of 3,959 miles, circumference 25,000 miles. Okay, so that would mean, and that is very specific. All of the cosmology is built off these numbers. If these numbers are not correct, the cosmologies are not. All of the cosmology is different. Okay, so this is what the ball has to be. So if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, which is what it needs to be, then the horizon, every horizon distance, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is exactly, if you look down at what Kembo's put down below, you can go on to what's called an Earth curve calculator, where these numbers are already punched in for you, and all you have to give is the height of the observer and the distance of what you're observing, and you can calculate how much drop there should be on the ball. So at around 10 miles, there has to be around 66 feet of drop, physical drop over distance. So if you look at this image here,
I just want to look at it myself, but
yeah, I'm just running you through it. So if you look at and I want to direct you to the horizon. So where is the horizon on that image?
I'd have to look at it. Hold on. Oh, I'm still moving stuff.
Thanks for sharing that, by the way, Kembo.
Yes, sir.
Almost done.
The important thing is the horizon on this image. I want to know where the horizon is.
I just slammed my fingers.
Dude, what are you doing?
I was moving a foldable chair, and the stupid chair unfolded on me when I wasn't expecting it.
Okay.
And it was like chopping my finger off. So I was like, I don't know.
Times are tough.
Oh, dude, that hurt. All right. Yeah, no, I just got back from a camping trip, so I just moved straight from my car. All right. Let me look at this.
So where's the horizon on that image?
Is it the one that you just linked, or
Yeah, 41 minutes past the hour.
talking about the image?
I'm asking, yeah, the one that you said Bob Eyeball, the one you read earlier, saw earlier. Where's the horizon?
The horizon is. Let's see. I mean, the horizon. It looks like the horizon's in two different distances.
What? Two different distances? Two horizons?
Well, he's failed.
Oh, you're done. So, where is it? The
navigation.
What was that, Redwin?
He failed navigation class now. It's already. It's like one picture in.
So, E.T., define the horizon again. What's the horizon?
The horizon is the distance where we would where the looks like the Earth is curving.
Okay, but more accurately,
Where you would just where you would where the object just disappears if it keeps going out.
So
the actual definition for the horizon. Yeah, go ahead, Tito.
Go on.
Just
I
do
was
it.
just going to say, definition is where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. So where do you see that horizon? That's what the horizon is defined as. So where's the horizon on this image?
You see me. It's where the sky and the sea meet. It's horizon.
Yeah, and is that at 3 miles, or is that behind the second oil rig, which is at 10 miles in this image?
Here, I enhanced it for him. It makes it easier to see. He can't get this one wrong.
It looks like it depends on the distance, I guess. I don't know. It depends on how high things are.
So all that's
just asking about this image. Yeah, just this image, just this what we're looking at now. Is the horizon in front of these oil rigs, or is the horizon behind? behind?
It's behind.
Right. So the ground appears to meet the sky behind an oil rig that we can prove is 9.4 miles away. Now, if you know anything about how horizons work, if you look at the original image, you'll see this better. You get a compounding at the horizon. Yeah? In that small gap between the bottom of that oil rig and the horizon, that's a lot of distance.
Yeah.
It's a lot of, yeah. So that horizon could be up to 20, 30 miles. Who knows how far that horizon is? Now,
It just depends on how big the object is, doesn't it?
Focus. He's talking about the horizon. What object are you talking about?
Right.
I'm talking about the oil rig.
No, we're talking about the horizon, not the oil rig.
The horizon in relative to the horizon. The horizon relative to the oil rig.
No, you said the horizon was behind the oil rigs. So now we know we can get rid of the oil rigs. We can get them out of the picture. You just erase them and just pretend there's just a horizon there. And the last one we erased was 9.4 miles away. So we'll figure the horizon. We'll just call it's 10 miles because we know it's way farther than that. But just to be nice to you guys, we'll call it 10 miles. Do you understand that?
Yeah, the oil rig is just a marker. It's just a location to say, okay, we know how far that is. There's no way to be able to tell you how far something is in the distance without actually having a known landmark, right?
Yeah.
So this is a known landmark 10 miles out to sea from this position. So what we're showing you. You asked me for proof that the Earth isn't a ball or that there isn't a curvature rate. So if we go back to the modus tollens, if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, then we can calculate where that horizon should be. Should be about 3 miles away, 3 to 3.5 miles away. In this image,
Okay,
and
fair enough. I mean, I need to look more into why it isn't the case, but I mean, that's a good point. I can't exactly disprove it.
well, this is it. This is what we're trying to tell you. This is more often than not. In fact, in we every observation that you will take, unless it's an extremely foggy or low visibility day, you'll see the horizon break this curvature rate, this position that it's supposed to be at. The horizon is never at 3 miles, 3.5 miles, unless it's extremely bad visibility. Now what we're talking about is, I'm not talking about the naked. So listen, I made a mistake. I'm giving you it out here because I made a mistake. With the visible eye, without a camera, without a zoom lens, 3.5 miles is about as far as you will see. And this is where the myth has come from. Because the natural distance, the limit of perspective for a naked eye is, on a clear day, is around 3 to 3.5 miles. But that's not due to the curve of the Earth. That's due to the limit of your perspective. Just the limit of your perspective. And we can get into that if you want, but I'm just saying, but with a zoom lens or with a camera, it shouldn't matter. That horizon should still be on a globe. It should still be at 3 to 3.5 miles away. Now, with our zoom lenses and our cameras, I don't want to speculate how far we have seen, but laser tests, we've seen scary distances.
I was actually going to ask, why do snipers have to calculate the rotation of the Earth in order to
They don't.
Hold
You just
on.
went off to somewhere else. They don't do that. You went off on somewhere else.
We can get
Doesn't
there.
it? Actually calculate. It's like a very small calculation, but it helps.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah, this isn't helping. What we're trying to prove is that there is a horizon. You asked me, where's the evidence that that it's flat? I mean, all of the 70% of the Earth's surface is water. The surface of water lays flat at rest. Yeah, that's just logical to say that the surface of the Earth is, the majority of the waters are flat. But here is some direct evidence proving to you that the Earth isn't curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I was trying to change to a different set because I don't know how to disprove that at this point. I know that there's a way to disprove it, I shouldn't say disprove it, but to explain why that happens on a curve. But I don't have the answer for you right now.
Okay, well that's fair enough. So did I satisfy your did that answer satisfy your question? Because there is proof.
Sure, it satisfies a part of it, not all of it, but part of it.
Okay.
I'm also moving stuff around. It's like I kind of just saying that I kind of. I'm in agreement.
We understand. We understand. It's a distraction now. You completely lost your mind because you saw that we saw too far. So you're going to come up with some other reason why that's happening. We understand.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question about that photo with the oil rigs?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why does the color of the water change so dramatically before the oil rigs?
Wind. Are you getting different reflections, different wind patterns?
Different angle of view.
Yeah. Why?
Yep.
You really should study this stuff.
Yeah, this is evident on flat surfaces or long stretches of road for example, you can see this effect take place.
So that line seems pretty, definitive, and you're saying that that is wind. So is that something that is repeatable?
No, it's just calmer there. Yeah, it's repeatable. Don't blow a fan over the surface of a part of water, and then look at the part that has the fan on it, and look at the part that doesn't have the fan on it, and you'll see a difference.
So then you're saying that the speed of the wind.
I don't give a shit what it is, but that's what causes that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, do you know what the wind speed was?
No, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with you not being able to prove you live on a ball.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why the water changes color.
Nobody gives a
He's
shit
just
why.
trying to figure out why the water's a different color, guys. He's just asking questions.
He's a different color water earther.
And I mean, if your response is wind, and I don't know what the wind is.
Don't know why
You've never been by water before in your life. You've never lived by water or seen water.
Sorry, is this
Radwin, if you can't give him a color chart showing why the water looks a different color, then the Earth must be a ball, I'm afraid.
Oh, it is. I'm going to go ahead and start tearing my shit down over here. I got a couple machines running.
Well, to be fair, right? Bro. To be fair, it's not a different color. All right, it's a different shade of the same color.
Yeah, curved color.
From a dark blue to a light blue.
Why do you think the color changes?
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because if the globe Earth was true, then the geometric horizon would be in front of those oil rigs, and it would be right about where the color of that water.
Also, drop-offs, sandbars and drop-offs will give you that color too.
So are you saying that color change is the geometric horizon that we're not seeing there?
I'm not asserting that. I'm just asking how you know that that's not the case.
Just asking questions, nothing to see here.
Yeah, I'm asking questions. Is that okay?
Well, to be fair, the guys did explain, along with the wind as well. You've got this reflection of the sky, scattering of the light. There's lots of reasons why, in the distance, the water will look different. Yeah,
right. That's where the curve would be, guys.
So instead of Knuckin' Farts on his different account derailing this fucking conversation, we're gonna maybe stick him on mute and come back to him later if we have no other Globers to talk to, but we were in the middle of discussion with some new people.
Some desperate shit, Knuckin'. To be ashamed. Call you Knuckin' the Desperate.
Go ahead. You can move on. Go ahead.
Could you guys maybe explain to me why the sky looks a different color here? Oh, well, I'm just saying it could be a globe then.
I know, it's a really slimy approach, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's all they got.
Really?
I'm not saying it's a globe. I'm just saying the color around there would be around where the curvature is. I'm not saying anything, but...
Asking why the color changes dramatically is slimy?
I'm just asking why the color's changing, because that would be where the curvature would be, wouldn't it?
Well, he has no idea where that is, though. He has no idea where that apparent color change or shade change, at what distance
I don't know, but
no
that
idea.
would be where the curve of the Earth would be, wouldn't it?
It's in the oil rigs, isn't it?
At what distance?
Yeah, what's the distance? Yeah.
Well, I only know what's in the picture, but that front oil rig says 6.2 miles, right? And the change of color is before then, and it should, the geometric horizon...
It must be at 1.22 miles then,
So
right?
around where?
It must be. Yeah.
Nah, the color change isn't around 1.2, though. It's not around 1.2, it's further than that.
It's supposed to be at 3.2 miles because the observer is 6 feet high, right?
I don't know which observation you're using. No. The 1 foot or what?
I'm referring to the photo. Wasn't the camera at a height of 6 feet?
No, 1 foot.
1 foot.
If it's the normal one. Back to the drawing board, Knuckin'.
Yeah.
Back to the drawing board.
Dude, you fucked up.
The camera was at a height of 6 feet.
Do we still have our other...
Now you have to go do your math again. Now you have to go redo everything.
Yeah. Is the other guy that we were talking to before this still here?
No. All right. Fine.
Yeah, he's talking about
easy.
aliens and motherships in the side chat though. So
Yeah,
we were talking to him. He said he was moving stuff around, but now he's talking about aliens. So
well, now I'm taking a shit. So
All right, mute that guy. Mute that shit.
yeah, they're always degenerates. That's just what they do.
you asking me why?
You just stay on mute when you're doing that, and then come and talk when you're not doing that. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you people?
So what then do you say to somebody who claims that the horizon is where the color changes?
I'd probably just laugh at them. Because
Yeah.
and then I'd ask them, well, what is a horizon?
The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the water.
All right, so
obviously that's
not
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 what's
there
happening
then.
there then.
Not where the
Yeah.
color changes then.
Exactly.
So it would
I
be
mean,
that simple, Nuckin, really.
Well, that seems like a decent argument to make. Beyond that point, we're just looking at reflections of the sky.
Hang on.
because light refracts.
It seems to you, right? It's a reasonable argument to make, right? That where the Earth doesn't appear to meet the sky is the horizon.
So in the middle of a body of water is the horizon, yeah. That seems like a decent argument to make.
I think a reasonable argument to make is that when the color of the water dramatically changes at a single point, that might be where the curve of the Earth actually curves away.
Oh, that's the curve of the Earth where the color changes. No, the water's still observably flat, and that's obviously not a horizon.
Right, doesn't look very curved to me.
You seen a curve there?
Well, I thought the whole point of this black swan photo was to claim that the horizon was
To
behind.
debunk the geometric horizon of the globe, which would be at 1.2. Yeah, well, the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, isn't it?
Yeah, can you define the horizon quickly? Can you just define the horizon?
Yeah, the horizon is where it appears as though the sky and the water meet.
And is that where the light and dark colours of water is, or is that behind the second oil rig?
I would say that it is when the color of the water changes dramatically. Beyond that point, we could just be looking at a refracted
You just
image.
defined it, Nuckin. You just defined it. How the fuck are you then saying, I'd say it's where the colors change?
Well, we know
the
that
color of the flat water that we see. Yeah, that's not a
do you deny
horizon.
that atmospheric refraction occurs?
All right. So if a boat went out to that point, would it start disappearing bottom up into the lighter blue? Is that what you're claiming?
Yes, I believe so, yes. We can't see the bottom of either of those oil rigs.
What about the boat that's beyond that point?
We can just see the top of it.
Visible. How do you know that's just the top of it?
Zoom in.
Doesn't look like just the top of it. And see the whole boat. You're saying the boat that's between. You're saying the boat that's between the oil rigs that isn't behind a horizon is being blocked by what?
I'm saying it's being partially blocked by a horizon.
No, the horizon's behind the rigs, not in between the rigs. Remember?
I disagree. I think the horizon is in front of the rigs.
What's the horizon again?
It's where the sky and the water appear to meet.
No, that's behind the rigs.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this photo here, and especially the enhanced one, which I think makes the color distinction even clearer. Right? It looks like water, and then suddenly it gets really dark.
Dark. The water gets dark.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, the water gets dark.
Hold on. You're saying the water gets dark, right? So it's not horizon then, since the water continues and gets dark and carries on.
I think it's worth asking why the color of the water suddenly changed. What does that point off in the distance signify?
Well, it's not a horizon, is it?
Could it be the geometric horizon?
No.
No, it's a colour horizon.
It's not a horizon. For fuck's sake. Is the sky appearing to meet the ground there?
Yes, I would say so.
No, it's not.
It's actually talking about a colour horizon. That's nothing to do with.
Above that point, it's much lighter, which would
it's not where the sky appears to meet the sea.
atmosphere, not the water.
No, it's not where the sky appears to meet the sea. Sorry.
Getting
Just
desperate.
beyond that point, it looks more like the color of the
Desperate
atmosphere than the water.
That phrase,
I know, this
desperate
is a
times
funny
call for
Yeah.
desperate measures. Is this how desperate it is on the globe side now? You guys are just like fucking up what a horizon is?
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would hope you guys have a definitive
Inventing
response for this
horizons.
rather than
Maybe you're
saying,
wrong.
I don't know, wind.
No, you are wrong because it's the horizon is the point where the sky appears to meet the ground, and you're talking about the water, a body of water where the sky isn't appearing to meet the ground. You're just talking about the water, and you're somehow saying that's a horizon.
I think
No.
just beyond that point, we're looking at the atmosphere, not the water anymore.
No, you see water carrying on past the second oil rig and to a horizon.
The atmosphere. What the fuck, bro?
This is bad. This is
Come on,
really
Luckin,
bad.
stop fucking about.
Actually, I have a photograph that I would like to show you. If you would like to continue this topic, I can show that the color of the atmosphere can look like a horizon. Would you like to see it?
The color of the atmosphere can look like a horizon. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
What does that mean? What color is the atmosphere?
It means when you think you're looking at the horizon, you're actually looking at the atmosphere. And I have a photograph to prove it. Would you like to see that?
Yeah, no, we don't want to see a line on the horizon where the color of the sky shifts. It proves nothing. What's your point?
Oh, okay.
I think you're still fucking up the definition of a horizon.
Well, would you like to see that photo, and then you can explain to me why that visual is
For what
occurring?
purpose? For what purpose?
To show that when you think you're looking at a horizon, what you're actually looking at is the atmosphere. And the ocean is already curved away.
Share your photo. Why not? Share your photo.
What does that mean? Oh dear.
Guys, forgive me. I just have to see the photo. I want to understand him a bit more.
I thought Globus season was over. Yeah, I'm not looking at chat, but describe it.
I've just posted the photo. This is a photo that I took myself of my cruise ship last year. And you can see that the line just above where you think the water stops is the exact same color of the atmosphere all around it. And then above that line, it gets darker again.
Man, must have been annoying for you to be surrounded by all that flat water for so long.
So you see off
Yeah,
in the distance.
did you put a ruler up to that horizon?
Was your wife like, for fuck's sake, give it a rest? It's flat.
So my question to you then is, why is there a line just above what appears to be the edge of the water that matches the color of the atmosphere, and then above that line it gets dark again? What's that about?
Don't know, don't care.
Okay.
Well then, Earth must be a globe, T-Dub.
I mean, if you don't have a response, that's fine.
I've not actually seen it, but I trust that since you can't identify the horizon in the Black Swan, you're just confused.
Yeah, this is just an atmospheric effect where the bottom of the mountain isn't visible. Like this is not.
There's the end of the mountain. It changes colors because it's mountains, not the sky. It's not really mysterious, dude.
If it changes color because of the mountains, then why does it get dark again above that line?
Those
That's the mountains.
are in the sky, dude.
Well, if we were really looking at the bottom of the mountain, then we wouldn't see the color change once it is transitioned to the color of the mountain, right? It wouldn't go dark, then light, and dark again.
Right on the horizon? That's probably an inferior mirage.
What's
It's
your
usually an
claim
inferior
about the
mirage.
color change? What do you think the color change is, Nuckin?
I think that when we look out at the edge of the ocean, we don't actually know if we're looking at the geometric horizon or a refraction of the ocean behind it. And therefore, I think the color change that we see signifies the geometric horizon.
So you don't know if you're looking at the geometric horizon, but you see a color change, so you conclude it's the geometric horizon. Is that right? So again, you fucking up the definition of horizon.
Horizon is where the ocean appears to meet the sea or the land.
Yeah, it's not where the ocean appears to change color and then carry on as ocean, is it?
Well, if what we're looking for is a slight contrast of coloration, which helps.
That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a horizon where the sea appears to meet the sky and a line.
Well, how else are you supposed to know exactly where the sea meets the sky if you're not looking for a color differentiation?
Well, okay. In that regard, right? So you're not just talking about a color change in the ocean. You're talking about a line separating the ocean from the sky, and there's a difference of color between the sea and the sky.
That's correct.
Well, that would be a horizon. But that's not what you were talking about just a second ago. You were just saying, well, because the water goes from a dark blue to a lighter blue, you think that's Earth curve.
Well, I'm sorry if I didn't communicate accurately, but I am saying that the stark change of color must signify something, and I have a photo.
Yeah, different change in angle of the light and the reflection off the water.
That indicates that the atmosphere can look like a horizon. Therefore,
the atmosphere can look like a horizon.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that as soon as the color of the ocean changes dramatically, that may very well be the geometric horizon. And I'd like to hear arguments against that.
Demonstrate it.
Well,
I'll demonstrate that explanation is horseshit. Give me a second.
I don't get it, because you're saying the color change in the water could be a geometric horizon, but that's not what horizon is. It's not a change in color of the water.
Well, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, above that color change, we may be looking at the atmosphere and not the water anymore.
No. Look at the picture I just posted. The mountains are of different colors. Does that then mean that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, dude, you left earlier, mid-conversation, and you just come back, like, randomly. What's up, man?
Well, when I get muted, you can expect that I'll probably leave.
If you get muted, you'll leave?
God, no, please.
Like, don't think of me was a good time. I mean, like, holy...
You guys muted me during our last conversation, so I left. I was sitting in the parking lot of a grocery store, so I went in. I'm always trying to be respectful. I'm always trying to be respectful to you guys, so as soon as you mute me, you show that you don't respect me.
Oh,
There's no
stop
point
your
in
whining.
talking to you anymore.
Go cry in the corner.
People for all sorts of reasons, disrespected one of them. Okay, so stop your fucking whinging. Okay, now look in the chat, right? I posted an image. This is taken in infrared. Now this is a clearly defined horizon. The horizon in this image is 20 miles away, and it should be 15 miles away. And I'm going to show you how we know it's 20 miles away.
Hang on one second. I gotta get to a shady place. I'm out in the sun so I can see the photo. One second.
We cooking, boys.
So how do you know that horizon is 20 miles away?
Show you. Next image. This is Marina Del Rey Inlet. So it's where ships park, basically. It's basically where they dock ships. So this is the inlet. Okay? You have to go between these two rocks, these rock channels, which are 8 feet high. Okay? This is 20 miles away from the camera. Camera's at 50 feet. That's State Human Park.
So how do you know that the objects you're looking at are not obstructed from the ground up?
What are you talking about? What do you mean? This isn't about obstruction. It's listen, don't try to freaking deflect, dude. You said the horizon, the geometric horizon, is where the color changes. Well, this was taken in infrared. The quote-unquote geometric horizon, let's say there is one, would have to be 20 miles away in this. Because there is no color change.
No, sorry. Let me be clear here. When we're looking at the ocean during the day with sunlight hitting it, right? That we have to deal with refraction. We have to deal with refraction.
Not in infrared, you don't.
Okay, can you post the non-enhanced or the non-infrared image?
Yeah, hold on.
So when it comes to the Black Swan, Glover's saying if they applied infrared, that horizon would appear in front of the rigs and the bottom of the rigs would be obscured in infrared. Like a reverse of what's actually observed when applying infrared, where you see further. They're saying if you applied infrared, you'd see less.
Wow.
No, actually, what I said was the infrared version of the Black Swan photo made the color differential even more distinct.
No, but like
There is no
when you're saying that we're seeing, when you're saying we're seeing the horizon at 10 miles because of refraction, then you're saying if we used infrared, we'd see the horizon at 1.2 miles because it reduces refraction in infrared.
So regarding this recent photo that was posted, I don't think that photo right there gives us enough information to say where the horizon is. Because all of the lights and the rocks and stuff could be obscured from the ground.
Where does the black? Okay, where does the black stop? Because the black is the water. So where the black stops, that's the horizon. And here's the visible light image taken at the same time. So much haze, you can barely see the far shore. But remember what your claim was. Your claim was the geometric horizon is some color shift after the observable horizon, which that's clearly not the case.
Yeah, so I said it could be. Let's just be clear about that. And yeah, looking at this Mount
Now we know it cannot be.
Looking at this Mount San Jacinto photo, yeah, again, I mean, the sky does not appear to meet the ocean. That I can tell, at least, it's not in a very clear way. So I wouldn't know exactly where the geometric horizon is in this photo.
Well, where does the black stop? Does it stop on the shore?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Well, no, because if that stuff that we're looking at, if the bright lights are obstructed by Earth's curvature, they would still be peaking up above that. And so I don't know where the black stops exactly.
Hey,
You can't see where that black stops.
It's just going to get worse. Because I got more, because this is from a whole series. Like, you can go... Well, hold on. Okay. Marina Del Rey Inlet. I'm going to show you a photograph
The
of it.
purpose of this video is to analyze a photo of San Jacinto Peak.
If you guys do want a formal claim from me, my claim would be that spotting the geometric horizon with your eyes is actually very difficult to do because of refraction more than anything else.
And because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's a more obvious answer. So look at this. Here's a photograph of Marina Del Rey Inlet. Okay, this water surface, right, can't be behind the horizon, right? Can the surface of the water beyond the geometric horizon be seen?
I'm looking at the photo now. The surface of the water is a very large area. Can you refine your question?
No. It doesn't matter how big the area is. Dude, you're the master of red herrings, dude. So the surface of the water that's beyond the geometric horizon. Can you see the surface of that water? Should you be able to?
Yeah, potentially. It depends on the refraction index.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you can see the water that's beyond the horizon. Then how is there a horizon? Because if you can see beyond the horizon, then there'd be a horizon that's further than that horizon.
Right, so this goes back to what I said earlier. That spotting the geometric horizon is actually very difficult.
Who cares?
You can say that again.
Yeah, it's impossibly difficult. So all we're trying to do is where the water ends. Okay, you say I can't be sure where the horizon is. Well, you can see the surface of the water for at least 20 miles because we know where that inlet is, and it goes in. See, this is what you're not understanding. There's a shoreline, and the shore stops, and there's an inlet, right? So there's more water behind where the shore edge would be, and then the shore starts again. We can see the water beyond where the shore was. That means that we can see the shore itself. Okay? Because you're not going to be able to see the surface of the water unless beyond the shore, unless you can see all the way down to the shore, because the water is the lower than the shore is. Right? So there's no way you should be able to see beyond it. Okay, we know that we can see at least 20 miles in this image. The horizon is supposed to be 15 miles away.
So how much of that land is obstructed from the ground up?
None.
How do you know
you
that?
can see down to the water because you can see down to the water that's beyond the land.
Well, even if you were looking at an obstruction, you would still be able to see water behind it.
Oh, really? So you can see water that's obstructed.
Yes.
How you doing that?
You can see the water that's obstructed by the water.
He can see water that's behind a boat. When you're looking at a boat, he sees the water that's right behind the boat too. He has invisible.
He sees the
X-ray
water.
eyes.
He sees the water behind the horizon. You like where the water stops, and it keeps where it continues.
Let me ask a clarifying question here. Let me ask a clarifying question here. Do you guys accept or reject atmospheric refraction?
Okay. It's terrestrial refraction. That's what it's called. It's not called atmospheric refraction, except for by globe zealots on the internet. Okay, it's called terrestrial refraction, and I accept that it's as an idea. Whether there's an accurate model that describes it, that does not exist.
Okay, so does the path of light change as it travels through our atmosphere? Yes or no?
Yeah, because there's turbulence.
Okay, great, it does. So that would allow us to be able to see the ocean beyond the geometric horizon.
No, because what actually happens is the ray. Well, I'm not going to be too technical. So the ray undulates up and down, right? So it undulating back and forth around a mean doesn't mean you can see further.
No, that's not true. Refraction is always in one direction.
You need to prove the Earth. You need to prove the Earth is a ball.
I mean, do you want me to pull out a science textbook and read you the chapter on refraction?
Yeah, then I'll pull out experiments that show that the textbook's wrong.
Okay. Well, so in normal conditions, the rays of light will be bended downward around the shore.
Right.
Which is why we're able to see.
Show us the experiments that confirm that claim.
Oh, I'd have to go do
I just posted an image that debunks you. I just posted an image that debunks you, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You'd have to demonstrate and prove that there is a curved surface of the Earth for the light to be bending over and around to begin with, which you haven't. You'd just be begging the question.
So, for example, Fata Morgana, I believe, is an example of atmospheric refraction. Do you deny that Fata Morgana occurs?
Yeah. Fata Morganas are reflections. Well, there's two types of Fata Morganas. I already posted one. If you scroll up, to. Okay, I posted at 6:04. Okay, so if you scroll up to the floating ship appears to be floating above the water. It's actually not floating above the water. There's such an oblique angle that the water reflects the sky, and you can't see the water that it's on top of. And the other type of Fata Morgana is kind of like a weird type of double inferior superior mirage that's like stacked on top of each other.
Interesting. Okay, so you say the water can reflect the sky, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so then when you're looking for the geometric horizon, and you're looking for where the water meets the sky, if the water can reflect the sky, then how can you be sure that you're looking at the geometric horizon?
You don't have a geometric horizon, you do.
Yeah, and that would just limit the distance of your geometric horizon. It wouldn't extend it.
Well, I would say
we don't know there's a
For
geometric
the horizon that's optical anyway.
Are you trying to give us a geometric horizon?
The optics.
No shit, Sherlock. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, so
you don't have a geometric. You don't have a geometric horizon for that
light refracts through the atmosphere, and therefore spotting where the water meets the sky is difficult. Does Flat Earth believe that?
What I'm trying to tell you is that it's more complex than simply refraction. Okay? There's no refraction model that works. For the terrestrial refraction model, there's none that works. It's more complex than what you're saying.
And Nukin, when you're saying it's very difficult to see a geometric horizon, are you saying that you've seen one, but that it's difficult to see, or that you've never seen one?
Well, just based off of what India said, it's more complex, right? And therefore, the simple task of seeing where the water meets the sky may not be as simple as just, oh, I like that particular distinction, so I'm going to call that the horizon. Right? It's
So
more
that's why I'm
complex.
asking, do you think you've ever seen... Sorry, India, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, then what does shit go behind? What is the sunset behind? An optical illusion?
No, they said behind the horizon.
Yeah, an optical illusion.
I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying it's difficult to spot where it is.
Is it physical or is it visually created?
There is a geometric horizon, right, which is a physical distance away
How do
from
you
the
know
viewer.
that? How do you know that? How do you know there's a geometric horizon? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, that's just a fact of my globe worldview.
That's a belief, then.
It's a fact of your worldview? No, well, it's not a fact of the world. It's a fact
You're
of your
going to have to go ahead and
worldview.
validate that. You're going to have to go ahead and validate that. Like Cyclone said earlier, and I said earlier, you need a ball in the first instance. So go ahead and show that.
Right, cool. So I would say that, yes, I have seen the geometric horizon. Everybody sees it whenever they look out over the ocean. Just pinpointing it exactly where it is quite challenging.
Oh, what's the definition of a horizon again? Sorry, remind me again.
It's where the sky meets the water.
And you see a geometric version of that, do you?
I see an optical effect, but I can't tell if it's the sky or if it's the water reflecting the sky, or who knows what else. If refraction is happening, if Fata Morgana is happening.
So not a geometric horizon then. So not a geometric horizon then.
Well, you just said you saw a geometric horizon. How do you know that you saw a geometric horizon?
Because there always is one, according to my globe worldview.
Right, well, but there is one at a specific distance, so are you saying it was at that specific distance in relation to your observer height?
Physically speaking, yes, it would always be at that distance, but visually speaking, we may not always see it there because of refraction.
So when you saw it, what was your observer height and what was the distance of the horizon?
I'm 6 feet tall, and I mean, I don't have a ruler that goes 3 miles out. It was just out there in my field of vision somewhere.
All right, so you don't know that you saw a geometric horizon. You just saw the horizon again.
Well, I know that there is a point where the sky meets the water from my field.
You know that.
For the geometric, that would have to be at 2.5, 3 miles. But you're saying you don't know that it was at that distance.
Mathematically, I know it's at that distance, but visually, I may not have been able to see a line right there. Like I said, refraction.
Well, visually is the one we're interested in, because mathematically that would just be based on the calculation, but we're talking about in reality.
Okay, so when you ask for where the horizon is, you're referring to the visual horizon, not the geometric one?
Well, how would you tell the two
Trying to
apart?
figure out which one blocks votes.
There is only one Highlander.
Which one blocks boats and blocks the sun and blocks the moon? Which one?
The geometric horizon serves as the boundary that we can see physically, but light can curve around that, which allows us to see things beyond the horizon for a certain amount of time.
Okay, that didn't answer my question. Which horizon blocks the sun and the moon in the fucking boats?
Okay, I'll answer slower for you. The geometric horizon physically blocks objects once they go over it.
Yeah, but that's not what you see, right? You already conceded you don't see that. So when you see the sunset, the horizon that's cutting the sun in half can't be the geometric horizon according to you.
I didn't say it can't be the geometric horizon. I said there's a difference between that physical distance out to sea and what I personally see with my eyes. There's the geometric horizon, and there's the visual horizon, which takes refraction into account.
Okay, which blocks the sun?
The physical geometric horizon.
The visual one. The visual one, then. The visual one.
The physical
Is that
geometric
now, bro?
horizon.
To fuck with.
How much slower do I need to talk here?
Dude, no, but you're looking at the sunset, dude.
Yes, I'm looking at it. And?
We're not talking about mathematics here. We're talking about, I looked at the horizon. You said the visual horizon moves around and could be anything, and it's pretty much defined by the meteorological conditions. Okay? So that's not the geometric, according to you, it's not the geometric horizon.
I never said it was.
You just said it 5 seconds ago.
There is a distinct difference between the geometric horizon and the visual horizon. One of them takes refraction and atmospheric conditions into account, and the other one doesn't.
Okay, what does that even mean?
The one doesn't exist.
Okay, so how do we distinguish from observation which one we're looking at?
Just based on observation, you can't. You only have visual horizon.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, so so then to answer the question earlier that I asked, your answer would be you've never observed the geometric horizon.
No, my answer would be I can't pinpoint where it is visually, but I am definitely looking at it somewhere.
You've never observed one. It is out there. It's out there somewhere.
Yeah, like we would have to get.
Well, it's not though, because you can just look at the calculators and see that it's way beyond the visual horizon. Is way beyond the claimed globe horizon.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. You know, in that Black Swan video, which you guys only post screenshots and clips from, but in the whole video, you can see the atmospheric index change throughout the day. And the horizon location, visual one, also changes. How come you never post that?
Yeah, so the horizon changing means that the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere that boats are going over.
No, it indicates that a visual horizon is influenced by refraction.
No, it does. It demonstrates that the horizon is not the physical curve of a ball that boats are going over. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to increase distance and decrease distance throughout the day unless the Earth, the globe, was growing and shrinking.
Or the atmospheric index is changing, right?
Yeah, so that would be not a curve of a ball Earth. Correct.
Right. It's just the visual horizon, which changes throughout the day. As we all agree.
So not a curve of a ball Earth. Exactly.
Right. I agree with that.
All right. Yeah. So the boats are not going over any curve. Sun's not going down behind any curve.
No.
Fine.
The boats are going around a curve. The visual horizon is just not.
Oh no, they can't be. They can't be because the horizon is fluctuating, so it can't be a geometric curve.
Wow. Okay. I know I'm being clear here, so I have to assume that you're being intentionally dishonest when you try to combine visual and geometric horizons. When you refer to them as just horizon, we know you're being dishonest, right? So why don't you be very clear
You're being
When you say
dishonest.
horizon, which one you're referring to?
You're being dishonest. You're trying to hold two positions at the same time. You're double speaking. Out of necessity.
Well, we all agreed that terrestrial refraction occurs.
Dude,
So-
you don't have a geometric horizon.
No, we did not.
You don't have one. No. Stop going into the weeds. Stop going into the weeds. You do not have a geometric horizon, do you?
Oh, of course I do, yeah.
Okay, prove it.
You want the math for it?
No, I want the proof for it in reality.
Okay, sure. On any day, we can look out over the ocean and watch a sun setting, and at a certain point in time, we will only be able to see the top half of the sun, and the bottom half is completely gone.
Okay, so what's your observer height?
So that's blocked by the geometric horizon that you're looking at.
So the blocking of that bottom half is due to the geometric horizon.
You just said that. You never said that. You just said it again, dude.
I
You're just contradicting yourself again.
So you guys,
This is what I mean. You just keep going back and forth. Just keep going back and forth.
Just pay attention to the words that I use. Okay?
We are paying attention to them. That's the problem.
The bottom half of the sun is blocked by the geometric horizon.
Okay.
No, you don't see the geometric horizon. Remember.
Previously, I clarified again whether that was the visible or geometric horizon. You said the visible horizon. You said you never claimed it was a geometric horizon, even though you claimed it 30 seconds before. Now you're claiming it again that it's the geometric horizon blocking the sun. Which is it?
I'll put it all in one sentence so that we're very clear, okay?
Which is it?
The sun,
What cuts the sun in half? The geometric horizon or the apparent horizon?
The geometric horizon blocks the bottom half of the sun, and the visual horizon is the line that we see going between the two halves of the sun. They may not be at the same location.
Okay, Nuckin. So now you're going to have to show us the sunset with the geometric horizon with a validated observer height and distance to that horizon.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. He asked you for evidence in the natural world, and then you gave us evidence of something you can't see.
Well, feel free to look up any YouTube video of the sun setting. You can search all you want. There's hundreds of them.
That's the visual horizon.
So that sunset is occurring at a horizon that's 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer?
What we see is the visual horizon. The thing that's actually blocking the bottom half of the sun, that's the geometric horizon. They may not always be in the same place.
This is such insane double speak. You're such a smart
in the video that you're going to show us, is that video going to show the visual horizon or the geometric horizon blocking the sun?
It's a video, so it's showing the visual horizon.
Okay,
oh, wow. Listen to that.
Anytime you ask about what is being seen, here's a little cheat code for you. Whenever you ask about what's being seen, it's the visual horizon.
Now he's trying to pivot again. Now he's trying to pivot again and change what he was actually meaning when he was saying visual versus geometric. Now it's all visual because you're looking with your eyes, even though you'll slimily try and pretend it's geometric. So, Nuckin, you're going to have to show us that 3-mile horizon sunset for a 6-foot observer.
Yeah, Cyclone asked you, okay, what's the evidence? Now you have to prove the geometric horizon. And you said, I'll just show you a video of a sunset. So I asked you, is that the visual or the geometric horizon? Oh, that's the visual horizon. Well, then how can the video prove the geometric horizon when you just said it's the visual horizon?
I said that the sun is being blocked by the physical geometric horizon, which may not be the visual horizon that we see at any given time.
So
this is amazing.
You're going to show us a video.
I know. It's really fascinating stuff. I wish you guys were able to understand it a little better. Maybe I'm just bad at communicating.
Nuckin, you're only saying all of this because of us. You had no concept of believing in 2 horizons before you came here and realized that the Earth isn't a globe in reality. You've only come to that realization within the time that you've been talking to us. So don't pretend like, oh, I wish you guys understood. You've just heard these copes in the last few months after trying to come up with some evidence for a fantasy globe that doesn't exist. So don't give us all that. And yeah, Indio's exactly correct. You were asked for that geometric horizon, because remember, you said, yeah, we've got a geometric horizon for sure. And I said, prove it. And you said, okay, here we go. And now Indio's pointed out that you've just confirmed that's not a geometric horizon. So again, what's your proof of a geometric horizon?
If I can prove what you just said wrong, will you acknowledge that you were
Well, you need to provide proof of a geometric horizon. You need to provide some proof of a geometric horizon for that.
What you specifically said, you said, I just came in here and started claiming this stuff about visual and geometric horizon because of you. That's what you claimed. If I can prove that
because
wrong,
of flat Earth.
will you admit that you made a mistake?
What do you mean, prove it wrong? And anyway, no, you're not deflecting off into another red herring non sequitur bullshit.
So you can
You're
accuse me
going to
of stuff,
provide the evidence.
right?
So you're not
And
going to
even if I
provide the
can prove
evidence.
you wrong,
Dude, knuckin'. So you're not going to provide the evidence for that geometric horizon that you just claimed?
the evidence for the geometric horizon is mathematical. It's not going to be in a photo.
It's not evidence.
Photos
That's
are
a
visual.
claim. That's a claim. Your theoretical math is a claim. We want the proof that that's real in reality.
So let's do this. Is scientific claims, are they empirical? Are they based upon empirical evidence?
Sorry, you were cutting out there. Could you repeat that?
Are scientific claims based upon empirical evidence?
Generally, yeah.
What do you mean generally? Always. There is no generally. Always. Okay. So if you have some model, okay. So if you have some model,
do you want me to clarify, or you just want to keep talking?
okay.
I can explain what I mean.
That's why science is empirical. It's observational, right? Can you do science without observation?
Yes.
Wow. I'm done. Anybody else want to talk to Climate Shoe?
What the? What's the first step? Hold on, Prot. What's the first step of the scientific method? What is the first step?
The scientific method specifically, it's based on observation. Yeah, you observe a natural phenomenon.
Oh, so you can't do science without empirical evidence, without observation,
without of a natural phenomenon.
Why don't you just ask me to clarify?
Well,
ask me to clarify what I mean.
that if I just asked you what is the first step of the scientific method, and you first thing you said was observation, then how are you going to do science without the scientific method?
The scientific method is a very specific application of steps to arrive at a conclusion. It is not all of science. Now, why don't you ask me to clarify what I mean, and I'll explain it to you.
There's multiple science?
You're such a sophist, bro. It's actually disgusting.
There's a whole branch.
Okay, so what's an example of a conclusion that can be made without observation?
There's a whole branch called theoretical physics. Have you heard of that?
It's not science. It's not science.
Physics
what are you talking about, dudes? Theoretical. Did you just say physics, or did you say theoretics?
Yeah, theoretical physics. Yeah, there's a whole branch of it. You can get a PhD in it.
Yeah, so
not science.
So not science then.
Oh, okay. So all of those people with doctorates in theoretical physics, they're not scientists.
Yeah, they're not scientists.
According to the 24/7 flat Earth
scientists.
No, according to the definition of the scientific method. Lucky, you're so full of shit. It's actually amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that it's so good for the audience to hear what double speaking insane lunatics you have to be to argue for the globe, you'd have been muted hours ago.
Well, hey, the crowd just heard somebody in here say recently that the color changes because of wind. So I think that was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, the
I've also heard you guys say that atmospheric refraction doesn't exist.
A flat surface versus one with ripples. Yeah, there's a color distinction. I live by Lake Erie. I know I see it all the time.
Oh, you live by Lake Erie?
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in the way you think. But let's get back to the point. Okay, when the science... Quiet. when does scientific theoretical physics go from theoretical to actual? What do they have to do?
When their claims are experimentally proven.
Okay, here we go. So you have this claim that there's a geometric horizon that exists. When was that verified experimentally, observationally, and what was done to do it?
Well, I mean, we observe the impacts of the geometric horizon every day. Like I said, the sun gets cut in half.
Yeah, by a visual horizon.
It appears to be a visual horizon, yeah. But
you're trying to prove the geometric one, remember?
It appears to be a visual horizon. That's like 3 levels of redundancy.
Yeah, so anytime you watch a boat sink from the ground up as it sails out, it's going over the geometric horizon.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, that is the proof.
Okay, post it with the observation height and the horizon distance.
Like I said, you can queue up, like, these are easy things you can search for, guys. Just queue up videos of the
Well, you must
sunset.
have one handy, because all the ones we're seeing, the horizon's far in excess of the geometric horizon. So could you show us one where it's not?
Well, atmospheric refraction can cause that.
Yeah, but you're claiming you can see the geometric.
I never said you can see the geometric horizon. I said what appears to be the horizon is always the visual.
You said it. Yeah, you did. You said if we watch a boat.
Yeah, you just
said the geometric horizon blocks the boats as they sail over it. That doesn't mean that we can see exactly where it is. We can only see the atmospheric influence horizon.
Blocking from what? Seeing, right?
Yes, blocking our ability to see it. That's right.
Okay, and seeing is not the geometric horizon.
So the point, yeah. So the point where it appears to go over that horizon, that's your geometric horizon.
No.
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 Explain.
Okay, whether you can see the bottom of the boat or not.
You said the boat was going over the geometric horizon, and I said, so the part where the boat is going over the horizon is geometric. You said, no.
Okay, you just asked me to explain, and then you interrupted 2 words in. Can I explain?
It's just because you contradicted yourself so blatantly, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. We know, through observation, that objects disappear from the ground up as they move further away, right? We observe that happening. Okay,
so it is a binary phenomenon or a physical phenomenon?
It is a binary question. Do the boats disappear from the ground up as they move further away, yes or no? We know the answer to that is yes.
Why are you trying to ask me a question now? You're supposed to be explaining how the...
That was a rhetorical question. I answered it for myself.
It's actually not a yes or no question. It's a sometimes.
So we know it's a binary question.
No, it's not.
I said we always observe boats disappear from the ground up as they sail further away.
No, we don't. That's false. It's unequivocally false. I've observed it not happening myself.
Okay. Well, I'll note your rebuttal.
You guys just don't live in reality at all. It's insane. It always does this. No, it doesn't.
Okay, so we know that it either does or it doesn't. Every time that we look to see whether it does or doesn't, we see that it does. Plenty of ideas out there to show that it does.
No, baseless claim. No, it doesn't appear to do the same thing every time. You're just lying.
I just told you. So you're straight lying. Not even Glover's claim it's observed every time. And you claim that the horizon moves around. So you don't claim it's not observed every time. Yeah, he left. I shouldn't have muted him. It came in and out. But fuck you, I couldn't take no more of this shit.
No, he needed a mute. God damn.
Were you done talking with me or not?
Dude,
yeah,
are you done lying? Are you done making...
Somebody muted me, so are you guys done talking to me or not? I just want to know.
Are you done lying?
I'm not lying that I'm aware of.
You said that boats disappear every time they sail away. That is a lie.
Okay.
It's a straight lie, dude.
Okay.
Not even other Glover's claim.
You can
Not even other Glover's claim. No, I know that. You're straight lying.
Sorry.
You're making shit up.
As they get a certain distance away from us based on our height, they start to disappear from the ground up. Does that help?
That's not true.
Okay.
Not
all right. Well, we will register you as a you reject that. That's cool. All right, but I'm going to continue my explanation if that's okay.
No, it's not just a rejection. I've observed it not to happen, and I've got photographs of it.
Okay, you have photographs of a boat not disappearing from the ground up.
That's right. You're goddamn right I do.
How far out were those photographs taken?
30 miles.
And you
From
took
15 feet above sea level.
You took like one photo every second? And how far did the boat go on its entire path?
Okay, I watched it go from 6 miles to 30 miles away, dude. It never disappeared. Ever.
From the ground up. So you were able to see the very bottom of the boat. You were able to see the very bottom of the boat for the entire time.
So it's like I can see the boat on the water.
Okay, you can see the boat.
The very bottom of the boat is in the water, dude.
Right. So,
well, then Earth must be a globe.
So if the boat is, if the boat is just, like 10 feet out, right, you can see a certain point on the hull. So let's say you drew a big X right there, and then the boat sailed out 10 miles, right, where you claim you can still see it. Can you still see the X?
Yeah.
Have you done that?
Dude, I told you what I did. I watched a boat sail from 6 miles, that's where the horizon's supposed to start, to 30 miles away. And it never disappeared.
Well, right, but you said the boat doesn't disappear from the ground up.
It didn't do that.
Right, so you were still able to see the exact same height of the boat as you could from 10 feet.
It's not about height, it's whether you can see the boat at all, dude. It didn't disappear behind the horizon. It should have been 400 feet under the horizon.
Okay, so this whole conversation is about disappearing from the bottom up. So why are you putting it to be
still on top of the water? Still on top of the water. It's not disappearing bottom up now, is it?
Well, that's why I asked you. How do you know that you were still able to see all of the boat?
What does that even mean? It's on the top of the surface of the water. I can see the surface of the water.
I'm sure you understand what people mean when they say things disappear from the bottom up as they get further and further away, right?
And if I see the surface of the water, I can see the boat in the water. It's not being cut up in half by the horizon, dude.
Okay, that's cool. So you changed the topic there. So I'm going to get back to disappearing from the ground up. We know through observation.
No one changed the topic. No one changed the topic.
As
so
we look at things away, we can no longer see the bottoms of them. And like there's that famous photo of the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan where we can only see the top halves of those buildings. It's a perfect example of it. So the bottom half disappears.
How much should you see?
So that's a yes or no question, and we have evidence to say that's yes. Therefore,
first of all,
we can conclude that something is getting in the way, and that something is the geometric horizon.
No.
That was the explanation I wanted to offer.
Okay, because, I'm going to tell you why. Because we have multiple photographs of the Chicago skyline. More than one. Multiple. We even have video. And we even have a silhouette. That's right, the sun's setting behind Chicago. Right? Silhouetting the Chicago skyline. Okay, and what happens in each of the videos, the horizon, where it appears to quote-unquote cut the buildings off, some when it goes all the way down to North Shore Drive. Some are cut up higher or lower. That means the horizon that you're seeing isn't the geometric horizon because it moves around. And in the globe model, you should only see, so you just contradicted yourself again.
No, you're just not understanding.
You use the visual evidence, you use the visual claim to say, hey, when it's cut off, we see it's cut off. That's the geometric horizon. But you're also saying we don't see the geometric horizon.
Never said that.
Wow.
I mean, if you guys have to resort to straw manning,
what just on this little melt you are.
Yeah, nobody's lying except you, Pro.
What a gaslighter.
He ran away.
Fuck them, dude.
We all heard him say it.
Man, he's just bold-faced lying. Like, imagine it takes a certain kind of mental disposition to be able to just lie like that. Say one thing and then just say, "Nope, never said that." So you just said it 5 seconds ago. You're insane. That's crazy.
Dude, he did it multiple times. Like he said,
Yeah.
God, I can't believe he said, "Oh, we don't see the geometric horizon. Oh, the thing you cut off that you see, that's the geometric horizon. Oh, I never said it was the visible horizon." 5 seconds later, makes the opposite claim and claims he never said that. Fucking dude.
Just endless sophistry. It's all he's got. It's insane. But he even has the energy to do that, knowing full well he's just using rhetoric and sophistry. Little tactics, semantics, focusing on the word, getting hyper-specific, diving off to any other point as soon as it's an option. Ugh.
He double speaks all over the
Theoretical
place.
physics is science, bro.
I need a shower after that.
I just imagine some frickin' physics, man. So I'm doing science right now.
Yeah, if you make up theories, you're a scientist. So conspiracy theorists are scientists now, according to him.
These are the little things he does. So he goes like, "Well, what about theoretical physicists? Not a scientist. You're saying physicists aren't scientists? You said a physicist wasn't a scientist." Just omits the word theoretical, like he never just said that, knowing full well it changes what he's saying. Just dishonest. Gaslighting piece of shit.
How does he get away with saying that the geometric horizon is responsible for the bottom-up obstruction of things, right? Now, how would he go in a situation in the Black Swan? There was something way in the distance that appeared obstructed, cut in half, let's say, right? In the Black Swan image. How can he then turn around and say that that's a geometric horizon causing that to happen?
Well, that's when a time when he's saying, "No, I'm not saying it's a geometric horizon."
But
any of the actual examples, he'll say, "No, I'm not saying it's an actual geometric horizon." But then as soon as it's a vague sunset or a vague boat going over somewhere, that's geometric all of a sudden. But then we show him the boats and the horizons.
Yeah.
He's saying, "Oh, no, that's not the. I never said it was geometric."
Oh, yeah, he did. He clearly stated that the only reason you see the bottom-up obstruction, like the sun, for example, cut in half, that's the geometric horizon cutting it in half. That's the reason you can't see the bottom of it.
I think I figured it out to you. So only the part that blocks the boat in the sun, that's the geometric part. But like the stuff on the sides, the horizon outside of that, that's the visual horizon. That must be it. Horizon has a special part of it.
What the fuck, though? Let's say the sun appeared to be cut in half in the Black Swan, in the distance, in the background.
Yeah, I think he means the geometric horizon teleports to try to block things in the distance whenever he needs it to. Otherwise, it's just invisible in the front. Nobody can see it, but when he needs it to block something, it'll teleport to the back.
I mean, honestly, I gotta keep it a buck. We deserve that, because when he said that the horizon's in front of the Black Swan, we should have fucking banned him.
Or explain the color change. What's that there?
Yeah, that's how he started his routine, isn't it? "I'm just asking questions. Why does the color seem to change? I'm not claiming it's anything." 5 seconds later, "Well, it could be that color change is a geometric curved ball Earth horizon." Like, dude.
Yeah, and then we see 4 different color changes. Is that 4 different geometric horizons? What's he saying?
Yeah, exactly. Even before he zooms in, BMLSB 69, before he zooms in, you can see, one shade of the water blue, and then another shade, and then beyond that there's another different shade, changes back to dark again, and then it's lighter, then darker. There's a continuing effect of that across the surface. You can see this on your fucking kitchen floor, on a road, under certain conditions, across water. It happens. It's due to angle and light and all that.
And current too, like little riptides and whatnot.
Right. The qualities of the surface that you're viewing as well can determine those
He
shades.
then also buried himself at the end talking about the Chicago skyline, and Indio brought up the sunset being seen beyond the Chicago skyline. And so that's when he just had to resort to filibustering and then just leaving the chat. Every little point they jump to, it's like they're jumping from lilipads, and each one's just like crushing beneath their feet, and they're just falling through it. But just jumping from one thing to the next, getting it shot down, jumping from one thing to the next, just the usual bullshit. We got anyone else new in here? Save us from that shit.
No, I need the brain eraser for that.
Yeah, man. What insane mental headspace you'd have to be in to be acting like that.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is like a hit parade. It's always like that. Like, when I try to talk to him about which storms have passed the equator, and you got one direct citation, this one passed the equator, this one was on the equator. It doesn't know what those words mean. Can't figure it out. And then we're going over the back-to-back hit pieces The Guardian did in 2016. That kind of started this whole thing. Like Barbara Streisand effect. So we're going through it about January and June 2016. And then he says, what happened in 2016? I said The Guardian did back-to-back hit pieces calling flat earthers a dangerous online cult. Then he said, well, Trump came into office in 2016. I'm like, what the fuck? He did? And then he said he didn't say that. And I clipped it. It got clipped. We're talking about 2016 Guardian articles. It's it's always like this. Like, he can never seem to understand anything presented to him. Any words. Like, anything anyone says to him. It goes right over his head, in one ear, out the other, and he doesn't have any concept of how to even work through. Like, what does it mean? What do these words mean?
Yeah, he's been here for at least a year as well, so he's had a long time to work on his arguments, and that's the state he's in.
It is interesting, though I've not heard what he's saying now. I will say it's just interesting how the Globies seem to never, ever, ever improve.
What's the name he's using right now? Like the Prot or something?
He told me it's pronounced Prot. It's based on his favorite movie, K-Pax.
Oh, Prot? I was going to try to look it up, but it's like some of the DMs that he... Oh, yeah, here we go. Here's another good one. A long time ago, Christopher Columbus Day, I was talking about how his math was off. He didn't know what the word off meant.
Of course, his favorite movie is some space alien fantasy movie.
I know. Yeah, he probably thinks he's the space alien, yeah, sent to save
Yeah.
us.
I could go to Alpha Centauri. Anyway, I'm going to jump off, guys, but nice to hear you all.
Bye-bye.
Well, awesome stuff, man.
I'm just waiting for the day when they bring a globe proof that isn't based in the 19th century.
I mean, that goes with they don't seem to improve. Well, I mean, they rely on sticks and shadows. Remember, like we're talking like negative third century.
Yeah, I was trying to think if I've heard any of them improve. The only time I feel like there's some level of improvement, and it's not really great, but it's like when they start correcting the other Globers with like their very obvious bad arguments, and they know they're bad arguments, but they still aren't off the globe, but they know ships over the curve is not a good argument. They know pictures from space is not a good argument. So they start like correcting the other Globers. I guess that's some level of improvement because there's like a little bit of thinking going on there. They're learning, like they actually realize these are bad arguments. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a very short
I
time
guess that's
ago, they
only
wouldn't.
Matt.
What?
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, Barry.
No, I was just going to interject real quick and just say, that is an improvement because used to, they would not correct each other. One would come in saying A, the other would say the inverse, and then the one that was saying A would just stay silent. So it is an improvement that they are correcting each other. But go ahead, my friend.
I was just going to say, I can't think of one person that's improved. Matthew Lawrence has gotten better from the first time I talked to him years ago. And, like, he does correct people, and he doesn't bring up dumb fucking arguments anymore. So,
That's true. Yeah, he remains silent most of the time. That is an improvement of how he used to be. Like the only time he's ever talked to me is to like quote a Bible verse or something like in recent times. Yeah, and he was really upset when I called him a snake oil salesman and a charlatan. He did defend himself. Yeah, which is mildly impressive. He used to just let me insult him and say nothing. So I guess that's an improvement.
I know. He's even talked back to QE. QE's calling him, say he's stupid, and he'll say, no, I'm smart. He's like, so, I don't know if he went to therapy, and he's like, the therapist told him, you got to fight back a little bit. You just don't sit there and take it.
I was surprised. He's like, no, I am not a charlatan. I am not a snake oil salesman. I'm like, I mean, you are, but at least you're standing up for yourself. That's cool.
But he doesn't want to believe he is. He wants to think that he's on to the truth, right?
He wants to believe it, yeah, despite all evidence to the contrary.
Well, wouldn't be a charlatan or a snake oil salesman. You would have to know that you're wrong. So if he believes he's correct, then he could just be wrong. That wouldn't make him a charlatan. But if he knows that he's wrong, then
You're right, Mush King. Next time I'll call him a used snake oil salesman. Somebody sold it to him, and then he needs some money, so he's selling it to somebody else, even though he didn't make it to start with. Yep, that's a great idea. Next time I will call him a used snake oil salesman. Thanks for the tip.
I love it. All right, back to the mowing. You all have a nice day. I just wanted to drop in a quick moment, but I enjoy it. It's always good to see you, Dandelion.
You too. Happy mowing. I was supposed to mow today, but I didn't get the rest of the sticks picked up. But I did do a bunch of stuff inside, and I made my children an amazing dinner. So forgave myself. I'm going to pick up the sticks tomorrow. Plus, it was too wet. It rained all night.
Hey, we got Danny Diagnosis in here.
Alpha, did you hear that nonsense?
Unfortunately, yeah, I lost a few brain cells there.
Maybe you can get a couple back with this guy.
He couldn't make up his mind. I was like, and I know you like to, because like me, I like to hear them like flip-flopping back and forth and just pointing it out to the audience that that's all he's doing. He's just going back and forth from geometric to visual, from visual to geometric. And it's just like, it's like yo-yo back and forth. I didn't say that. No, that's not what I'm saying. And it's just playing that game. But, you and I are trained on like wearing them out. So at some point he gets caught up in like, he forgets which one he's actually on. And that's what they do, right?
Exactly. It's duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season. They forget where they're at, man. I don't forget.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same. I do the same with the guys who claim that they're a brain in a jar. The same. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But I know eventually they'll. Oh shit! Did I cut out?
You did for a second.
Yeah.
I just got DC'd.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I guess.
Did?
Wild.
Yep. Must have been the server.
Those guys that think they're a brain in a jar, I do the same thing with them. Like, I know exactly where I'm going with logic, so I know that they'll get tied up in their own mind. So I always take them down. It's a bit painful for the audience, but I know that, like, at the end, they're not going to know which way is up. So it's fun for me.
It also helps because they don't really understand their own argument. That's why they can't keep up with it. That's why they can't really. It's easy to get them to end up contradicting themselves because they don't really even understand what they're saying. They're really just trying to say "nah" without saying "nah."
But they think because they're following some of these guys that, these authors of atheism, that they're going to be saying some really big brain, ideas. Oh, it's just like Descartes, or he says, "I think, therefore I am." Like, you don't fucking even know what that means. Some of the, some of the greatest thinkers in philosophy, they want to quote those guys and act like they're aspiring, philosophers themselves. But yet they don't know logic if it hit them upside their head. So it's difficult. When you try to talk to one of these globies, they're staunch sophists, trying to be like, oh yeah, it's just like we can't ever know if anything's true. And then they're over here on the other side of the mouth, they're like, yeah, but we do know the Earth's a globe. Really? Tell me more.
Yeah, the difference with Descartes is he had two brain cells to rub together.
Yeah, these guys are just poor imitations of guys who are in philosophy, just trying to imitate. But you get these guys talking a little bit, and you find out that they usually want to get to a burden of proof reversal. That's what they are aiming for. If they can look for it, they'll get it. And if you give it to them, they'll have it for a country mile. They'll just keep going. They won't stop. Oh, now you have to answer this question because you answered that one. So, no, you got to keep answering, and they're persistent. They won't let go once they're in that burden of proof. Yeah, Nucking was trying to prove Samuel Rowbotham's, long distance observations of the canal, So it was trying to do, I don't know if you guys have seen it, the hump over distance, where there's a hump of water. The whole idea with their, that flashlight or whatever. Well, how come the metal's higher? So what are you saying? There's no drop over distance anymore?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They don't even understand their own arguments. Most of these people, they kind of understand it, but they don't really. They don't understand the globe is supposed to drop in every direction. I don't understand why they don't understand it.
Yeah.
Wasn't spoon fed to them.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the best. I mean, what helped me understand it was in the beginning. I remember hearing from someone in Flat Earth said it way back in 2017. He said, "Now always remember that everybody's always portrayed as being on the top of the ball. That means the Earth has to curve down in every direction." And that's really all you need to know. That visualization, that fills in all the blanks.
Yeah, that's not what Nucking was exclaiming, so.
We have Dr. Penguin. He has questions about Flat Earth in the chat. Can you speak up, Dr. Penguin?
His mic's broken on his phone.
He hasn't said that yet, but that's probably coming up. I'll ask him directly. AV, he is in a noisy area.
Uh-huh.
Not right now, but that means perhaps later. All right, anytime. Speak up, Dr. Penguin, whenever you're ready.
Billy, I told you to clean up your room. How many times do I have to tell you? Mom, I'm on the internet right now. Kind of noisy, isn't it?
Yep, that's definitely noisy. AV can talk after he cleans his room.
Danny Diagnosis didn't want to have a chat?
I didn't hear him. I guess not.
Well, if Dr. Penguin's listening, at least, I guess what his question is about gravity from a quick skim. And he seems to think it's a force. So I guess you could talk about gravity and its force or not force like nature. while he's listening. If you're looking for a topic.
I always like the way you say gravity, Cyclone.
He does have a good way of saying it.
That's
I
my
agree.
favorite. That's my
Gravity.
favorite.
Gravity.
That's my.
I can't say it
That's
like
my
yours.
favorite compliment of the day. So thank you.
Say it again, so AV can imitate you. Say it again.
Very posh, yes.
Gravity. I suppose it's a gravity.
Yeah, gravity.
All right, guys.
Gravity.
I
Gravity.
do need to go, but learn him on gravity.
Gravity.
That's way better than I say it. Gravity. It grabs things, so it gravity. It pulls it down to the ground.
Oh snap! We got Kawhi in here. Kawhi, you there? They were telling me you're gonna bring globe evidence in here and like destroy flat Earth. Is that true? Maybe not.
Everyone knows that things can't fall if there's a flat surface underneath it.
Hawaii claims to be a knuckle dragger. I feel like that's unlikely.
Does it mean caveman? If you're a knuckle drugger, I can be a caveman.
I think so.
I walked out of the cave, and I saw the earth and the sun, and someone told me that the earth is not the earth, and the sun is not the sun. And I was like, oh. They're like, yeah, the earth is actually a giant lava ball that's water covered, and the sun is a giant ball of gas. It's on fire. The sun is stationary and the earth is moving. Og?
Yeah, remember the Geico commercials about the cavemen, and they were upset that they were saying it was so easy a caveman could do it. It was like offensive to cavemen.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's telling. Yeah. It's so easy a caveman can do it. Flat Earth. Flat Earth is so easy. A caveman can do it. So why can't they? How can they come in here and be like, I'm confused by what flat Earth is? Well, caveman's not. A caveman mastered this topic 10,000 years ago. Why are you?
We totally need that. We need that meme. We need it. Who can do that? Ooh, Dr. Penguin said everybody's quiet now. Does that mean you can speak about your issues about gravity? Dr. Penguin, are you there? It's so easy, a penguin can do it.
Uh-oh. Breaking news. Trump stumbles climbing up Air Force One.
Well, that's it. He's just like Biden. Get rid of him.
Yeah, that's basically what what people are doing. Trump is faced with mockery, instant mockery, after stumbling up the stairs of Air Force One.
Yeah, but what are they trying to distract from? You know, that's why they put that stuff out. So we all talk about the stumbling.
Apocryphon has made the caveman meme. Did you guys see that?
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
He did it.
Yeah, 25 minutes after the hour, flat Earth so easy, caveman can do it. Then he's like drawing a flat map in the sand with a stick. He's got his level there. I feel like he needs to have his foot. I don't know. I don't want to be too picky, but like if his foot was like smashing the globe, that'd be cool. Or it could have another caveman in the back, like smashing the globe with his club. That'd be really cool. I don't know how hard it is to make these memes. I'm just being ridiculous, probably.
Oh, it's easy with AI.
Or they could just be setting the globe on fire. How about that? There's like a little campfire in the background, and then they've got the globe in the fire.
I think what they do is they put prompts, like they say, "Hey, generate an image with like X, Y, and Z, like a caveman with a globe or something," and then it'll try to draw, like almost like when you go like a witness will talk to an artist. What's that called again? Sketch. Oh, like a sketch art. Is that what's called? Sketch artist. Okay, anyway,
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, yeah. So it's kind of like this key ID features, like their eyes were narrow, they had a beard, medium build, or whatever. And so I think with the AI, we'll do the same thing. Like you say, hey, give me a general look of a picture with X, Y, and Z. And you can tell it, like, okay, modify this, change that.
Gosh, I didn't even know that.
2001 Space Odyssey, the scene where the monkeys are all around the monolith, spazzing out, that they should have a globe instead of.
I saw that before, like, there's on Gempanzee server, they have that where it's like flat Earth. In the monolith, it says flat Earth, and they label all the monkeys around as sort of like they call them the altards, or the autistic retards, who are like flipping out, that there's a flat earther in the chat.
Yeah, why would they pick on autistic retards?
Yeah, you think it's interesting because in their worldview, a lot of these NASA rocket scientists are autistic. They're high-functioning autistic people. So why are they also saying this? They don't like people who are autistic. They should be like enjoying autism because that's their rocket scientists are like they're autists. Like you ask this rocket scientist some advanced calculus formula, and he'll spit it out in his head. Ask him like, what can you buy at the convenience store? And pickles. You're like, why do you think you can buy pickles at a convenience store? Like, how much would they cost? $1.05. Okay, how about random things like no clue, like no clue where he put his glasses on top of his head, but yet can like ram out these like complex like delta V equations. And then the globalists are like, oh yeah, autistic people are dumb. Huh. Interesting worldview you have there.
I'm curious, what's the context for talking about, like, autistic people, or like why was it brought up? I understand that you said like a lot of these scientists are autistic or whatever, but other than that, like why are you talking about autistic people?
Okay, so the pathway of the conversation was earlier. This guy pretended like he couldn't understand what flat earthers are saying, and that but at the same time, flat earthers are like cavemen. So we're like, sure, certainly, Toby. Flat earthers are cavemen. They understand flat Earth. Flat Earth is so easy, a caveman can get it. Then that went on to some, having fun with the whole concept that, like how they years and years they still can't get the idea. It went into the movie 2001, The Space Odyssey, where the Obulus appeared, and then the monkeys started learning how to use tools and became violent and whatnot. So then it said here, where would, in this worldview, you've got a server who thinks that scene mimics flat Earth, globe Earth debate. And the flat earthers are the Obulus, and these people, they have a role that they give them on the server called autistic retard or altard. And these are people they have deemed to be detrimental to debate. People who like just say really dumb shit and they don't know what they're talking about. And while at the same time that they're maybe talking at a higher level than the conversation needs because they're autistic, which they should be embracing, because at least that's taking the conversation away from the dawn of time and kind of trying to modernize it. But they seem to have a problem with autism, while at the same time not understanding that these rocket scientists are autistic, or many of them are very, high functioning, have autism.
Yeah.
So it kind of shows you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think by and large, people on the autism spectrum, I think they tend to have lower intelligence quotients. I could be mistaken. Maybe you have data that says otherwise. But savant syndrome is far and few. Most people who are autistic, I think, also have like learning disabilities and are just more stupid.
Well, I think the concept here, I think you missed it. The social.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Let me break down for you again. The social cue, that you've got these people who join a Discord channel to talk about flat Earth, and they're not able to pick up the social cues that they should probably shut up, because they're damaging the conversation. Because the goal on their server is to basically get flat earthers to shut up or die. Or some of them think it's also flat Earth is entertainment. So when you have a autistic retard blabbering over the flat earther, they're trying to tell them, shut up, I want to hear this person talk, it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay? The social cue is what's missing. So rather than being mean to them directly, they give them a role, like you click on their account or whatever, and the mod adds a role that has deemed them to be autistically retarded.
Yeah, that all makes sense, right? It's just earlier you'd made some claim about the intelligence of autistic people, just generally speaking, and I just like wanted to point out that in general, I think they are stupid, or at least more stupid.
Okay, you need to stop repeating that claim unless you have some kind of study or statistics to back it up. So, do you got something?
Yeah, I would say quite the opposite. You ever see that meme where it's like a futuristic city?
Yeah, 1 second.
I've seen that meme where it says the future if teachers understood how to talk to autistic kids, how to teach to autism. I can find it. It's pretty good.
Yeah. One moment, and when you find it, just send in such, I suppose. Okay, so I can send it, but I'll just read it off to you. This is from frontiersyn.org. Well, this is older studies. 1 second, but I'll just read it out anyways. Older epidemiological studies suggest that IQ-related spectrum tends to be skewed to the left, i.e., a larger proportion of individuals with ASD have below-average intelligence, while only few individuals with ASD may have an IQ above average. So there you go. Are you happy?
I'd be happy if you posted it so I could see the whole study, how it was done, etc.
Okay. And like I said, if I know I posited the claim, but if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm willing to entertain it, right? But I was just speaking from my experience and what I've heard and what I know, and then what I'm looking up is corroborating that. So.
I don't
Look,
really
this
even
is
know
great.
why we're.
This is National Institute of Health, so this will be a good one.
I don't really. I guess I missed because I was getting so obsessed over the caveman memes. How did we even get on this topic? I missed the connection.
Yeah, it was.
Well, he made a claim about the intelligence of autistic people, and I was just like clarifying that I didn't think it was true.
No, he didn't. No. Hold on. He didn't make a claim about the intelligence of autistic people. His claim was people in NASA are autistic. He didn't assume they're intelligent.
Well, no, he had said like really. He used a word. It was a mix between rejoice and embrace. He said like Joyce almost, which didn't make sense because I remember this specifically. Autistic people because they are more intelligent. But like generally, that's just not true.
How do you know NASA people are intelligent?
Okay, I think you just missed the scope of what I said, but that's okay.
No, I think that's an even more. That would be even harder. There's no way you could have any evidence that people who work at NASA are intelligent. No way. In fact, we have a lot of evidence to the contrary. But yeah, that's right on point.
No, you just missed the scope of what I said, which is okay.
What Kurt was pointing out is that they were making fun of autistic people, but the people it's contradictory because they idolize. People that are autistic, ostensibly the people that work for NASA. Kurt didn't really make an intelligence assessment that I heard. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe I missed it.
Yeah, he made a more general claim about autistic people's intelligence. He did. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, right? Like, I don't hate these people. I was just saying, and then it sounds like she got upset, and then so now I'm standing by what I said because I believe it to be true. Right?
Oh no, I'm not. Well, what made you think I'm upset? I'm not upset at all. It's just I've never heard that. Oh, okay. Well, you don't know me, so you wouldn't know much about my tone, would you? But anyway, no, it's just I've never.
Tone, we can read people though, right? And like the way that you just shifted your tone was also kind of rude. I'm not autistic, so I can read people's tone, right?
Oh, okay. So you're the tone police now. So let me explain myself.
No, you can speak however you want. I'm just saying I can understand you.
Thanks, Doip.
So I hear the sarcasm. I can read tone.
Yeah, well, you got it that time. Good job. 10 out of 10 on that one. 0 out of 10 before. Yeah. So can I explain my thoughts rather than you?
You don't have to ask me permission. You're your own person.
Oh, I think I did because you keep interrupting me when I was trying before.
No, you can just speak.
Okay, so you're not going to interrupt me. Good news. I was not upset about it. I've just never heard that claim. I have not studied it myself. So I don't like to have people make claims 2 times without evidence to back it up. If I just were going to, make a prediction about it, I would not even know if there'd be a correlation at all, just because I feel like autism has to do with other things other than intelligence, the way people express themselves, the way they move in the world, the way they interpret cues from others, and so on. So in terms of pattern recognition, I wouldn't think there would be a high correlation, would be my guess, my prediction, but then I would have to actually study it if I wanted to find out. So that's why I just, so hey, hold on, Doip. Yep, you're right.
Conversation ebbs and flows.
Hold on, Doip. Nope, let me finish my sentence and then you can respond. I'm not done. Yeah, it does upset me when people make wild claims without backing them up.
It's not that wild.
Oh, I think it is. So, I'll look at the study if you've posted it yet. And,
I'm reading it thoroughly to make sure,
All right, let me know when you got it up there.
Always got to verify what you believe first. Ask questions later, right?
Well, I think a lot of people probably hold beliefs in general, or they've heard things that in the past they've read and they know to be true, and then they continue to believe that thing, and then when they bring it up in the future, they still have to just find the evidence again, right?
Yeah, but okay. Just because you read something doesn't mean you know what you read is true. Okay, to know it's true, you would have to actually look at the information in detail. And how you would forget that at some later point and have to go back, and it's not like you're revisiting something you already read. You're reading this for the first time. But I will say, autism in general is a poorly defined syndrome, right? Super poorly defined. There's no actual objective medical test for it. It's basically a social diagnosis where they give surveys to all the people that know you and ask them what your personality is like. And if you check enough boxes, the psychologist says you have autism spectrum disorder.
So, one second. Honestly, I didn't hear what you said because I'm reading. One moment.
Give it too long.
Okay, yeah. So the person over fences said that like I got contradicted by that on source, or maybe I didn't read it fully. But they also cherry picked from a specific part of that source, and they didn't actually read the conclusion. So since the source is already in SciChat, you can just read it with me. The key discovery is that low early IQ is a major feature of ASD that can be assessed objectively, reliably, and early. So, yeah, having low IQ through development is a major feature of ASD. That wasn't the conclusion of the study that they said I didn't read fully. So, bravo.
Yeah, conclusions don't matter. You know that, right? The only thing that matters is the data.
The conclusion was drawing from the data that was previously mentioned. No. And if you can find evidence that says otherwise, like I'm willing to change my position, right? But just don't say I didn't read the study when you didn't read the conclusion. Whoever that was, I don't know.
Look, you just read the study just now, right?
Yeah, and my belief was corroborated. No, and I qualified my belief at the very start by saying, if there's evidence to the contrary, obviously I'm willing to change my position.
Tell me how they. Can you tell me how they defined autism spectrum disorder?
Yeah, one moment.
God.
One thing you could look up too is a correlation between autism and atheism.
I don't know that.
Well, you can look up the correlation between atheism and low IQ. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to see if he's going to get there.
And that's a huge sample size. That's well over 100,000 people. A largest sample of patients, it says 2% below average, 40% above average, 20% with average. I mean, I'm not a big fan of